Chapter 451 Invisible Clothes. When Zhou Wen found Li Xian, he was sitting alone in the garden, dazed. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Xian was fine. He walked over and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? What are you doing here alone?" Li Xian turned his head and looked at Zhou Wen, his eyes somewhat different from before. "Zhou Wen, I want to become stronger than anyone else," Li Xian said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had never seen Li Xian look so serious. Even when he was betrayed by Jiang Hao and Su Miantu, Li Xian had only smiled and said that he would make Li Mobai pay the price. However, this time, Zhou Wen felt that Li Xian was really different. "What happened?" Zhou Wen asked Li Xian. Li Xian didn't answer but asked Zhou Wen, "If I become a devil one day, will we still be friends?" "I won't let you become a devil," Zhou Wen said seriously. Li Xian laughed. "No, I won't become a devil. I'll use my own means to change this world." Zhou Wen realized that Li Xian was really different. Ever since he had returned from the birthday celebration, Li Xian had seriously begun cultivating. Li Xian had excellent talent, and although he had been very hardworking in the past, his frequent mantra was striking a balance between work and rest. But now, whenever Li Xian had the time, he would drag Zhou Wen to train with him. Zhou Wen could clearly sense that Li Xian was rapidly improving. Furthermore, Li Xian condensed a life soul, something that surprised Zhou Wen. This was because Li Xian had said that it might take him years to condense a life soul, but he seemed to achieve it overnight. Furthermore, Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss with Li Xian's life soul. It was slightly different from his invincible Kane divine arts attributes. However, no matter how Zhou Wen asked him, Li Xian refused to say anything. Zhou Wen constantly grinded dungeons and sought out the weakness of mythical creatures in the temple, but he didn't make much progress. In the Special Investigation Bureau's headquarters, Shin Yuqi was looking at a photo. In the photo was a person wearing stone armor. There was only a side profile, and his body was covered in stone armor. He couldn't tell what the person inside the armor looked like. "Director General, he's here!" Kai Jin's voice sounded from outside. "Bring him in!" Shin Yuqi put down the photo in his hand and said calmly. Kai Jin quickly brought the person in and became even more respectful toward Shin Yuqi. Kai Jin had lost all of the Special Inspector Bureau's assets. He originally imagined that he would be killed. He did not think Shin Yuqi would not even punish him. He had even transferred him back to the Special Investigation Bureau and restored him to his former position and job. This made him both grateful and uneasy. "Old Shin, why are you in such a hurry to find me?" An elderly man wearing a primordial trapping lock followed behind Kai Jin and sat on a chair opposite Shin Yuqi. "I want to know who the person in the photo is." Shin Yuqi pushed the photo to the old man. The old man took a look at the photo before curling his lips. "Although my life soul can take form, you do know that it has great limitations. It's not something that can be used casually. It will decrease my lifespan. Find him and you'll be free," said Shin Yuqi. The old man's eyes immediately lit up. He stared at Shin Yuqi and asked, "Aren't you afraid that the Cape family will cause you trouble if you let me leave heaven? I want to know who this person is," Shin Yuqi said calmly without answering. "All right, deal." The old man extended his hand. Shin Yuqi nodded slightly. Kai Jin went forward and opened the primordial trapping lock on the elder's body. The old man's hunched body suddenly straightened, making him look much taller. He reached out to pick up the photo, his eyes filled with energy. His eyes seemed to have magical powers, as a magical beam shot out from within and landed on the photo. As the light in the elder's eyes shone, the figure in the photo seemed to come to life as though it was struggling to walk out of the picture. Shin Yuqi and Kai Jin stared intently at the photo, waiting for the figure in the photo to walk out. "Ah!" Suddenly, the old man let out a tragic cry as his eyes burst open. Blood splattered everywhere on the table. He covered his eyes and cried out in pain. Shin Yuqi and Kai Jin's expressions changed drastically. On campus, Zhou Wen felt his Sigh of the King spontaneously appear, but it only lasted a split second before vanishing again. Strange, what happened? Zhou Wen was alarmed and puzzled, but he had no idea what was happening. After waiting for a while, and not sensing any further abnormalities of the Sigh of the King, Zhou Wen continued his research. During this period of time, he had been constantly fighting the snake in the temple. He had basically figured out the snake's abilities. Zhou Wen still had ways to deal with its other abilities, but he was unable to do anything about the snake eye's mirror image. "Unless I can infinitely teleport or become invisible to prevent the snake from seeing me, otherwise, it's impossible to dodge that gaze. It's still impossible to teleport infinitely now, but I can think of ways to obtain an invisible primordial energy skill." Zhou Wen knew that there were indeed primordial energy skills that allowed for invisibility. However, invisible-type primordial energy skills were extremely rare. Few were willing to sell them. Therefore, even if someone were to sell them, they were often sold at astronomical prices. Zhou had plenty of primordial crystals on hand. He could afford them even if they had sky-high prices. More importantly, it wasn't convenient for him to sell the primordial crystals at present. While Zhou was fretting over this matter, Ansheng contacted him to express that the Sunset Army wanted to buy his primordial crystals. Puzzled, Zhou asked, "Why do you want the primordial crystals?" Ansheng said, "Although primordial crystals and primordial gold have the effect of killing dimensional creatures, the characteristics are different. The problems involved are very simple. I'll just give an imperfect analogy. If it's only primordial gold, we can only make them into firearms, but if we add in primordial crystal, we will be able to produce laser guns. Of course, it's not that simple, but that's the general gist of it. I can give you the primordial crystals. I don't want money either, but I have a request," Zhou said. "Speak. I want a primordial energy skill that can make me invisible. It needs to be at least epic stage." Zhou gave his request. There are too few primordial energy skills that provide invisibility. They can only be obtained by chance. If you just want an invisibility ability, a very good opportunity has recently opened up. There's a companion egg in a West District auction. That companion beast has the ability to make one invisible. However, the price will be very high. There are many competitors as well. You have to be mentally prepared," Ansheng said. "What companion beast is that?" Zhou asked. "The mythical companion beast, Invisibility Cloak," said Ansheng. Chapter 452 Cannot Be Hatched. Someone actually is selling a mythical companion egg? Zhou found it unbelievable. Ansheng smiled and said, "No one would sell one under ordinary circumstances, but this one is a little different." "How is it different? Is there anything special?" Zhou asked, puzzled. "Do you have any idea about Orpheism of the West District?" Ansheng asked. "A little. I roughly know that in the early times, there was the god Kronos. It later became the god of chaos, and then the 12 titans. Finally, it became the more famous 12 Olympus gods, with Zeus being the leader. These are the few representative generations of gods in Orpheism." Zhou knew quite a bit about this belief, as he had received chaos as heritage, and it was also related to the chaos bead. Zhou had previously read about such matters. Although he didn't study it in depth, he had a general understanding of it. "It's not bad that you already know these things. Few people from the East District typically study the myths of the West District. They'd probably only know about Zeus and the other gods." Ansheng paused before continuing. "The Cape family discovered a temple left behind by the dualism god, Fans, in the mortal realm. His status is probably the same as the Pengu of our East District system of gods. Although it's a little different, you get what I mean? Anyway, according to the myths and legends in the West District, all the god kings have to gain his approval before they become the king of gods." The Cape family obtained the recognition of the temple. They chose one of the 3 companion eggs in the temple, which is this invisibility cloak that is being put up for auction. Ansheng said, "That's not right. Since it's being auctioned now, it means that no one has ever hatched it. How do you know that it's invisibility cloak?" Zhou asked curiously. "The reason they know that it's invisibility cloak is that the Cape family has formerly hatched that mythical companion egg before. After that, they gain the ability to be invisible," Ansheng said with a faint smile. "When people obtain powers that exceed the rules, their true colors show. The person from the Cape family used his powers of invisibility to do countless dirty things. He went overboard and even dared to touch the members of the 6 families. In the end, he was discovered by the Zhang family, and he was exposed. This matter is a scandal of the 6 families. The Cape family has been slain by the Zhang family as well. However, when they killed him, the Zhang family used some unknown method to turn the invisibility cloak to a companion egg form. It didn't vanish along with that person and has been kept all this while. That means that the invisibility cloak companion egg fell into the Zhang family's hands. It doesn't make sense for the Zhang family to auction such a powerful companion egg, right? Does their family lack money?" Zhou asked, puzzled. "The Zhang family naturally doesn't lack money, but the invisibility cloak companion egg isn't a real companion egg. It was unknown what method they used to turn the invisibility cloak into a companion egg. No one can hatch it. In the beginning, no one knew that there was a problem with the invisibility cloak companion egg. The Cape family paid a huge sum of resources to get the companion egg back from the Zhang family. However, when they got it back, they couldn't hatch it. Later, the invisibility cloak exchanged a few hands a few times. Although there's a problem, it's a mythical companion egg and has magical invisibility. Everyone wants to give it a try. Everyone thinks that they're capable of doing something others can't, but they ultimately realize they can't do it either. From the 6 families to ordinary families, it has changed multiple hands. No one has managed to hatch the invisibility cloak. However, don't think of picking it up on the cheap. There are plenty of confident people, so the price will definitely be unimaginable if you want to bid on the cloak. Can my essence crystals be used in the auction? Joan asked. Of course they can, but they're not convenient. How about this? I'll help you bid for the invisibility cloak companion egg. After I get it, you can sell me the equivalent of essence crystals at market price. And Shang thought for a moment before saying, the amount needed at the auction will definitely not be small. I don't know if it will exceed your expectations, so you have to go with me. If you think it's possible, I'll bid. If you feel that it's too expensive, we can just give it up. To the West District? Joan was somewhat worried. Don't worry. I have my own arrangements. There won't be any problems. Just treat it as a vacation. There are many famous dimensional zones in the West District where the auction is held. You can also pay them a visit when the time comes. And Shang could understand Joan's worry. Alright. Joan was rather interested in the invisibility cloak. Furthermore, he wanted to see if the dimensional zones in the West District had the tiny palm symbols. If there were any tiny palm symbols, it wouldn't be a bad idea to download a few of them. Joan was very interested in companion beasts that were angels, sprites, and devils. As he was about to leave, Joan had no choice but to place the antelope and chick at Wang Lu's place. Joan had previously given the antelope and chick some essence crystals, but they weren't interested in them at all. Your trip will make you owe me more days of breakfast, right? I'm afraid lunch won't be enough to cover the shortfall. Wang Lu said as she looked at him. Then use dinner to make up for it. Joan said. I want to lose weight. I don't eat dinner. Wang Lu said with a twitch of her lips. Although she said that, Wang Lu still took the chick. The antelope also consciously followed her. It even seemed somewhat eager. Clearly, it could eat better when with Wang Lu. This time, Ensheng personally brought Joan to the West District. Joan heard from Ensheng that the place they were heading to was a peninsula, and it was very close to the sea. Not far from the peninsula were the Aegean Sea Islands, where there were many dimensional zones. They contained several terrifying existences. Are there dimensional zones that drop angel or sprite companion beasts? Joan asked Ensheng as he sat in the car. Ensheng blinked and said, Sprites are creatures that only come from the dimensional zones in the North District. Angels belong to another divine system. Do you think there will be one? Aren't they from the same district? Joan was somewhat alarmed. He had always felt that these two-dimensional creatures belonged to the West District. Of course not. Ensheng answered with certainty. Then what companion beasts are available at the place we are going? Joan had no choice but to seek Ensheng's advice. Monsters, giants, pythons, etc. Ensheng roughly explained the situation before smiling. If you have the ability, you can kill a goddess like Athena. There might even be a companion egg drop. It's said that Athena's temple has been discovered, but it's hard to tell if Athena is really inside. Forget about mythical creatures. Are there more pragmatic epic companion beasts? Joan knew himself. The possibility of him killing a mythical creature was just too low. Now, Joan was just waiting for Tyrant Behemoth to complete its evolution. After it became a mythical creature, Joan really had the capital to fight mythical creatures. Chapter 453 The Only Princess of the Zhang Family. Joan originally believed that they would head to the auction venue directly, but he soon realized that it wasn't only the two of them going to the auction together. Ensheng had to tag along with others. To be precise, Ensheng and Joan were only hitching a ride on a plane. The Zhang family was going to participate in the auction too. And Tianzhua had asked if they could bring Joan and Ensheng along. This also meant that they would be under the Zhang family's protection. Isn't the An family and the six families on bad terms? Why would the Zhang family agree to take us with them? Joan found it odd. Let's not talk about us. Even the relationship between the six families is nothing much to speak of. There is even competition amongst themselves, competition that is far more intense than with others. However, when it comes to interests, that's another matter. The Zhang family has a lot of need for essence gold. We also have some needs that the Zhang family can satisfy us with, so our relationship is relatively stable. However, the Zhang family originally wanted to reject our request, but for some reason, they later agreed. Ensheng said. When they arrived, a butler-like person welcomed Ensheng and Joan and took them to a private airport. Butler, who is the person in charge of the Zhang family this time? Ensheng asked. There were many experts in the Zhang family. Ensheng wanted to know who it was, lest he made any faux pas. The one who's going to the Aegean Sea this time is Third Master's only daughter, the old butler said. Ensheng couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. In the Zhang family's previous generation, there were 3 brothers who were particularly good at fathering sons. They had many sons. The first and second master had 8 sons each. The third master had 2 sons and only 1 daughter. The entire Zhang family only had 1 daughter. One could imagine how doted upon this girl was. Legend had it that every year, All the sons of the Zhang family rushed back to celebrate her birthday. Each of them prepared a rare treasure. The scene was extremely breathtaking. Of course, that was only a legend. This was because the Zhang family only had one daughter. She was like a princess, so they had protected her from birth. Up until now, no one in the Zhang family knew her name, much less what she looked like. And Sheng wanted to ask the name of the princess of the Zhang family, but the butler clearly didn't want to say too much and had already boarded the plane. And Sheng mentioned the princess of the Zhang family to Zhou Wen and said with a smile, "We are lucky today. Perhaps we might have a chance to meet her in person." The two of them boarded the plane, and the old butler brought them inside. There were all sorts of pink decorations inside the plane, making it look very feminine. Inside the cabin, there was a young woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was somewhat different from the Princess Zhou Wen imagined. She was at least older than he imagined. However, when Sheng and Zhou Wen saw her clearly, their eyes widened. "What's wrong? You've forgotten about me already?" The woman looked at the two of them and smiled. "Zhang Yuji, you're from the Zhang family?" Zhou Wen obviously recognized her. Back when he was heading home with Sheng, Li Xian, and A Lai, he had met this woman on the way and allowed her to hitch a ride. "Isn't what you're saying odd? You've already called me Zhang Yuji. If I'm not from the Zhang family, would I be from your Zhou family?" Zhang Yuji said with a smile. Zhou Wen wasn't eloquent. He gaped his mouth, unsure of how to explain himself. "Sit down. The plane is about to take off," Zhang Yuji said as she pointed to the seat beside her. "What's that?" After the plane took off, Zhou Wen looked out the window and realized that there were actually many white birds outside the window. They looked like cranes, but they were a lot bigger. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them, and they flew around the plane in groups. On careful look, Zhou Wen realized that there was someone sitting on each crane's back. "That's the sky crane companion beast that's unique to the Zhang family. It's a top epic creature. Its flight and combat abilities are very strong," and Sheng explained. Zhou Wen immediately understood that they were experts of the Zhang family that protected Zhang Yuji. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji with an odd look. With her status, how could she have suffered a breakdown by herself in the wilderness? As though reading Zhou Wen's mind, Zhang Yuji said with a smile, "I had a quarrel with my family back then, so I went out alone to calm down. I never expected anything to happen. Thankfully, I met you. Otherwise, I would really have been afraid to be alone. No wonder. The Zhang family originally wanted to decline us in the beginning, but they later agreed to take us along. It was because of you, right?" and Sheng said. Zhang Yuji nodded and said, "With our family and the family's relationship, it's nothing much to bring you along. However, our family doesn't want strangers to get close to me, so they were planning to reject it." As they were all acquaintances, and Zhou Wen and Sheng didn't take into account backgrounds, they chatted very happily with Zhang Yuji. After chatting for a while, the old butler walked over and said, "Miss, it's time for you to rest." Zhou Wen and Sheng found it odd. What did he mean that it was time for her to rest? Zhang Yuji had been sitting comfortably in her chair, not doing anything. Zhang Yuji seemed to want to stay, but the old butler repeated that it was time for her to rest. Zhang Yuji could only stand up and say to the two of them, "Sorry, I need to rest for a while. If you need anything, just instruct Uncle Fu." Although Zhou Wen and Sheng found it odd, they weren't that close. It wasn't appropriate for them to say anything else as they watched Zhang Yuji walk through the door in the cabin ahead of them. Zhou Wen was curious as he wanted to see where Zhang Yuji was resting. Legend has it that passenger planes have first-class cabins. Could it be that this plane has first-class cabins as well? Zhou Wen activated Truth Listener's earring, hoping to see what Zhang Yuji's resting place looked like. He didn't have any malicious intent. A three-dimensional layout of the plane immediately appeared in Zhou Wen's mind. In front of the main passenger area was a separate, single cabin. Zhang Yuji pushed the door open and entered. However, when Zhou Wen saw what was happening, his expression changed slightly. The cabin wasn't big, but there were many things placed there. It was decorated extremely strangely. There were many long strips of paper hung inside. Due to Truth Listener's ability, it couldn't see the colors or the patterns. Therefore, Zhou Wen only knew that there were long strips of paper. He wasn't sure if there were any drawings on the strips of paper. However, there weren't any lounge chairs or beds inside. Zhou Wen only saw a strange, head-sized box that was squarish at the base and round at the top. The box's shape made it look like an item used by humans in funerals before the dimensional storms. It can't be a coffin, right? Could it be a new massage device? As Zhou Wen thought about it, he saw that Zhang Yuji had already opened the lid and lay down inside the box. Zhou Wen could clearly see that the box didn't have any massage equipment, making it look like a coffin no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 454. Why did it take so long? The more Zhou Wen looked at it, the more he realized that something was amiss. The box was likely carved from stone. There was nothing inside but a pillow. It also seemed to be made of stone. It didn't seem comfortable to sleep inside no matter how he looked at it. After Zhang Yuji lay inside, the old butler closed the lid again. Once the lid was in place, he couldn't hear the situation inside with truth listener's ability. How odd. Do rich girls have such strange temperaments? She's sleeping in a stone box instead of a high-end couch on a plane? Zhou felt that it resembled a coffin no matter how he looked at it. Zhou retracted truth listener's ability. After all, it was her privacy, and he did not wish to continue intruding on her. They did not encounter any incidents along the way. When they passed the sky above some dimensional zones, the Sky Crane team outside intimidated all the dimensional creatures, preventing them from approaching the plane. Even if a few dimensional creatures, who didn't know better, attacked, they were promptly dispatched by the Sky Crane team. The plane was not damaged at all. When they reached the Peninsula of Gods, they didn't see Zhang Yuji again. After the plane landed, the old butler led them out of the plane. And Sheng said that he wanted to bid farewell to Zhang Yuji, but the butler said that there was no need. They could just leave. Ah, Sheng, don't you find Zhang Yuji a little odd? Zhou asked in Sheng after the two of them left the airport. It's far from just odd. Although the 6 families are in different areas, as hero families, they place the most emphasis on etiquette. This isn't the way to treat guests. And Sheng paused before continuing. But this is the Zhang family's matter. It has nothing to do with us. There are still 2 days before the auction begins. Where do you want to go? I'll take you around. Let's head to the nearby dimensional zones. Zhou felt that he should tour the area once. If he could find the tiny palm symbols, it would be best if he could download a few instance dungeons. Most of the dimensional zones on the Peninsula of Gods have owners. We are foreigners after all. It will probably be a little troublesome if we want to enter. Why don't we take a look at the Aegean Sea? It's a little dangerous, but there are many ownerless dimensional zones. It's also rather interesting. And Sheng said, Is it okay going out to sea like this? Zhou knew that the dimensional zones in the ocean were more terrifying than on land. It's fine. I've been to those places many times in the past. I'm very familiar with them. And Sheng was confident. The two walked towards the harbor. Along the way, they saw many people walking their companion beasts on the streets. The more common ones were giants and foot monsters. There were also many strange monsters, and Zhou even saw a fireman companion beast. It looked very interesting. Didn't you say that there aren't any sprites on the Peninsula of Gods? Then what's this? Isn't it a fire sprite? Zhou asked. The sprites I'm talking about are those with pointy ears, who look similar to humans, elves. These are elemental sprites. These are 2 different things. I thought you wanted those beautiful elves. And Sheng said, How can such an elemental sprite be obtained? Zhou asked. When the person with the fire sprite heard Zhou, he smiled and said, This is an epic fire sprite from the Forging Temple. Fire sprites are very rare. The chances of a companion egg dropping is even lower. I was at the Forging Temple for 2.5 years before I was lucky enough to obtain this fire sprite. If you are interested, you can try your luck. What kind of place is Forging Temple? Zhou asked when he saw how friendly the person was. That's the temple of the god of metalworking, Hephaestus. Not only are there fire sprites there, but there are even higher level fire sprite kings as well. However, their numbers are even rarer. Moreover, the depths of the temple are too dangerous. Young people like you shouldn't be so overly ambitious. You should just hunt fire sprites on the first level of the temple. If you venture deeper, your life will be in danger. The middle-aged man with the fire sprite said. Thank you for your guidance. Zhou had some impression of Hephaestus, but he couldn't remember the name. He only remembered that he was Zeus's son, an artisan, and the god of metalworking. The reason Zhou could remember him wasn't because of him being an artisan, but because he was the husband of the goddess of love and beauty. Furthermore, he had been cuckolded. Apart from that, Cupid's bow, Apollo's chariot, and Zeus's lightning bolt were made by him. He could be said to be an expert at creating divine artifacts. And Sheng seemed to know a little about the metalwork temples, as he said to Zhou. There aren't only fire elemental sprites in the metalwork temple. There are also all sorts of metal type and machinery type dimensional creatures. It's rather interesting, but that's private property on the Peninsula of Gods. Apart from locals being able to enter with their identity cards, outsiders are forbidden from entering. Young man, you're quite knowledgeable. You're right. Unless you're a citizen of the Peninsula of Gods, it's impossible for you to enter the metalwork temple. It looks like it's a pity that you don't even have the qualifications to obtain ordinary fire sprites. The middle-aged man proudly led his fire sprite away. Is there really no way to enter? Zhou asked in Sheng, as he was rather interested in the metalwork temple. There's really no way. This is a common rule set by several families on the Peninsula of Gods. Even those few families cannot break this rule. Otherwise, they will be enemies of the entire Peninsula of Gods. And Shung spread his hands, indicating that he had no solution. Even if we can't enter, it'll be okay to take a look outside, right? Zhou said. Of course you can, but do you really plan on just taking a look? And Shung looked at Zhou puzzled. We can take a look if it's on the way. Taking a few photos as a memento would be nice. Zhou only wanted to find the tiny palm symbol, so he had no intention of entering. I never expected you to have such boring hobbies. It is on the way. It's just a tiny detour. And Shung continued walking forward with Zhou. Shortly after he left, he saw white shadows flying across the sky. The passers-by all stopped to look. Zhou and Shung looked up and saw sky cranes fly past them. The sky cranes landed in front of them, as the gray-clothed members of the Zhang family got off the sky cranes' backs and walked straight towards them. The person in the lead looked to be about 28 years old. He had a dignified air, but he wasn't too flamboyant. He looked extremely handsome. Zhang Xiao, what's the meaning of this? And Shung clearly recognized the leader as he frowned at him. Zhang Xiao said, I'm sorry, I have something to ask the two of you. What is it? And Shung asked. Have you seen my sister, Zhang Yuji, after you got off the plane? Zhang Yi asked. Didn't she get some rest on the plane? We haven't seen her since then. What happened? Do you need her help? And Shung asked. Zhang Xiao sized up at Shung and Zhou, as though confirming that they really hadn't seen Zhang Yuji. Then, he bowed slightly and said, Thank you. If you meet my sister, Zhang Yuji, please inform me as soon as possible. The Zhang family will definitely thank you. All right. If we see her, we will definitely contact you immediately, said Shung. Zhang Xiao did not hesitate. After bidding farewell, he left with the Sky Crane team. He looked extremely anxious. It looks like the little princess of the Zhang family is very worrying, and Shung said with a smile. As the two spoke, they headed for the metalwork temple, but unfortunately, there was someone guarding it. Zhou could only see the door from afar, so he was unable to see any tiny palm symbol at close proximity. Slightly disappointed, he followed Shung to the port. Just as they were about to rent a ship to head out to sea, they saw a person in a suit and a hat waving at them on a ship. Why did it take you so long? I've been waiting for you for ages. The person looked up slightly and spoke to Zhou and Shung. The two of them were stunned when they saw the person's face. The person in the male outfit was Zhang Yuji. Chapter 455 Water Elemental Sprite. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Get on board quickly. Don't you want to go to the Aegean Archipelago? Zhang Yuji greeted them from the ship. How did you know? Zhou and Shung exchanged looks in surprise. They had only decided to head to the Aegean Archipelago after they alighted the plane. Yet, Zhang Yuji knew of their plans and had waited for them here. They couldn't figure out when Zhang Yuji had overheard their conversation. If I want to know, I'll naturally know. The ship is about to set off. Aren't you getting on board? Zhang Yuji asked. Do you know that your brother Zhang Xiao is looking for you? And Shung asked. Just ignore them. If you don't board the ship, I'll leave on my own. Zhang Yuji curled her lips and was about to start the engine. Zhou and Shung thought for a moment and had no choice but to board the ship. Zhang Yuji was very excited. After she started the engine, she drove the boat towards the sea and shouted excitedly, I want to conquer the entire sea. How old are you? How childish. And Shung said with a smile, I like childish stuff. You're childish too, even if you're not convinced. Zhang Yuji retorted. And Shung came to Zhang Yuji's side and said, Let me drive it. There are dangers lurking in the sea. I have to take the correct route to avoid unnecessary trouble. That's good. Zhang Yuji handed the task of driving the boat to Shung. She walked to the bow of the boat and extended her hands. She faced the wind as though she was hugging the sea. Once they were out in the sea, electronic devices were affected. There were all kinds of errors. Phones could be switched on, but there was no signal. Furthermore, there were also signs of hanging. As the sea was dangerous, Zhou didn't grind dungeons and constantly paid attention to the sea surface. Not long after they headed out, they suddenly heard a strange song. The three of them looked in the direction of the song. In the distance, there was a reef. A young woman was singing on it. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that the woman didn't have legs. She had a fishtail. It was the legendary mermaid. As if sensing the gazes of the three of them, the mermaid stopped singing and plunged into the sea before disappearing. A mermaid! It was actually a mermaid! We were really lucky. I heard that mermaids in the sea are extremely rare. I didn't expect to meet one so quickly while out at sea, Zhang Yuji said. However, Shung said, the mermaids are known as sirens in certain myths. It's ominous to encounter them at sea. Why? Zhang Yuji was slightly taken aback as she asked in disbelief. According to myths, the sirens with human faces but fish bodies are the daughters of the river god. They have a voice that can bewitch one's heart, causing the sailors to be charmed by their singing. They will involuntarily steer their ships to the hidden reefs and eventually perish. And Sheng told them the story of the sirens. Thankfully, they weren't the sailors in myths and legends, nor were they bewitched. The journey went very smoothly. Although they saw dimensional creatures at sea, nothing attacked them. When Zhou saw an island, and Sheng circled the boat around the island without any intention of landing on it. Why aren't we heading for that island? Zhang Yuji asked curiously. That's the legendary Crete Island. You might not be familiar with this name, but you should have heard of the Palace of Minos, right? The legendary Minotaur is inside. No one who has stepped foot inside has come out alive. And Sheng said. The boat left the island and headed deeper into the sea. And Sheng was indeed very familiar with the area. There wasn't any danger on their journey. When they arrived at an inconspicuous island, and Sheng steered the boat over. Is this island also a dimensional zone? Zhang Yuji sized up the island, but she didn't see anything like a palace. The dimensional zones in the Aegean Sea typically existed in the form of a palace. Most of the god-like existences were inside the palaces. Of course, the dimensional zones out at sea aren't as obvious as the dimensional zones on land. In fact, the entire Aegean Sea is a huge dimensional zone. And Sheng jumped onto the beach and moored the boat. He continued, there are many water elemental sprites on this island. You can try your luck and get a water elemental sprite companion egg to drop. When you enter dimensional zones in the future, you won't have to worry about water. Zhou and Zhang Yuji knew the importance of water. If they were trapped in a dimensional zone for a long period of time, they could still last for a period of time as long as there was water to drink. Although Zhou had stored a lot of food and water inside the Chaos Bead and didn't have to worry about a lack of water, it was especially important for the average person to have a water elemental sprite companion beast even if it was at the legendary stage. However, water elemental sprites were similarly rare. They were usually only seen out at sea, but those who could go out to sea had to at least be at the epic stage. Furthermore, they might not be able to find water elemental sprites even if they went out to sea. The three of them headed deeper into the island. Before long, they saw a blue blob of water bouncing around on the grass, like a frozen soccer ball. That's the most ordinary water elemental sprite. It's a legendary stage dimensional creature, which usually has two talent skills, water gun and water ball. They can deliver long-distance attacks. And Sheng said, as he pointed at the water blob. It's just a ball of water. Its attack power shouldn't be strong, right? Zhang Yuji saw that the water elemental sprite was very cute, and it made her feel like pinching and hugging it. Have you never seen a high-pressure water jet cutter? Are granite and steel hard enough? Water can easily cut it apart. Don't underestimate the power of water. It will kill you, and Sheng said solemnly. As the trio spoke, the water elemental spirit had already discovered them, and was about to bounce up from the grass. In the air, it spat out a water column that sprayed towards Zhou. The water pillar was as thick as a finger, but its speed was shockingly fast. Zhou ducked and the water pillar spewed out more than 10 meters, leaving a deep dent on a rock. Zhou pulled out his bamboo blade and slashed at the water elemental sprite. He split the water elemental sprite's body apart, but after his blade slashed, the water elemental sprite's body returned to its original state. It wasn't injured at all. Water will flow around the blade. Striking a water elemental sprite's body is useless. It has a water elemental crystal in its body. Shatter it to kill it, and Sheng said. Zhou nodded and carefully observed the water elemental sprite's body. Indeed, there was a dark blue bead flowing within its body. He slashed with his saber and sliced the bead apart. This time, the water elemental sprite shattered along with the bead and dropped a crystal. Chapter 456 The Strange Waterfall Pool. Your luck is pretty good. Your first water elemental sprite produced a crystal, but unfortunately, it's not a companion egg, and Sheng said with a smile. Zhou kept searching for water elemental sprites on the island, hoping to have a companion egg drop. However, Zhang Yuji wasn't interested in companion eggs. She only took photos as though she was on a tour. Why is that water elemental sprite a little different? When Zhou and company came to a waterfall, they saw a strange water elemental sprite. Typical water elemental sprites were blue in color and looked spherical, but in fact, they were the shape of water droplets. However, this water elemental sprite was silver in color. It didn't look like a water droplet, but a snake. This should be a high-level water elemental sprite. It might be an epic creature. Be careful, and Sheng said responsibly. Zhou was indeed very careful. He summoned stone armor, and didn't approach the silver water snake sprite. He summoned his overlord sword and slashed at it from afar. The water snake didn't dodge. It opened its mouth and spewed out silver water. However, the water that it spewed out was somewhat strange. It was actually in the shape of a venomous fang. A sword beam slashed across, shattering the water snake's venomous fangs. The sword beam continued to slash at it. When the silver water snake saw that something was amiss, it turned around and slipped into the pool beneath the waterfall. Its body resembled water to begin with, so once it entered the pool, it immediately vanished. It was impossible to tell its location with the naked eye. Thankfully, Zhou had Truth Listener. The Truth Listener earring's ability ignored color, so he immediately saw the silver water snake in the pool. When Zhou chased after it, he sent a sword beam into the pool. Boom! The water surface was parted by the spinning sword beam, slicing apart the silver water snake's body. Even the water elemental crystal in its body was shattered. A silver crystal-shaped companion egg dropped and sank to the bottom of the pool. A companion egg dropped? Zhou stood by the pool and observed for a while. When he saw that there were no signs of other dimensional creatures in the pool, he jumped in and dived towards the bottom. Zhou reached out to pick up the companion egg. Just as he was about to float up, he suddenly felt a tremendous suction force at the bottom of the pool. It caused his body to instantly sink, as though a toilet whirlpool was sucking at him. Splash! Zhou was flushed down with a flow of water, and discovered that there was a huge space beneath the pool. Beneath it was churning seawater. Zhou looked up, but he didn't find the cave entrance that he had washed down from. There were black rocks above his head without any gaps. He slashed at the rock, shattering a huge piece. However, there were still rocks behind it. Zhou slashed several times, but they were all rock. There was no exit. As for the destination of the underground seawater flow, there was a light that seemed to be the exit of a tunnel. Zhou had no choice but to follow the flow of the water as he headed for the exit. As long as he could get out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to circle back to the pool again. Soon, Zhou rushed out with the flow of water. When he exited, he realized that he was at the waterfall's entrance. After Zhou came out of the waterfall, he directly floated in the air, alarmed by what he saw. No matter how he looked at the waterfall and the pool below, it looked like the one he had fallen into. However, he had clearly fallen into the pool of water beneath, so why would he come out of the waterfall from above? Zhou carefully observed his surroundings. Indeed, the environment was identical. It was the pool that he had fallen into, but there was no sign of Ansheng or Zhang Yuji. Don't tell me they went into the pool to look for me. Zhou thought to himself as he flew higher, hoping to confirm that they were still on the island. As he flew into the air, he managed to take in the entirety of the small island. The extremely beautiful island was filled with green grass and flowing water. However, when Zhou's gaze landed on a spot, his pupils constricted abruptly. There was an apple tree growing on a grass slope. There was only one apple on the huge apple tree, but that apple was somewhat unusual. It was as though it was made of gold and emitted a resplendent glow. Under the apple tree, there was a black lizard sleeping. The lizard was even bigger than an elephant. Soon, because lizards didn't have wings, Zhou realized that it wasn't a lizard but a legendary West District dragon. On the dragon's back were two fleshy wings. Gold apple. Dragon. Zhou was alarmed and puzzled. This was a little similar to the myths that Zhou had read. Legend had it that the human hero, Peleus, married a sea nymph. They had invited all the gods to their wedding but chose not to invite the goddess, Eris. Unhappy about this, she produced a golden apple at the wedding and tossed it into the feast of the gods. On it were the words, "To the most beautiful." In the end, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite entered a dispute for the golden apple. This eventually led to a human war. Legend had it that the golden apple tree was in a holy garden, guarded by a 100-headed dragon, but that was only a legend. This place didn't look like a holy garden. The black dragon under the golden apple tree didn't look like it had 100 heads, it only had one. Zhou didn't know what the golden apple was for, nor did he wish to snatch it, lest he alarm the black dragon. Although it might not be a 100-headed dragon, the dragon itself was a mythical creature of legend. Zhou didn't wish to take the risk. However, what puzzled Zhou was that before they had come onto the island, they hadn't seen the golden apple tree or the dragon. Why did these things suddenly appear? Zhou checked the entire island, but he didn't find Ansheng and Zhang Yuji. The strangest thing was that even the boat that they had moored on the beach had vanished. Could it be that this isn't the island from before? It just looks a little similar. When I passed through the hole beneath the pool, I arrived somewhere else. The more Zhou thought about it, the more he found it possible. Splash. Splash. As Zhou was pondering over the matter, he heard two splashes. It was as though a stone had dropped into a pool of water. He turned his head, and saw Ansheng and Zhang Yuji fall from the waterfall and fall into the pond, stirring up a huge splash. They were fine and quickly crawled out of the pool, but Zhou felt something amiss. He turned to look at the black dragon under the apple tree. Indeed, it had awoken from its slumber. It slowly got up and looked towards the waterfall. "Zhou Wen, what are you doing up there?" Zhang Yuji shouted at Zhou Wen when she saw him in midair. Chapter 457 Apple Plucking Plan. Zhang Yuji's voice woke up the black dragon. It raised its head and pricked up its ears, staring straight at the waterfall. Zhou Wen knew that they couldn't see the distant giant dragon or the golden apple tree, so he hurriedly gestured for them to stay silent. He also descended and pulled them into the cave. Boom! The three of them had just entered the cave when the black dragon streaked across the sky like a black bolt of lightning. It landed beside the pool as it swept its eyes around as though it was looking for something. After circling the pond a few times and finding nothing, it slowly returned to the apple tree. The three people, who had held their breath in the waterfall cave, finally dared to breathe. "Strange. I've come to this island many times. There are only some water elemental sprites. Why would there be an additional dragon?" And Sheng said with a frown. "It's not just that." Zhou Wen recounted his discovery and speculation. Zhang Yuji's eyes lit up when she heard that. "In other words, we aren't on the original island. When we passed the tunnel beneath the pool, we entered another space. This is a dimensional zone that hasn't been discovered. There's a gigantic dragon here, and a golden apple? Is that really the golden apple of discord from the legends? How would I know?" Zhou Wen shook his head. And Sheng said, "No mythical creature is to be trifled with. Even if it's a weaker existence in myths and legends, it's not something we can deal with. Don't even have thoughts on the golden apple. Let's swim back from the waterfall tunnel and take a look. It's best if we can go back. If we can't return, we can try entering the pool again. Perhaps we'll be sucked in once again and be able to leave this place." Zhou Wen agreed since he didn't wish to take the risk. Although Zhang Yuji was very interested in the golden apple from the fairy tale legend, she could only leave with the two of them. They soon realized something terrifying. There was no way back at the end of the waterfall. Furthermore, after they entered the pool, there was no strange suction force at the bottom. After leaving the pool, the three of them returned to the cave. Zhang Yuji thought for a moment and said, "I remember hearing from my elders that one can only leave certain dimensional zones by obtaining a special item after entry. Otherwise, they won't be able to leave, and they will die inside. From the looks of it, this dimensional zone should be the death zone you're talking about. After you enter, either you die or the dimensional creature dies. There's no third option," and Sheng said. Zhang Yuji thought for a moment before saying, "If we leave this island, will we be able to leave this dimensional zone? I've already taken a look from midair. Previously, there were distant islands, but there's nothing now. At a glance, all I can see is the sea," Zhou Wen said. "That means we're really trapped here. This island isn't big either. I reckon that the black dragon or the golden apple is the dimensional zone's special item. Killing the dragon or obtaining the golden apple is the only way of exiting," Zhang Yuji said excitedly. "If we kill that dragon, will we become the first dragon slayers in human history? If you aren't afraid of becoming dragon feces, you can give it a try." Zhou Wen was rather inclined to think of a way to obtain the golden apple. The chance of dying when fighting a mythical creature was too high, but plucking the apple didn't necessarily mean fighting the dragon. They had quite a number of companion beasts that they could use to lure the black dragon away before plucking the golden apple. It was likely a much safer option. And Sheng agreed with Zhou Wen's idea. "Yuji, stay here. Zhou Wen and I will give it a try and see if we can lure the dragon away and pluck the golden apple." "Why am I staying?" Zhang Yuji was puzzled. "Because the two of us are going to be apple-stealing thieves. If the two of us fail, it will be your turn to be the dragon-slaying heroine," and Sheng said. "That's right. I can't do such covert work." Zhang Yuji nodded. After Sheng asked Zhou Wen about the location and details of the golden apple tree, he sneaked out of the waterfall cave with him. "I have an essence energy skill that converges my aura. I likely won't be discovered by the dragon even if I approach it. When I get close, I'll summon a companion beast to see how strong the dragon is," and Sheng said to Zhou Wen before he crept forward. Zhou Wen saw him silently proceed forward like a snake. If he couldn't see him with his naked eyes, he wouldn't have been able to sense his existence. He couldn't help but admire Sheng for being a wily old fox. His abilities were much more multifaceted than his. Zhou Wen didn't have any similar essence energy skills, and couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered by the dragon, so he didn't approach. He found a relatively high spot nearby, and looked at the golden apple tree and the black dragon from afar. Not long after, Sheng arrived less than 1,000 meters away from the golden apple tree. He pressed himself against the ground, and the armor on his body automatically changed color, making him almost fuse with the grass. Then, Zhou Wen saw him summon a leopard-like companion beast that charged in the direction of the golden apple tree as it roared. The black dragon hadn't slept. It immediately stood up and saw the leopard-like companion beast. It flapped its wings, and a black bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The leopard was no match for it at all. Just as it spewed out a ball of flames, it was swallowed by the black dragon. What fast speed! Zhou was alarmed. The dragon's speed was almost on par with the wolf-like, tiger-like mythical creature in the temple. Although it was still slightly weaker, its speed was not something epic humans could contend with. The leopard was an epic creature, but it hadn't managed to put up any resistance in front of the black dragon. And Sheng lay motionless on the grass. After the dragon devoured the leopard companion beast, it roared violently and shuttled back and forth across the island like lightning, as though it was searching for other intruders. Zhou was also lying in the grass, motionless. A few times, the black dragon flew close to him, making him feel his heart in his throat. This wasn't a game. If he was discovered by the black dragon, there was a high chance of death. The black dragon finally quieted down and returned to the golden apple tree. After quite some time, it seemed to be exhausted. When it lay under the tree to rest, and Sheng silently retreated. He gave Zhou a look, and the two of them slowly retreated to the side of the waterfall. The sound of the waterfall could conceal their voices. Even if they made any movements here, it was unlikely to attract the dragon's attention. This island is too small. With the speed of that black dragon, no matter where we lure it to, it can immediately return to the apple tree. From the looks of it, luring it away won't work. And Sheng said after returning to the cave. Chapter 458 Fighting the Dragon. To lure it away, it had to be taken sufficiently far away. If they were to approach the golden apple tree now, they would be killed by the dragon when it rushed back. This plan was clearly useless. What do you think? And Sheng asked Zhou. Zhou thought for a moment and said, We definitely can't fight it head on. The chances of death are too high. We must think of other solutions. After a pause, Zhou continued, I do have an idea. If I can hold back the black dragon for a few seconds, do you have the confidence to pluck the golden apple? How long can you last? And Sheng asked after some thought. At most 10 seconds and at least 5 seconds. However, before that, I need to use a companion beast to confirm it again before I can determine the exact amount of time. Zhou said after serious consideration. If you can hold it back for 6 seconds, I can pluck the golden apple and return. And Sheng said after careful observation. Then let's give it a try. Zhou planned on first figuring out the black dragon's powers. I still have quite a number of companion beasts on me. Let's give it a few more tries and get a good understanding of the black dragon's abilities before attacking it. And Sheng said, Can I do something? Zhang Yuji asked. Please cheer us on over here. And Sheng said to her, Alright, I'll cheer you on. Zhang Yuji didn't plan on really being a dragon-slaying heroine. Furthermore, she was only at the legendary stage, inferior to Zhou and Sheng. She had only been joking. Zhou and Sheng left the cave once again and found a hidden spot to summon their companion beasts. They left them in different locations. After making arrangements, the companion beasts attacked the black dragon from different locations. And Sheng had countless companion beasts, and Zhou had quite a number as well. However, their companion beasts were basically useless. None of them survived. Zhou used the blood threadworms to secretly drill into the black dragon's body, but the moment the blood threadworms entered its skin, they automatically died. There was also the epic poison bat. After flying over, it was swallowed by the black dragon. The two of them sacrificed at least 30 companion beasts. None of them could last 5 seconds in front of the black dragon, making them fully realize the horror of the black dragon. Of course, this was also because the two of them weren't willing to use their beloved companion beasts. They only released cannon fodder companion beasts. However, the different kinds of attacks the companion beasts delivered made the black dragon use some of its abilities, allowing Zhou and Sheng to gain a better understanding of the black dragon. Its speed is far faster than ours, and it has more strength. My strength-type epic companion beast was easily suppressed by it. Furthermore, it isn't afraid of wind, fire, or lightning and has high resistance. It doesn't spit fire, but it spits poison. And Sheng listed down the outcome of his observations before looking at Zhou and asked, What's your take? How long can you last? It's better to underestimate than overestimate. 7 seconds. Zhou carefully did the calculations mentally. He included all his various abilities, and finally gave such a conservative number. Enough. Let's draw up our plan first. I'll hide near the apple tree. My limit should be within 500 meters. Then, you can use your companion beast to lure it away, and think of a way to hold it back for 7 seconds. Leave the rest to me. And Sheng explained, as he drew a picture on the ground to show the entire plan clearly. Remember, we only have one chance. If we fail, we will die. And Sheng said to Zhou when he was prepared to leave the cave. Got it. Zhou Wen nodded solemnly. The two of them left the cave. Following the plan, Ansheng stealthily approached the apple tree. His ability to converge his aura and his concealment were amazing. Zhou Wen watched as Ansheng proceeded and couldn't distinguish the difference between him and the grass. The closer Ansheng came to the black dragon, the slower he became. He was almost acting in slow motion. A few hours later, Ansheng was almost 400 meters away from the apple tree when the black dragon's ears suddenly twitched. Zhou Wen and Ansheng's hearts were in their throats as Ansheng lay there motionless. Zhou Wen's heart pounded as he forgot to even breathe. After quite some time, the black dragon's ears drooped again. Only then did Zhou Wen feel a little better. However, Ansheng was extremely bold. He continued moving forward another 20 to 30 meters, making Zhou Wen's heart skip a beat. Zhou Wen knew the danger that Ansheng's face grew with every centimeter he approached the black dragon. He had originally planned on stopping 500 meters from the apple tree, but now, he was already within 400 meters. This was Ansheng taking on risk to lower the danger Zhou Wen would face. The closer he was to the apple tree, the faster he could reach the golden apple, making the black dragon turn around to chase after him. This would reduce Zhou Wen's risk. Finally, Ansheng made the designated gesture. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief, and knew that it was time for him to appear. After he retreated to the edge of the island, Zhou Wen summoned his companion beast and prepared himself. Finally he roared, "Big lizard, I'm here! Come over and eat me!" The black dragon, who had been resting under the golden apple tree, immediately pricked up its ears when it heard Zhou Wen shout. It stood up and, after confirming his location, it flapped its wings and instantly tore through the sky, rushing towards Zhou Wen. Black lightning streaked across the sky, instantly occupying Zhou Wen's vision. Zhou Wen summoned a row of golden warriors to form a blockade in front of the black dragon. These were originally food meant for Tyrant Behemoth, but with Tyrant Behemoth directly eating the essence crystals, they were useless now. The black figure charged over like a bolt of lightning as the golden warriors were sent flying everywhere. Zhou Wen held bamboo blade and overlord sword in each hand as he slashed out with both saber and sword. The demonic astral wheel and Fong wheel sword flashed crisscrossed and slashed at the black dragon's head. A black beam shot out of the black dragon's eyes, blasting apart the demonic astral wheel and Fong wheel sword flash. However, it didn't stop charging at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen activated Ghost Steps and instantly moved more than 10 meters away. At the same time, he counted inwardly. 1 second. On the other side, Ansheng had already charged at the golden apple tree like a ghost. His speed was equally terrifying. The black dragon was much faster than Zhou Wen's Ghost Steps. It extended its wings, and its huge body nimbly drew an L-shaped mark in the air before catching up to him. It spat out a large amount of black poison smoke that swept towards Zhou Wen like a flood. Chapter 459 7-Second Battle. A purple bell appeared in Zhou Wen's hand as he waved it at the black dragon. The billowing black smoke was sucked into the bell. The black dragon was somewhat taken aback, but it immediately charged towards Zhou Wen with its mouth agape, hoping to devour him. Zhou Wen waved the bell in his hand. As black poison smoke spewed out from the bell, he redirected it to the black dragon. At the same time, he used Ghost Steps to rapidly move away. 2 seconds. Zhou Wen counted inwardly. The black dragon entered the poisonous smoke and temporarily lost its vision. In its rage, it let out a roar that sounded like a thunderclap. The shockwave scattered the poisonous smoke and didn't stop. The shockwave continued rushing towards Zhou Wen's body. The roar was an area of effect attack. There was no place for him to dodge. Zhou Wen could only fend off the strike and activate the inverse ancient sovereign life soul while using the demon dragon true body. When he was done, the shockwave had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Zhou Wen raised his fists to defend himself. He was thrown back by the force from the shockwave, his legs plowing deep marks that were dozens of meters long. The black dragon seemed to sense something and stopped pursuing Zhou Wen. It turned around and attempted to charge back. Zhou Wen knew that Ansheng had entered the range of the golden apple tree and had attracted the black dragon's attention. It was returning to protect the golden apple. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't let it leave, otherwise, Ansheng's life would be in danger. Seeing that the black dragon was about to fly away, a purple beam flew over from the side and struck the black dragon's wings. The purple light was a short purple copper ancient sword. The black dragon's scaly wing was sliced open by the purple copper ancient sword. Well done. Zhou Wen saw the demonic neonate expressionlessly hiding in the grass with a scabbard in her arms. After the ancient sword injured the black dragon, it flew towards the grass. Roar! The dragon roared angrily. It had never suffered such damage before. Its wings had been injured, so it didn't rush back in rage. It transformed into lightning and charged at Zhou Wen, planning to devour him first before returning to protect the golden apple. The black dragon was so fast that its massive figure couldn't be seen. Only a black lightning bolt was seen crossing the void. It was unbelievably fast. However, Zhou was already used to such speeds. He grinded the mythical creature every day. Although the snake was slightly slower than the black dragon, it wasn't that much slower. As for the other mythical creature, it was faster than the black dragon. Zhou remained calm as he charged into the sea with a burst of terrifying speed with his demon dragon true body. In the sky, he wasn't the match for the black dragon, but in the seawater, a winged dragon couldn't be as agile as him. The pair of huge wings became an obstacle in its underwater movement. Seeing Zhou rush into the water, the black dragon hesitated for a moment and chose not to chase after him. It looked like it was about to turn around and return to the golden apple tree. 3 seconds. As Zhou counted, he tore out of the water surface and switched back to Slaughterer. He held the banana fan and fanned the black dragon 3 times. The 3 grinding winds stirred up huge waves as they swept towards the black dragon in the sky. One wave after another struck its body, while the demonic neonate hid and sent the ancient sword for another attack. They attacked the black dragon one after another. The black dragon had been injured by the ancient sword, so when it saw the purple beam flying towards it and the waves rushing towards it, its ferocity was triggered. The black gas around it surged as its body emitted a metallic sheen. Another 2 pairs of wings appeared on its back, turning it into a black 6-winged dragon. Black flames burned on its body as its 6 wings flapped. The black flames erupted like a volcano, blocking the grinding wind as the ancient sword was sent flying. The black 6-winged dragon, that looked like devilish, burned with black flames in its eyes as though it had come from a devilish abyss. It suddenly swooped down, and its speed increased once again. It had reached an unbelievable level that Zhou couldn't even react in time. They didn't manage to force the dragon to produce such change in their previous probes, but Zhou had been prepared for accidents. He was mentally prepared. At the instant the black 6-winged dragon charged into the sea, Zhou had used the lost country to teleport away. Boom! The surface of the sea exploded with waves reaching several hundred feet high. The gigantic black 6-winged dragon charged into the sea. Its black flames remained burning in the sea, completely unaffected by the seawater. Instead, large amounts of seawater evaporated. Lost Country's teleportation had a limited distance range. After Zhou teleported, he was sent flying by the shockwave from the black 6-winged dragon's charge into the water. Blood oozed out of his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose, and his bones almost seemed like crumbling. When the black 6-winged dragon discovered Zhou, it immediately charged over. It remained very fast, but it wasn't as indiscernible as before. Clearly, the water's resistance had created quite a problem for it. Behind it was surging white foam, a result from the flapping of its 3 pairs of wings. Zhou knew that the more bubbles there were, the greater the resistance it experienced. Immediately, he switched back to the inverse ancient sovereign state. The demon dragon true body worked with the 9 dragons art as he constantly darted about in the water, dodging the attacks of the black 6-winged dragon. For seconds, Zhou felt like it was an eternity. The demon dragon true body had greatly increased his expenditure of essence energy, but in such a battle, it was impossible for him to switch back. If he slowed down, he would definitely be devoured by the black 6-winged dragon. After failing to catch up to Zhou several times, the black 6-winged dragon once again flew into a rage. The scales on its body stood up as though it was an angry fowl. Suddenly, the scales bloomed like lotus flowers. Countless scales flew in all directions and sliced through the seawater, instantly appearing in front of Zhou. There were just too many scales. With nowhere to dodge, Zhou gritted his teeth as he gripped the Overlord sword and bamboo blade and forcefully slashed down. The Overlord sword and bamboo blade slashed at the scales of light. With the strength of the demon dragon true body, he managed to shatter the 2 scales in front of him. However, the scales behind them bombarded him like artillery. Zhou tried his best to brandish his blades to block, but he was still unable to do so. Scales of light streaked across his body and immediately sliced through the mutated stone cheese armor. They even sliced through the flesh and bones inside, as blood instantly dyed the seawater red. Zhou flew backward, leaving a long pool of blood in the sea like a blood dragon. 5 seconds. The demon dragon true body automatically lost its effect. Zhou could only switch back to Slaughterer. Although his essence energy instantly recovered, his injuries remained. And he didn't have the chance to switch back to demon dragon true body. This was because the black 6-winged dragon had already torn through the seawater and charged forward like a primordial beast. If Zhou switched back to the inverse ancient sovereign and used the demon dragon true body, his body would stiffen for an instant. It would be enough time for the black 6-winged dragon to kill him several hundred times. Forcefully activating Sigh of the King, a powerful force filled his body, but it also made his injured body feel even more painful. Without fighting the black six-winged dragon, Zhou Wen used all his strength to rush out of the sea like a cannonball with ghost steps. He continued in midair and headed for the beach. The sigh of the king lasted for a limited period of time. Zhou Wen's body couldn't withstand such immense strength. It wouldn't be enough time to kill a mythical creature in battle. If the mythical creature didn't die, he would explode to his death. The black six-winged dragon charged after him. Its speed immediately soared in midair. Despite Zhou Wen using the sigh of the king, the gap between them rapidly shrank. The dragon roar sounded from behind. Zhou Wen could already hear the terrifying shockwave surge behind him. Zhou Wen held the Overlord's sword and slashed out with the demonic astral wheel. With the augmentation of the sigh of the king, the blood-red sword beam sliced through the shockwave and struck the black six-winged dragon's head. The black six-winged dragon flapped its wings and dodged it. Even it felt apprehensive fending off the demonic astral wheel that was augmented by the sigh of the king. It didn't use its body to withstand the blow like before. After dodging the demonic astral wheel, the black six-winged dragon engaged in pursuit. However, to its surprise, the demonic astral wheel spun back and struck the wings on its back. Immediately, a hole tore open on its wings as dragon blood immediately gushed out. With ever victorious cooperating with the sigh of the king, even the black six-winged dragon couldn't remain uninjured. However, such a wound was nothing to the black six-winged dragon. It only served to make it crazier as it chased after Zhou Wen like a lunatic. 6 seconds. Zhou Wen continued counting. Suddenly, a loud shriek sounded from the golden apple tree. Zhou Wen knew that Ensheng had succeeded. This was the signal he had succeeded. Zhou Wen desperately tried to escape, but the black six-winged dragon closed in. Zhou Wen held the banana fan in his hand and fanned at the black six-winged dragon, but all he could do was slow it down. In the darkness, the demonic Nianne controlled the ancient sword to stab at the black six-winged dragon, but this time, it didn't dodge and continued pursuing Zhou Wen crazily. The ancient sword stabbed into its neck, and the blade fully sank into its flesh. However, the black six-winged dragon seemed to have lost all feeling as it continued the chase. As for Zhou Wen's body, he couldn't withstand the power of the sigh of the king. His bones nearly shattered from the pressure, and his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and wounds kept spurting out blood. Damn it! Zhou Wen realized that he couldn't escape the berserk black six-winged dragon. I'm going to risk it. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth. He knew that he was really going all out this time as a desperate measure. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. Ensheng grabbed the golden apple and rushed over frantically, but he was too far away. It was too late. The enraged black six-winged dragon chased after Zhou Wen when he suddenly stopped. He held the sword and saber in each hand. He unleashed the sigh of the king's powers completely, ignoring the possibility of blasting apart his body. He slashed his saber and sword at the black six-winged dragon. Transcendent flying immortal produced sword flashes and saber flashes that constantly flashed, transforming into streams of light that streaked across the black six-winged dragon's body. The black six-winged dragon roared at the sky as its 6 wings flapped crazily, and blocked Zhou Wen's blade beams like a devilish blade. Boom! Zhou Wen's body flew out like a pellet, and slammed into the mountain wall 1,000 meters away. He left a huge hole in the wall as half the mountain wall shattered and collapsed. On the other side, 4 of the 6 wings of the black dragon had been severed. 1.5 wings remained attached to its back, only 1 was intact. Chapter 460 The Death of the Black Six-Winged Dragon. Zhou Wen felt as though all his bones were fractured and his organs were bleeding. He failed to stand up despite struggling a few times. The black six-winged dragon stared at Zhou Wen, its eyes filled with anger and killing intent. In the next second, it opened its mouth and spewed out devilish flames that resembled a volcanic eruption. The flames could destroy everything. Ignoring the fact that Zhou Wen was heavily injured and unable to resist, even if he wasn't injured, it wasn't likely that he could withstand this blow. Zhou Wen could only watch as the demonic flames spewed out, as he remained powerless to resist them. Ensheng was still about 1,000 meters away from Zhou Wen. He had a solemn expression as he placed the golden apple on the ground. Essence energy erupted from his body, as he made a strange pose with his hands, as a glow coruscated between his brows. At that instant, Ensheng's figure blurred as though he had turned into a phantom. However, that was only an instant. Soon, his figure became corporeal again, but he wasn't Ensheng. He had turned into the heavily injured Zhou Wen. Ensheng appeared where Zhou Wen previously was. Boom! The black six-winged dragon's terrifying demonic flame struck Ensheng. Even the mountain wall behind him was torn apart. Large swaths of the mountain walls cracked and dust scattered. Ah, Sheng! Zhou Wen was alarmed as he struggled to stand up, but he repeatedly fell to the ground. The dust dissipated, and Ensheng's body was covered in blood. His armor had also shattered. He pressed his hands on the ground and wobbly stood up. The raging black six-winged dragon opened its mouth to spew another mouthful of flames. Zhou Wen didn't have any combat strength, and In Sheng's situation wasn't any better. All he could do was grit his teeth and summon Banana Fairy, allowing her to use Great Yin Wind at the black six-winged dragon. The black six-winged dragon felt the Grand Yin Wind and turned its head to spit out a mouthful of demonic flames. It collided with the Grand Yin Wind and immediately scattered it. Banana Fairy was tossed in the air and was thrown far away, like a leaf dancing in the wind. The black six-winged dragon also turned its head and looked at Zhou Wen. Finally, its gaze locked onto Zhou Wen. Its eyes were filled with bone-chilling hatred as it dragged its broken wings and, step by step, walked towards Zhou Wen. It looked like it wanted to devour him to dispel the hatred in its heart. And Sheng summoned a bow and shot arrows at the six-winged dragon, but it ignored him. The arrows stabbed deep into the wound on its back. Ignoring everything, the black six-winged dragon continued walking towards Zhou Wen as though there was nothing else in its eyes other than Zhou Wen. "Gold apple! Throw away the gold apple!" And Sheng shouted at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen picked up the golden apple on the ground and threw it into the distance. But the black six-winged dragon didn't look at the golden apple. It firmly walked towards Zhou Wen, who found it difficult to even stand up. It opened its mouth, baring its terrifying fangs. "From the looks of it, there's no escape for me today. I should have known not to enter dimensional zones in real life. Every time I enter a dimensional zone in real life, something bad happens. Could it be that I'm unlucky, and there's something the dimensional zones have against me?" Zhou Wen thought in a self-deprecating manner. And Sheng kept attacking the black six-winged dragon to attract its attention, but it ignored his attacks because it hated Zhou Wen to the core. Although In Sheng's attacks injured the black six-winged dragon's body, he was unable to seriously injure it. Roar! The black six-winged dragon had already rushed in front of Zhou Wen and was about to devour him. Zhou Wen's mind raced, but he couldn't think of a solution. And Sheng summoned a sword and leaped onto the black six-winged dragon's back. He stabbed into its wound, but the black six-winged dragon didn't seem to notice. The killing intent in its eyes burned intensely. It didn't spew out any demonic flames. Only by gnawing on his bones and chewing on his flesh could it fully vent its anger. Just as Zhou Wen was about to be devoured, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking the mouth of the black six-winged dragon. Zhou Wen couldn't help but cry out when he saw that Zhang Yuji was blocking him. Zhang Yuji stood in front of Zhou Wen, but she had no intention of retreating. She clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest as she looked at the black six-winged dragon in a pleading manner. "I beg you, don't hurt him, all right? What's the point of begging it? Move away quickly!" Zhou Wen thought to himself, "Isn't this courting death? Your tiny figure is only a snack for the black six-winged dragon. You'll be devoured in a mouthful." However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, the black six-winged dragon didn't bite down at all. It looked at Zhang Yuji with some hesitation. Zhou Wen and In Sheng looked at Zhang Yuji in shock. In Sheng also stopped driving his sword deeper, afraid that he would anger the black six-winged dragon. Zhang Yuji approached the black six-winged dragon and pressed her hand against its face. She gently said, "Please don't be angry anymore, all right?" The black six-winged dragon stared at Zhang Yuji as it let out a low whimper. It seemed to be about to fly into a rage and devour Zhang Yuji, who was right by its mouth. However, it didn't move. It seemed to be hesitant. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red light burst out from the black six-winged dragon's chest. Blood spewed out like a fountain, bringing with it a purple beam of light. It was the demonic neonate's ancient sword. The black six-winged dragon had ignored the ancient sword when it stabbed into its neck. However, at some point in time, the ancient sword had pierced its body and entered its heart. At this moment, it broke through its heart and heavily injured the black six-winged dragon. Boom! The black six-winged dragon's demonic flames erupted as terrifying power instantly reduced the entire area to ruins. And Sheng's first reaction was to flash in front of Zhou Wen and raise a shield to block the terrifying demonic flames. The shield instantly shattered and turned to ash. And Sheng held Zhou Wen with one hand and pressed his other hand on the ground. Together with Zhou Wen, they instantly vanished into the ground. However, the terrifying force reduced the ground to dust. Zhou Wen felt In Sheng heavily slam into him before the two of them flew out. In the next second, he felt a large amount of cold seawater surge in. When the terrifying demonic flame stopped, half the island had been destroyed, forming a crater 1,000 meters in diameter. The seawater gushed in and Zhou Wen and In Sheng barely floated up. Banana Fairy had pulled them out of the sea. The two of them were almost half dead. Their gazes landed on the spot where the black six-winged dragon was. Only the spot it stood on wasn't destroyed. It stood in the middle of the crater like a stone pillar, staring at Zhang Yuji with a strange look in its eyes. Zhang Yuji was so close to the black six-winged dragon, but she didn't suffer any damage. From her appearance, it was likely that despite the Black Six-Winged Dragon unleashing its power in that situation, it still avoided her. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Zhang Yuji hugged the Black Six-Winged Dragon's chin and cried. Boom! The Black Six-Winged Dragon collapsed to the ground. The vitality in its body gradually dissipated, but it didn't close its eyes. It stared at Zhang Yuji as though puzzled. There was also sorrow, anger, and indescribable complexity in its eyes. Banana Fairy tried her best to pull Zhou Wen and Ensheng to the platform. Both of them were covered in injuries, but after being washed by the seawater, there wasn't much blood on their bodies. They fell to the ground without the strength to even sit up, as their bodies ached terribly. Chapter 461 God's Arrival. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji, who was crying in front of the Black Six-Winged Dragon's corpse. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a golden beam rise from the seawater. A golden apple floated out of the water amidst the pillar of light, and slowly rose into the air. The golden apple was clearly the one Zhou Wen had thrown out. At that moment, it seemed to be alive. It floated in the air, and emitted a resplendent divine light. A golden beam of light descended from the sky like a god. That figure seemed to be condensed from golden light as a terrifying pressure descended. It was like a sea of death, as though it was a supreme existence in the world. The golden light descended from the golden beam, stopping only when it reached the golden apple. It reached out and grabbed the golden apple. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen and company heard the indescribable divine voice in their minds. "Human, you have completed the trials of my race in the human world. Leave your names behind. You will receive the rewards my race will bestow." "I don't want it." Zhang Yuji shook her head and said, the tears on her face still remaining. Zhou Wen and Ensheng exchanged looks before Ensheng nodded at Zhou Wen. After some thought, he said to the golden light, "Poison!" Boom! Once Zhou Wen said that, the entire island trembled, as though the universe's birth was repeating as the time passed. The destroyed island rapidly recovered under the golden glow. The seawater retreated, and the ground returned to normal. The rocks flew back, and the grass sprouted again. A golden apple tree formed a golden apple. Under the golden apple tree, a black dragon appeared. It looked very similar to the one Zhou Wen and company had killed, but there were some differences. As for the Black Six-Winged Dragon corpse that Zhou Wen and company had killed, it gradually disintegrated and vanished, only leaving behind a dimensional crystal. There was an additional item under the apple tree. It was a golden monolith. On the top of the monument was the word, "Poison." There was nothing below. "I'll bestow you a golden apple in the name of the gods." The golden light held the golden apple as the apple shimmered. Moments later, the golden light gradually faded, as the luster on the golden apple converged before slowly flying towards Zhou Wen. When the golden light and beam vanished, the golden apple landed in Zhou Wen's hand. Although it was still the golden apple, Zhou Wen felt that it was somewhat different. "How do we get out?" Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask when he saw the golden light vanish. "Let's try retracing our steps," Ensheng said. "Let's go!" Zhou Wen helped Zhang Yuji up, and picked up the dimensional crystal that the Black Six-Winged Dragon left behind. It was a skill crystal, but he had no idea what skill it was. Furthermore, mythical crystals had high attribute requirements. It wasn't something that could be easily absorbed. The trio once again arrived at the pool. This time, the pool directly sucked them in. When they came out of the waterfall again, they realized that they had returned to the original island. Their boat was moored on the beach, and the distant islands could be vaguely seen. "Do we still head for the other dimensional zones?" Ensheng asked Zhou Wen. "Our injuries are so heavy. I don't know when we will recover." "Why would we go?" Zhou Wen felt certain that the dimensional zones in real life had a vendetta with him. It was best if he didn't head to any dimensional zones in reality. The trio boarded the boat. Zhou Wen and Ensheng were seriously injured, so it wasn't appropriate for them to move around. Zhang Yuji drove the boat, while Ensheng was in charge of directing her, as they returned in the same way towards the Peninsula of Gods. "We have a total of 2 spoils of war. The Golden Apple and Black Six-Winged Dragon's Essence Energy Skill Crystal. Yuji, choose one." Zhou Wen placed the 2 items in front of Zhang Yuji. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuji, he might have already died. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until the demonic neonate's ancient sword tore out of its heart. Zhang Yuji really deserved it. "There's no need. I don't want to see anything related to it." Zhang Yuji shook her head. "Are you alright?" Zhou Wen asked Zhang Yuji. Zhang Yuji's condition was clearly odd. She seemed completely heartbroken over a dimensional creature. Furthermore, despite the Black Six-Winged Dragon being in such a rage, its final strike didn't injure her. It was clearly a little odd. Zhou Wen guessed that the essence energy art which Zhang Yuji might have cultivated had something to do with her life providence. Zhou Wen had previously heard that some life providences could communicate with dimensional creatures, But Zhang Yuji's ability was clearly not as simple as communication. I'm fine. I'll get used to it. Zhang Yuji forced a smile, but it was obvious that she was still in a terrible mood. Seeing that she really didn't want it, to the point of finding it a little loathsome, Zhou Wen offered the 2 items to Ensheng. Ensheng took the dimensional crystal and left the golden apple to Zhou Wen. Take this. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony with Ensheng as he put away the golden apple. Zhang Yuji didn't wish to talk about the incident on the island at all, so Zhou Wen and Ensheng didn't ask further. Along the way, Zhou Wen and company saw a group of sky cranes tear through the air and quickly arrive in front of their boat. Zhang Xiao descended from the back of Sky Crane. When he saw Zhou Wen's and Ensheng's severe injuries, his expression changed drastically. He ignored them and walked straight to Zhang Yuji and asked anxiously, Yuji, are you alright? I'm fine. Thanks to the protection from Zhou Wen and Ensheng, I wasn't injured. They were severely injured. We have to thank them properly, Zhang Yuji said. Zhou Wen and Ensheng immediately understood that Zhang Yuji was afraid that the Zhang family would cause trouble for them. Thank you for protecting Yuji. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to inform me. Zhang Xiao said to Zhou Wen and Ensheng before getting an epic expert from the Zhang family to use rare healing spells to treat their injuries. At the same time, the Sky Crane team escorted Zhang Yuji back. After returning to the harbor, Zhou Wen and Ensheng had greatly recovered. The Zhang family quickly left with Zhang Yuji, as though they were protecting a real princess. I heard that the Zhang family's little princess is very doted upon. Originally, I thought it was because the Zhang family only has one daughter, but from the looks of it, it's not that simple. It might be a reason, but the most important reason is probably related to her life providence. Ensheng said to Zhou Wen when he saw the Zhang family escort disappear with Zhang Yuji. Zhou Wen nodded. He naturally could tell that there was something wrong with Zhang Yuji. Recalling how she had slept in a coffin on the plane, it only implied a greater problem. Don't think too much about it. Let's find a place to recuperate. With such serious injuries, I'm afraid it will take some time for us to recover. Fortunately, the Zhang family helped us with their healing skills. Otherwise, it's hard to say if we would even be able to participate in the auction the day after tomorrow, Ensheng said. Chapter 462 Resetting Life Providence. After finding a hotel, the 2 injured men went back to their individual rooms to rest. The Zhang family's epic expert had very powerful healing abilities, but it was impossible for him to completely heal their damaged organs and bones. Even with their physiques and self-recovery abilities, it would be difficult for them to engage in combat in the next couple of weeks. Zhou Wen lay on the bed with his phone in one hand and the golden apple in the other, as he took a picture of it. Although it was a gift from a god, this thing didn't have a manual. The god didn't tell Zhou Wen what it was for. All Zhou Wen could do was study it himself. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had the mysterious phone. After snapping a picture of the golden apple, he saw its information appear on his phone. Golden apple, a treasure of the Aegeans. Randomly changes a life providence once. Zhou Wen looked at the information and couldn't help but be taken aback. He never expected that something in this world could change a life providence. The changing of a life providence was undoubtedly an opportunity for those who had a crappy life providence. However, Zhou Wen was rather satisfied with his life providence and had no intention of changing it. The golden apple was useless to him. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and put the golden apple into his chaos space. Although this item was useless to him, it was extremely valuable. It was very likely worth more than a mythical companion egg. A life providence wasn't something that could be decided by humans. It was related to the essence energy art one cultivated, and at the same time, it had something to do with one's physique and other factors. Therefore, there was huge variability. Even if one cultivated a top-grade essence energy art and had excellent conditions, he couldn't prevent himself from getting a relatively useless life providence. Just like a senior from the Duga family, he naturally cultivated the best essence energy art. His physique wasn't in any way bad, since he had the inheritance of the Duga family. Furthermore, that person had been talented from a young age. He picked up things quickly, and was considered the future hope of the family. They had spent a lot of effort and resources to nurture him. However, when he condensed his life providence, the life providence he condensed was called God of No Deaths. At that time, everyone thought that was such an impressive name, it would definitely be amazing. However, they realized that with the life providence of the God of No Death, no matter what skills or weapons he used, he was unable to harm his opponent. His life providence prevented him from killing anyone. He couldn't even injure others. If a person couldn't even kill the weakest dimensional creature, wouldn't that make him a cripple? Such an example was not rare in the 6 families. Although there were only a few extreme cases, many still hoped to change their life providences. Zhou Wen had heard from Ensheng that the Cape family once produced an unlucky life providence. It was truly unlucky. If he sold the golden apple to such a person, he could probably exchange it for a mythical companion egg. That person would definitely agree if he had one. Before the auction began, Zhou Wen didn't go anywhere. He just rested in his room and kept grinding the game's dungeons. After the battle with the Black Six-Winged Dragon, the mutated Stone Chi's armor was shattered, so the mutated Stone Chi naturally died. Zhou Wen had lost an important piece of defensive equipment and could only grind for an ordinary Chi. Although it didn't have a high defense like the mutated Stone Chi, he had no other choice. Without the stone artifact, there was probably no way for a second mutated Stone Chi to appear. If it wasn't for the defense of the mutated Stone Chi armor, he might have died while fighting the Black Six-Winged Dragon. He spent 2 days grinding in the Zhuolu battlefield with the baby tiger, but the Chi armor didn't drop. Instead, another white shadow of poison appeared. The baby tiger only increased the drop rate, but what dropped wasn't within Zhou Wen's control. He couldn't get whatever he wanted like Wang Lu. "The auction is about to begin. It's time for us to go." And Sheng called Zhou Wen regarding the auction. Zhou Wen followed in Sheng to the auction. When he arrived at the venue, he took out an auction booklet. Apart from the invisibility cloak, there were many good items for sale. Although there weren't any mythical companion eggs, there were plenty of epic companion eggs. Many of them were exotic. Even an angel companion egg was sold. What surprised Zhou Wen the most was that there were actually constellation companion eggs. The one that appeared at the auction was an Aquilius companion egg. However, the booklet didn't clearly state what an Aquilius companion egg was. From the looks of it, we are rather fated. I never expected to meet you again so quickly. Zhou Wen was reading the booklet in the hall when someone walked over and sat down beside him. Li Maobai? Zhou Wen turned his head and realized that it was Li Maobai. However, when he took a closer look at Li Maobai, he realized that something was amiss. His aura was very weak, as though he was a normal person who had never cultivated before. "Didn't Li Xian tell you? My cultivation is crippled," Li Maobai said indifferently. "It happened on the day of the birthday party?" Zhou Wen sized up Li Maobai in surprise and asked. "I originally wanted to use my own life soul to promote Li Xian's growth, but that pump was disappointing. It failed." Li Maobai briefly explained the situation of him using the evil King Gu to help Li Xian advance to the epic stage. Zhou Wen didn't believe Li Maobai's words. He looked at him and said, "In that case, you were doing it for Li Xian's good? None of that makes sense. Li Xian nearly died in Guide Ancient City." Li Maobai said indifferently, "It's not necessarily for his own good. I just want to achieve my goals. He's just a tool to me, but unfortunately, he's a useless tool. Didn't you know that Su Miantu was also working for me back at Guide Ancient City? If they were to deal with my stupid brother together, do you think he would still be alive?" Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback. Li Maobai's words seemed to make sense. "What about the Lotus Pond? If I hadn't been there..." Before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, Li Maobai interrupted him. "Don't you think that you should have been the one who died?" Li Maobai said expressionlessly. Zhou Wen carefully recalled the situation back then, and couldn't help but feel somewhat taken aback. He realized that it was indeed the case. From beginning to end, Su Miantu's target seemed to be him, not Li Xian. "I originally thought that he was a member of the Li family after all. With the same blood flowing in him, he should be capable of something. I didn't expect him to be a useless fellow. To wash a pig is to waste both water and soap, so he might as well be a pig for the rest of his life. Help me tell him when you return. In the future, no one will trouble him again. Tell him to just be his third young master of the Li family." Li Maobai said. Zhou Wen didn't know if this matter was true or not, nor could he believe that Li Maobai was telling the truth. He had to wait until he returned to ask Li Xian about it before he could confirm the veracity of the matter. Therefore, he didn't wish to tell Li Maobai too much. Chapter 463 Downloading the Temple Dungeon. Li Maobai had no intention of saying anything to Zhou Wen. He got up and left the hall with the girl. The girl followed behind Li Maobai silently. From beginning to end, she hadn't said a word, as if she was Li Maobai's bodyguard. "I heard that Li Maobai from the Li family is quite a figure. Having met him today, he's indeed extraordinary. Even though his cultivation is ruined, he doesn't seem dispirited at all." And Sheng said, "Can he start all over again?" Zhou Wen asked. "Difficult. If he were to forcefully transfer his life soul away, his life providence and foundation will definitely be destroyed, making him inferior to an ordinary person. It's impossible for him to cultivate the same essence energy art. He can't even cultivate the same essence energy art that uses the same essence energy C. He needs to cultivate a essence energy art in other spots to start all over. Furthermore, him restoring a life providence and life soul will probably be 10 times harder than the average person. After all, when a person condenses a life providence for the first time, he has already used up most of his potential. To condense it again, there will be some inborn flaws. Even if he succeeds in condensing one, it will be somewhat lacking. And Sheng said. After pausing for a moment, and Sheng continued. However, a person's strength doesn't just depend on the strength of their combat strength. No matter how weakly Mobile's life providence is, he cannot be underestimated. If you become his enemy in the future, you must be careful. Zhou Wen nodded. It was true that the worth of a person who could be so ruthless to himself couldn't simply be measured by his strength. The Yin family was considered a wealthy family in the East District, but they could only sit in the hall like the others. The Zhang family likely had an individual room, so Zhou Wen didn't see Zhang Yuji in the hall. After the auction began, Zhou Wen watched by the side, having no intention of taking action. The Aquilius companion egg was won by someone from the West District, so Zhou Wen ultimately didn't learn what companion beast it was. In the midst of this, Zhou Wen saw Li Mabai bid a few times. Apart from some of West District companion eggs, he had also bid on an Essence Energy art named Constellation Artwork. The final appearance was the Invisibility Cloak companion egg, and the competition exceeded Zhou Wen's imagination. The average person had too few channels to obtain a mythical companion beast, so even if they knew the possibility of incubating the cloak was low, many tycoons still wanted to give it a try. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of spending money, but in the end, the price of the invisibility cloak went out of control. And Sheng had already hit his limit and had repeatedly requested in Tianzhou to obtain more funding, but in the end, he couldn't obtain the funds. Yet, there were still people bidding for it. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the invisibility cloak was won by a guest in a VIP room. I didn't expect the price offered for the invisibility cloak to be much higher than the last time. And Sheng said helplessly. Zhou Wen was helpless as well. Although he had plenty of essence crystals on hand, he couldn't just use them as money. Furthermore, the price was just too high. After the auction ended, Zhou Wen didn't immediately leave the Peninsula of Gods. He planned on taking this opportunity to visit Athena's temple to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol, or his trip would have been for nothing. This time, Zhou Wen made up his mind not to enter. He would just look from the outside. The humans on the Peninsula of Gods had discovered a temple. The temple didn't have a name, only a shield-shaped carving. On the shield, there was also a portrait of a beautiful goddess's head. Many people guessed that it was the goddess of wisdom's temple, because her head portrait was often engraved on a shield in ancient times. It represented protection and resistance against invasion. However, up to now, no one had been able to prove that it was the goddess of wisdom's temple. Furthermore, the temple had not been fully explored and many people had died inside. Now, the Peninsula of Gods allowed anyone to enter the temple to explore, so as to attract more hunters. Zhou Wen had no intention of taking the risk to enter the temple. He purely wanted to see if there was a tiny palm symbol. Furthermore, his injuries hadn't healed, so it was inconvenient for him to fight. And Sheng rented a car and took him to the temple. 3 hours later, the two arrived in front of a massive stone palace. Zhou Wen saw the shield symbol on the palace door, and the side profile of the woman in the middle of the shield. This woman's head portrait was clearly of West District heritage. It was different from what Zhou Wen had seen on the anchor symbol. Apart from the shield and the woman's portrait, there were also many ancient European-style patterns along the side. Before Zhou Wen could carefully look at the patterns, the mysterious phone automatically vibrated. Zhou Wen took out his phone and aimed it at the palace. The camera function automatically locked onto a tiny palm symbol on a pattern. He pressed the shutter button and the screen showed a download. It delighted Zhou Wen. From the looks of it, the dimensional zones in the West District can be downloaded as well. It will be great if I can download all the temples of the 12 Olympian gods as game dungeons. It would be best if I could download the temples of the 12 titans, chaos, and the 5 primordial deities. Zhou Wen was only musing. Ignoring the fact that most of the temples of the 12 Olympian gods had yet to be discovered, there were no traces of the Titan's temple. Even those that had been discovered were likely controlled by the families of the Peninsula of Gods. Ordinary people were unable to approach them. Just as he was thinking about what other dimensional zones he could visit, he suddenly saw a group of people escorting a person to the temple. Brother, who is that? He appears famous? And Sheng asked a passerby and pointed at the man who appeared like a celebrity. You don't even know about Lucas? He's the pride of our Peninsula of Gods. He advanced to the epic stage at the age of 20 and killed the Cyclops single-handedly. At sea, he fought Leviathan. He even created the world-famous Lucas Battle Aura. The passerby praised him to the heavens. Zhou Wen realized that this man's results were so illustrious that he was definitely an extremely powerful figure. He couldn't help but stop for a moment. He imagined that the man was here to explore the temple, but to his surprise, he held a fan meeting at the entrance of the temple. Lucas! Lucas! The fan shouted his name loudly. Is this Lucas really that powerful? After the passerby left, Zhou Wen asked and Sheng in disbelief. Perhaps it's different from common folklore. I've heard of his name before, but I've never seen him before. He's only active around the Peninsula of Gods. He's a famous independent hunter. He's about 30 years old. In the past, he had quite a few impressive results. He's quite famous here at the Peninsula of Gods. As for the Lucas Battle Aura, I've never heard of it before. And Shung said, The two of you. That's right. I'm talking about you. Foreign fans, let the great Lucas give you an autograph. Zhou Wen and Shung were chatting by the periphery of the crowd. They didn't know why Lucas would suddenly point at them, as if he had a screw loose. Chapter 460 for the Great Lucas. Zhou Wen turned his head, and saw that they were the only ones from the East District. The others looked Mediterranean. Clearly, the two fans that Lucas mentioned were likely him and Shung. Many of Lucas's fans looked at them enviously. Don't doubt it. Don't be excited, my friend. It's you. I, Lucas, can't let you return disappointed after you came all this way here. Come, my friend, take the great Lucas's autograph and enjoy a luxurious day tour sponsored by Lucas. Leave pleasant memories of your stay here in the beautiful Peninsula of Gods. When you return, you can tell your friends in the East District how beautiful the Peninsula of Gods is. Of course, tell people how handsome the great Lucas is. Lucas said, as he pointed at the two of them. Ahem. Young Master One, I don't think he has any ill intentions. I've heard about his style before. We should respect his enthusiasm and kind intentions. We need to be gentlemanly and polite. And Shung whispered to Zhou Wen. Hence, Zhou Wen and Shung boarded the temporary stage under the envy of many fans. Come on, buddy. Where do you want the great Lucas autograph signed? On your chest or your butt? I'm just joking. I only sign on the butts of women, Lucas said with a smile. Zhou Wen really couldn't appreciate Lucas's humor, much less allow him to scribble on his clothes. He took out a notebook and handed it to him. Please sign here. Friends from the East District are indeed reserved. All right, as you wish. Lucas waved his pen rapidly and signed his name on Zhou Wen's notebook. What about you, my friend? Lucas looked at Shung. I'll have to trouble you to sign here, Shung said as he flipped a page and pointed at a blank spot in the notebook. You East District people are too strict. Young people should be more relaxed. Don't be embarrassed to express your love. All right, I should sign something special for you. As Lucas spoke, he signed again. This time, he did not sign a name, but wrote a sentence. Dedicated to my dear friend, your greatest love, Lucas. He spoke it out loud as he wrote before signing his name. Zhou Wen didn't know what expression Shung had, but he nearly burst out laughing. Shung said expressionlessly to Lucas, Thank you for your autograph. We still have matters to attend to. I'm afraid we have to leave. Don't be in such a rush to leave. There's still the luxurious tour that's fully paid for. You have a chance of coming into close contact with the mighty Lucas and seeing how I hunt dimensional creatures. Whatever is received today will be yours. Today is your lucky day. Come on, young friends. He wrapped his arms around Zhou Wen and Shung's shoulders. Then, he said to the fans, Thank you for your support. Today, I'll be entertaining my fans from the East District, so pardon me. With that said, he handsomely snapped his fingers, and a companion beast that looked like a dinosaur appeared in front of him. He flew up and waved at Zhou Wen and Shung. Don't be shy. There's no need to be too pleasantly surprised. Try having a ride on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is what you deserve. Lucas! Lucas! A group of fans cheered. They were clapping for the lucky Zhou Wen and Shung, as though encouraging them to be braver. Zhou Wen and Shung looked at each other before Shung nodded. Then, they flipped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus. Lucas handsomely patted it and said, Oh pal, let's set off. The Tyrannosaurus roared cooperatively, causing the young fans to cheer crazily. Then, it ran to the opposite side of the street. Zhou Wen and Shung were dumbfounded. They had heard Lucas talk so much at the temple entrance, and had imagined that he was going in to explore the temple. To their surprise, he didn't enter the temple, and instead rode the Tyrannosaurus down the street. Many youths from the Peninsula of Gods let out cheers when they saw him. Lucas also greeted them handsomely. Is this fellow a celebrity or an epic expert? Zhou Wen wore an odd expression. After running for a while, the Tyrannosaurus came in front of a metalwork temple. Lucas showed his pass, and took Zhou Wen and Shung in. Didn't you say that only residents of the Peninsula of Gods can enter the metalwork temple? Zhou Wen asked Shung in puzzlement. And Shung clearly didn't know why Lucas was able to take them in. On the other hand, Lucas said coolly, The great Lucas is the image ambassador of freelance hunters in the Federation. Here at the Peninsula of Gods, I'm the only one who can bring you in here. Now, you should understand how rare this is, right? Great Lucas, can I take a few photos in front of the temple's entrance? Zhou Wen hurriedly said to Lucas, when he saw the small palm symbol, as they approached the entrance. Haha, you're really a smart little imp. Are you taking the opportunity to have a photo with me? Of course you can. You are the VIP today, said Lucas warmly, as he wrapped his muscular arm around Zhou. With no choice, Zhou had no choice but to take a few pictures with Lucas before seizing the opportunity, when Sheng had a photo with Lucas to snap the tiny palm symbol with his mysterious phone. He had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to enter the Metalwork Temple, but to his surprise, he was able to download it thanks to this chance. He really wanted to thank this mighty Lucas. After taking a group photo, Lucas led them into the Metalwork Temple. The temple was like a blacksmith shop. It was filled with machinery used for forging. There was a huge steel furnace, work platforms, and some tools. Zhou couldn't name them. However, the heat in the furnace was hot. There was actually liquid like metal boiling in them. From time to time, one could see fire sprites jumping inside. Are those fire elemental sprites? Zhou asked as he pointed at a scarlet ball of fire. It's about the same. However, its real name should be the Steel Cauldron Fire Sprite. It's a type of elemental sprite. It has high temperatures and can spew out high-temperature flames. It's a very powerful legendary creature. As Lucas spoke, he summoned a long-handled axe. He rode on the Tyrannosaurus and slashed at it with a cool slash. He struck the Steel Cauldron Fire Sprite and destroyed it, sending sparks flying. Lucas raised a shield in his other hand to block the sparks, preventing Zhou and Sheng from being affected. Having killed the Steel Cauldron Fire Sprite, Lucas smiled at them and said, "What a pity. There weren't any dimensional crystals or companion eggs. From the looks of it, your luck ain't that good." Chapter 465 Fire Furnace Queen. Lucas rode on the Tyrannosaurus as they stormed through the Metalwork Temple. He killed several Steel Cauldron Fire Sprites and several robot dimensional creatures. They were instantly killed in one strike, making him look rather powerful. However, his luck was clearly average. After killing more than 10 legendary creatures, only one strength dimensional crystal dropped. It was even at the legendary stage. We've finally gained something. From the looks of it, your luck isn't too bad. Take it. Don't stand on ceremony with the mighty Lucas. This is what you deserve. Lucas handed the dimensional crystal to Zhou before taking out his phone. He took a selfie with Zhou and himself together with the dimensional crystal. Zhou broke out into a sweat as he thought to himself, this person is really a piece of work. There's really no limit to this world when it comes to surprises. To think that such a person is a famous epic expert from the Peninsula of Gods. I really didn't expect it. Lucas led them through the hall's corridor and constantly killed various dimensional creatures. However, they were all at the legendary stage. Most of them were Steel Cauldron Fire Sprites with the occasional robot. Suddenly, a flaming person that resembled magma appeared in front of him. Zhou immediately recognized it. It was an epic fire sprite that they had seen previously. You are really lucky to encounter an epic fire sprite. From the looks of it, I have encountered a true opponent today. Young lads, watch the battle from the side. If the fire sprite drops a companion egg, you will really be lucky. Lucas made the two of them alight the Tyrannosaurus before charging at the fire sprite. The fire sprite was nearly 3 meters tall. When Lucas fought the fire sprite, while riding the Tyrannosaurus, Zhou frowned. To be honest, the fire sprite had quite good fire elemental powers, and it wasn't afraid of being injured. It was indeed quite strong, but Lucas was one of the famous epic experts in the Peninsula of Gods. He actually had a tough time defeating the fire sprite. The battle looked gaudy, as the gigantic axe and shield bombarded the flames. In addition, the roars of the Tyrannosaurus and the fire sprite made it seem like a battle between epic monsters. If this was a movie, Zhou could give it 99% for the visual effects. However, from Zhou's point of view, Lucas was too much a noob. He had average combat talent and was quite pedestrian. With an epic Tyrannosaurus, an epic companion beast weapon, and epic armor, he only managed to tie with the fire sprite. Apart from noob, Zhou didn't have any other words to describe him. Is this really a famous epic expert whose name resounds in the Peninsula of Gods? Zhou looked at Sheng and asked. Yes, I think so. And Sheng's expression was calm. Clearly, he had seen all kinds of things happen before, so he wasn't too surprised. Zhou naturally refused to believe that the Peninsula of Gods was only at that level. If the top epic expert in the Peninsula of Gods was at this level, the resources here would probably have been snatched away by other factions. After fighting for more than half an hour, the intense battle ended with Lucas's victory. However, the fire sprite also left injuries on him. Lucas even showed Zhou and Sheng his injuries, as though he was flaunting them. He even took a few selfies as a memento. However, Lucas was really a generous person. When the fire sprite dropped a Essence Energy Skill Crystal, he actually gave it to Zhou and Sheng according to his promise. However, he still naturally took the picture to commemorate this. He did all of this with great familiarity. You sure are lucky to have a Fire Sprite's crystal drop. This is a good item that is about a 3% drop rate, said Lucas as he stuffed the crystal into Ensheng's hands. He then asked, let's add each other as friends. I'll send you the pictures later. I haven't installed that software. Let Zhou add you. Ensheng reacted quickly and directed this at Zhou. Zhou wasn't eloquent, so he added Lucas as a friend. Then, he saw that he had sent the photo they had just taken, along with some stage lines. Although I've suffered some injuries, it's worth it to let fans from the East District witness Lucas's strength and charm. A few of them were photos of him getting injured while fighting the Fire Sprite. There was also the picture of him giving Zhou the crystal. The comments were filled with envy. There were all sorts of comments that claimed how awesome it was. Some even praised Lucas for his invincibility. It's really a waste that this bro isn't a celebrity, Zhou thought to himself. Lucas led the two of them to continue hunting dimensional creatures in the Metalwork Temple. He was clearly very familiar with this place as he traversed the corridors that resembled a spiderweb and found quite a number of dimensional creatures. Lads, it's time to rest. As a great hunter, you have to know how to enjoy life. Work and play need to be combined to ensure that you are always in your optimum combat state. As Lucas spoke, he took out a folded chair and table from a box on the Tyrannosaurus's back. Inside it was an umbrella. This fellow actually made it seem like he was drinking coffee by the sea. He set up all sorts of things in the Metalwork Temple. Even food was prepared. It looked like a sumptuous spread. Just as Zhou and Ensheng were about to start eating, they heard snapping sounds. Lucas had taken another selfie with them, before quickly posting a few words on the internet. Zhou saw Lucas's message. It was the picture that had just been taken. On it was the tagline, Heroes mid-game break. Zhou and Ensheng continued eating by themselves. Not to mention, the food brought by Lucas was quite good. Zhou had never tried such exotic food, so he ended up eating quite a lot. The three of them were eating when they suddenly felt the temperature in their surroundings rise. The air that was originally extremely hot, because of the huge steel furnaces, was now unbearable. Their hair almost charred. Zhou turned his head and saw a burning dimensional creature with a pair of butterfly-like flaming wings. On its head was a flaming crown. It was a dimensional creature that had flown out of another palace. What's that? Zhou asked curiously. No good. It's the Fire Furnace Queen. Get up. Let's go! Lucas was surprisingly fast. Ignoring the chairs and table, he jumped onto the Tyrannosaurus's back and shouted to Zhou and Ensheng. Why are you running? Get rid of it. It would be nice if a companion egg dropped. Zhou had heard the passerby mention that the Fire Furnace Queen was a mutated epic creature. She possessed very powerful flaming powers, and was extremely rare. I can fight her alone, but you will definitely be implicated if you are here. How can the mighty Lucas allow you to be injured? I'll fight her again after I take you out. Before Lucas could finish his sentence, Zhou summoned a sword and casually slashed out a sword beam. The sword beam shot out and cleaved apart the Fire Furnace Queen's body. Flames splattered everywhere as a companion egg dropped. The mighty Lucas gaped in astonishment as he stared at the Overlord sword in Zhou's hand. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Chapter 466. The invisibility cloak is stolen. What's up with this fellow? He doesn't seem to be even 20 years old. He should still be a student, right? How can he so easily kill the Fire Furnace Queen? Countless thoughts flashed through Lucas's mind. That sword's beam is way too powerful, isn't it? The Fire Furnace Queen is an extremely powerful existence even among epic creatures. Yet, she couldn't even withstand one strike. It must be because the sword is too powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strength at such a young age. That's not right. Only by advancing to the epic stage can he incubate an epic companion beast. That means he's at least at the epic stage. Zhou had already picked up the Fire Furnace Queen companion egg. It was still very useful. With powerful fire elemental powers, she performed pretty well in many human fields. Young lad, you're pretty strong. You're almost on par with me. Have you graduated from college? Lucas laughed as he walked forward and asked. He thought to himself, this fellow might only look young and rather young. In fact, he's already quite old. He's probably in his 30s, like. Yes, that must be the case. Not yet. I'm still schooling. Zhou answered. Lucas froze when he heard that. He forced a smile and continued asking. What year are you in? Lucas calculated inwardly. I advanced to the epic stage at the age of 20, just as I graduated from university. The East District should be the same as our Peninsula of Gods. They are all about 17 years old when they enter college. If he's in his 4th year, he should be 20. To advance to the epic stage at the same age means the mighty Lucas didn't lose. I'm a freshman. Joan said as he put away the companion egg. Did you attend university late? Lucas found it unbelievable that Joan had advanced to the epic stage at 17. No. I attended university at a normal age. Have you been retained? No. Lucas looked at Joan with an odd expression. After some time, he wrapped his arm around Joan's shoulder and said, To have such achievements at such a young age, from the looks of it, you will be as great as Lucas in the future. Joan thought to himself that this person was really thick-skinned, but he wasn't a bad person. Lucas, thank you for your hospitality today. It's time we bid you farewell. If you have a chance of coming to the East District in the future, contact us. Joan said to Lucas. Where are you going? Anyway, it's on the way. I'll take you there. Lucas patted his Tyrannosaurus and thought to himself. Thankfully, I have such a domineering companion beast mount. This isn't something that can be easily obtained. I spent a large sum of money to obtain it. Thank you for your kind intentions, but there's no need. We can go back ourselves. And Shung said as he summoned a mount. When Lucas saw the mount, his eyes widened. It was also a Tyrannosaurus. Although it was about the same size as his Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was made of metal. It looked like a metal statue, not a living creature. Is this an epic mutated metal Tyrannosaurus? On the list of companion beasts released by the Federation, Lucas had seen the introduction of this mutated metal Tyrannosaurus. It was far stronger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After Joan and Shung bade farewell, they left on the mutated metal Tyrannosaurus. After returning to his senses, he hurriedly uploaded the photo of the flaming furnace queen's corpse on the internet. There was even a caption. Today, I hunted a very rare fire furnace queen with my friends from the East District. Delightful. Your mount isn't bad. Where did you get it from? Joan asked as he looked at the mutated metal Tyrannosaurus. I got it when I went to Dinosaur Island. There are dinosaurs everywhere there. If you're interested, I'll take you there in the future. And Shung said with a smile. I think we should head to the nearby temples to take a look. Joan still wanted to visit the other temples to see if there were any tiny palm symbols. It was best if he could download more dungeons. Do you want to visit the other temples? Why not let the great Lucas take you there? Otherwise, there are many dimensional zones in the Peninsula of Gods that don't allow outsiders to enter. Lucas rode his Tyrannosaurus Rex and chased after them. How can we trouble you? Joan asked. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're friends, Lucas said straightforwardly. Lucas led them to the relatively famous dimensional zones on the Peninsula of Gods, such as the god of light Apollo's music temple. It sounded a little odd, but the Olympian gods usually had multiple titles. Apollo was talented and took on many titles. The music temple was one of his many temples. Joan found the tiny palm symbol outside the music temple and downloaded it. After that, he went to the other temples, but Joan didn't find the tiny palm symbol. He downloaded 3 dungeons that day. The Metalwork Temple, Music Temple, and Cursed Demon Palace. The first dungeon Joan had downloaded was actually Cursed Demon Palace. This surprised him. Athena was the goddess of wisdom, and in the legends, she was also the goddess of war, but the word curse didn't seem related to her. Furthermore, the word Demon Palace was clearly not something a god's temple should have. This made Joan realize that the temple didn't belong to the goddess of wisdom. If the people on the Peninsula of Gods treated it as a temple of the goddess of wisdom, they would likely suffer a huge loss. Joan originally wanted to visit a few more dimensional zones, but after receiving a phone call, Lucas hurriedly left, as though he had something urgent to attend to. Joan and Shung had no choice but to return to the hotel. This was because the Zhang family had already left the Peninsula of Gods. They couldn't hitch a ride on the plane back, so they could only fly back on Federation Airlines. Just as they were about to book the air tickets, Joan received a call from Lucas. Dear friend, if a police officer requests you to assist in their investigations, don't panic. It's just assisting in the investigations. I'll rush to the police station to testify for you, said Lucas without any head or tail. What happened? Why are we being taken by the police to assist in investigations? A puzzled Joan asked. Lucas said, The invisibility cloak companion egg bought by Lord Ajar for a large sum of money has been stolen. The thief has East District features. Therefore, every East District person in the Peninsula of Gods is being investigated. For now, they can't leave the Peninsula of Gods. However, you don't have to worry. When the invisibility cloak companion egg was stolen yesterday, you were always with the great Lucas. I will be your witness. Thank you, Lucas. Joan thanked him sincerely. Although he wasn't afraid of being investigated, it was indeed nice of Lucas to inform them in advance. Chapter 467 Cursed Demon Palace. The invisibility cloak companion egg has been stolen. I wonder who did it. Joan hung up and said to Shung. It's hard to tell. There are too many people who want the invisibility cloak companion egg. Furthermore, the trait of looking like someone from the East District isn't reliable. There are some rare essence energy skills and companion beasts that can allow one to change their appearances, Ensheng said. As the two of them spoke, they heard a knock on the door. When they opened it, they found the local police to get them to assist in their investigations. Zhou Wen and Ensheng cooperated and went to the police station. They saw many people from the East District there. Li Mabai was one of them. Most of the people who were there were people from the East District who had participated in the auction. Zhou Wen and Ensheng were separately questioned during the investigations, but they were quickly released. My friends, you're fine now. I've already made it clear to them. You were with me the entire time yesterday and didn't have the chance to steal the companion egg. However, before the ban is removed, you are temporarily unable to leave the Peninsula of Gods. Lucas walked over and said warmly, That's good too. It gives me the chance to entertain you for a few more days. Lucas, do you know what kind of person stole the invisibility cloak companion egg? Ensheng asked. Lucas said, It's a man from the East District. He acted the role of a companion egg merchant and entered Lord Ajar's house. After he left, the invisibility cloak companion egg was gone. From the surveillance, he's a man from the East District. However, it's hard to tell. As you know, in our eyes, all men from the East District look rather similar. Furthermore, it's difficult to tell his age. Can we watch the surveillance footage? Ensheng asked. I'm afraid not. However, if you just want to see what that thief looks like, you can just look at this. Lucas handed Ensheng a piece of paper. It was a warrant of arrest with a photo on it. It was indeed a man from the East District. He looked to be in his 20s or 30s. Do you know him? Lucas asked. I don't know him. Ensheng looked carefully before shaking his head. Zhou Wen looked at the portrait and felt that he probably had never seen such a man before. However, for some reason, he found him somewhat familiar. After careful inspection, Zhou Wen shook his head and said, Nah, I really don't know him. After returning to the hotel, Ensheng said to Zhou Wen, Perhaps this will be an opportunity. Since the invisibility cloak companion egg has been stolen, it becomes an ownerless object. Perhaps we will have a chance to obtain it. We don't even know who stole the companion egg. What chance can we have? Zhou Wen said. The Peninsula of Gods is dangerous. There are dimensional zones everywhere, and there aren't many paths to take. It won't be easy to escape with the invisibility cloak, so we might stand a chance. Ensheng said. I'm just afraid that he would hide in a dimensional zone with the companion egg before coming out a year and a half later. When that happens, we won't be able to catch him no matter if he hatches it. Zhou Wen shook his head. Then let's see how powerful the tycoons of the Peninsula of Gods like Ajar are. Anyway, we won't suffer any losses, Ensheng said with a smile. Zhou Wen returned to his room and prepared to grind the new instance dungeons. Among the 3 dungeons, he had already gone to the metalwork temple in real life once. Although he didn't venture deep, he wasn't in a rush to grind it. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before choosing to enter the Cursed Demon Palace. The unknown was interesting. Zhou Wen also wanted to see what it looked like inside the Cursed Demon Palace that had been accidentally passed off as a temple of the Goddess of Wisdom. The blood-colored avatar appeared in a palace. It was ancient and glorious, with many exquisite sculptures and patterns, but it gave off a weird feeling. It looked so eerie, and it's obvious that it's not an orthodox deity's temple. Why would those people think that this is the temple of the Goddess of Wisdom? Zhou Wen found the cartoon-style dungeon eerie and terrifying, so it meant that, in reality, the temple was definitely worse. However, Zhou Wen didn't know that many deity temples were extremely eerie and terrifying. He didn't see any dimensional creatures as he controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk into the palace. After taking a few steps, a stone statue beside him suddenly came alive. The stone was like a warrior holding a sword and a shield. When Zhou Wen approached him, he came to life and struck out with the stone sword. Without needing Zhou Wen to take action, the fire furnace queen beside the blood-colored avatar spewed out a ball of flames, blasting the stone statue to pieces. When Zhou Wen returned to the hotel, he had hatched the fire furnace queen and the silver water snake companion egg. Fire furnace queen, epic. Life providence, fire elemental body. Life soul, flaming crown. Strength, 36. Speed, 37. Constitution, 32. Essence energy, 37. Talent skill, fire bullet, fire furnace, fire elemental affinity. Companion form, flaming crown. The fire furnace queen stats were considered top-notch among epic creatures, but compared to Overlord's sword, her attack power was far inferior. Her companion form augmented fire elemental powers, so it wasn't of much use to Zhou Wen. However, the fire furnace queen had an extremely great advantage. Her fire elemental body life providence and her fire elemental affinity essence energy skill could last for a very long period of time when she was releasing fire elemental essence energy skills. Together with the large area of attack of fire furnace, she could transform an area spanning 100 meters into a sea of flames. Furthermore, it could last for a long time. It was an awesome skill for grinding monsters. Although Banana Fairy's grinding wind was stronger, it required Zhou Wen to keep using it. In comparison, Fire Furnace just needed to be cast, and the area within would keep burning for an hour in a sea of flames. All the monsters that entered would die. Of course, it was another matter for dimensional creatures that could withstand Fire Furnace. Zhou Wen could use her to kill the monsters, preventing him from being entangled by ordinary monsters. It was much more convenient, and it increased his grinding efficiency. Zhou would originally believe that this place would have many monsters that use curses, thanks to its name, Cursed Demon Palace. Truth Listener could perfectly restrain that. To his surprise, there were only stone monsters, stone warriors, stone lions, and stone scorpions. The entire palace was filled with stone statues, all of which were powerful dimensional creatures with resilient bodies. None of them could curse. The Truth Listener earring didn't react either. Later, Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to distinguish between the rocks that were alive from the dead ones. Wherever he went, he got Fire Furnace Queen to throw a ball of fire furnace, turning the area into a sea of fire that burned the stone statues inside to death. On the phone screen, notifications of him killing dimensional creatures constantly appeared. Many dimensional crystals dropped. Chapter 468 Medusa. With the baby tiger, the dimensional crystals that dropped were pretty good. Many of the stacked crystals exceeded 30 points. One of the stone warriors dropped Essence Energy Skill Crystal. As he cleared the area with Fire Furnace Queen, he came to a palace that blocked his way. The stone door of the palace was tightly shut, and on it, Zhou Wen saw the carving on the temple's main door. Outside, the shield was a woman's side profile, but there was a difference inside. The woman on the shield faced forward. One could tell that it was a very beautiful girl. Her eyes were as alluring as the sea. Even though it was just a carving, one could not help but take a second look. Zhou Wen took a look and felt his ear heat up. The Truth Listener earring emitted an intense heat. Then, he felt a terrifying essence energy surge into his body, filling it with essence energy that constantly seeped out. Such terrifying amounts of essence energy. If not for the Truth Listener earring, the blood-colored avatar would probably have died, right? Zhou Wen was alarmed. Zhou Wen realized that as long as the blood-colored avatar didn't look at the beauty's eyes on the stone door, Truth Listener wouldn't react. This also meant that the eyes of the beautiful stone statue were the source of the problem. Zhou Wen closed his eyes and relied on Truth Listener's hearing, nullifying the beauty's eyes completely. When he arrived at the door, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to push it open with all his might, but the stone door didn't budge an inch as though it had been welded shut. Zhou Wen used Overlord Sword to slash at the stone door a few times, but it seemed to have divine power protecting it. Despite Overlord Sword's ever-victorious trait, it failed to leave a mark on the door, much less split it open. Since there's a door, there must be a way in. But how do I enter? Zhou Wen groped around the door, hoping to find the mechanism to open the door. When Zhou Wen's hands touched the beautiful woman's eyes, there was a clicking sound, as though some mechanism had been activated. The door automatically separated to the left and right. The door opened to reveal the palace. It was pitch black inside without any lighting. Zhou Wen scanned the palace with Truth Listener's ability, and saw many stone pillars and some braziers. As the palace was too large, Truth Listener's hearing powers couldn't reach the deepest depths. However, no dimensional creature was found in the vicinity, nor were there any stone statues. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to step into the palace. The door to the palace automatically closed behind him. The 2 rows of braziers lit up and extended all the way to the deepest depths of the palace. Zhou Wen looked inside and saw a beautiful girl sitting on a throne. Her appearance was identical to the beautiful woman on the shield. She looked like she had stepped out of the painting. However, she was even more charming than the portrait, especially her eyes. Although they were cartoonish, they were filled with seduction, making it impossible for his eyes to move away from her. With just a glance, the blood-colored avatar's body immediately underwent a special change. Its blood-colored body turned into stone, like a statue before the game screen went black. I died. Why didn't the Truth Listener earring work? Zhou Wen found it odd. Previously, Truth Listener earring had shown its effects, but why was it completely useless after seeing the girl inside the palace? Even if the girl was at the mythical stage, and the Truth Listener earring wasn't strong enough to withstand such immense power, it shouldn't have had zero reaction. This left Zhou Wen very puzzled. After some thought, Zhou Wen came up with only one possibility. Since there's no reaction from the Truth Listener earring, there's only one possibility. The girl's eyes in the palace, and the beautiful woman's eyes on the shield aren't the same power. This piqued Zhou Wen's interest in the girl. He dripped his blood to revive, as he entered the cursed demon palace once again, and stormed straight to the girl. After entering, Zhou Wen made the blood-colored avatar keep his eyes closed. He didn't even look at the girl to prevent himself from being petrified by the girl's gaze. Indeed, this method was feasible. As long as he didn't look at the girl's eyes, he wouldn't be petrified. Is this girl the legendary creature in myths? Zhou Wen had previously read a myth about the Peninsula of Gods. When he saw the girl's petrification gaze, he thought of a famous monster in myths, Medusa. In ancient myths, Medusa was a natural demon. Her head portrait would be engraved on a shield to ward off evil. There was also a myth that Medusa was a beautiful girl who tried to compete with the goddess of wisdom, only to be beheaded by the goddess of wisdom, and then embedded on a shield. Modern people usually believe that Medusa had a human head and a snake body, but in ancient myths, only Medusa's hair consisted of venomous snakes. There was no other difference from humans. Zhou Wen didn't know which myth matched the dimensional zones. However, if this girl was really Medusa, the latter had seemed more likely. The girl sat on the throne and watched every step as the blood-colored avatar approached. There was no movement, and she sat there quietly. Zhou Wen carefully approached the girl and had already reached the throne, but he still hadn't seen her move. It can't be a dummy, right? Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, no matter how he looked at the girl in front of him, she was beautiful, extremely beautiful. Worthy of note was her beautiful long hair that had an indescribable charm. She didn't look like a dummy in any way. The blood-colored avatar had already walked up to the girl, but the girl remained sitting there motionless. She only looked at him with her eyes without any intention of speaking. Could it really be a dummy? Zhou Wen thought to himself as he reached out and pinched the girl's face. It was fleshy and warm. It was clearly not a fake. When Zhou Wen touched the girl, her expression immediately changed. Almost instantly, her beautiful face turned as terrifying as a ferocious ghost. Her beautiful hair turned into venomous snakes, immediately turning her from a beautiful girl into a terrifying demoness. A pair of swan wings appeared behind her. When she opened her mouth, it was filled with fangs as it hissed at Zhou Wen strangely. Zhou Wen couldn't help but open his eyes and glance at her. The Truth Listener earring released a scorching energy that nearly scalded Zhou Wen's ear. At the same time, large amounts of essence energy surged into his body. Strange, why does Truth Listener work now? Zhou Wen was puzzled, but it was too late to think about it. The demoness had already attempted to devour him. Chapter 469 The Thief Found. The terrifying venomous snakes were difficult to count. They nearly enveloped the entire palace, making it impossible for Zhou Wen to dodge. Zhou Wen unsheathed his sword and slashed at the venomous snakes in front of him, but when the venomous snakes in front of him were injured, more appeared from elsewhere, swept over, and wrapped around the Overlord's sword. There were even venomous snakes that bit at the Overlord's sword, snapping it. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he switched to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, summoning the inverse Ancient Sovereign, and using the Demon Dragon True Body. With the augmentation of the powerful Demon Dragon True Body, the blood-colored avatar ignored the venomous snake's bites as he charged at Medusa. The venomous snake bit on the scales of the Demon Dragon True Body, leaving only faint teeth marks. Although the snake venom had infiltrated his body, Zhou Wen's poison resistance was high. With the augmentation of the Demon Dragon True Body, the snake venom failed to do anything to him. Grabbing the venomous snakes with both hands, he tore them apart. He then charged towards Medusa and punched her in the chest. Medusa also refused to be outdone and fought Zhou Wen. Her speed was faster than Zhou Wen's, but her strength wasn't as strong as that of a Demon Dragon True Body. For a moment, there was no clear winner. Zhou Wen's Demon Dragon True Body could usually only last 10 seconds, but Zhou Wen kept staring at Medusa's eyes. Medusa's petrification ability allowed Zhou Wen to obtain large amounts of essence energy through the Truth Listener earring. This allowed him to use the Demon Dragon True Body for a longer period of time. Medusa's strongest eyes of petrification was useless against Zhou Wen. Her long snake hair had little effect on him. The battle was a close match, making it impossible to determine the winner. Although there was a large amount of essence energy to replenish him, it was still insufficient for the Demon Dragon True Body to sustain the expenditure. As time passed, he couldn't keep up the Demon Dragon True Body. Furthermore, even if he could keep it up, the Demon Dragon True Body was not enough to kill Medusa. At most, it could only maintain its undefeated state. With a thought, Zhou Wen decided that he might as well use his essence energy skill, Transcendent Flying Immortal, while in Demon Dragon True Body, to produce a burst of extremely potent energy in a bid to kill Medusa. Lights and shadows crisscrossed and left wounds on Medusa's body, but none of them could kill her. Instead, Zhou Wen himself showed signs of being poisoned when the blood from Medusa's body splattered on him. With his essence energy drained and his essence energy lacking in supply, the demon dragon true body automatically vanished as the blood-colored avatar was bitten to death by the venomous snakes. With Truth Listener and demon dragon true body, it's quite surprising that I'm able to fight Medusa head-on. However, it's still difficult to kill her, but there's a great chance. Jowen thought about how he could kill Medusa. Before he thought of a way to kill Medusa, Jowen wouldn't go to Cursed Demon Palace again. The drop rate there was too low. Even with the baby tiger's augmentation, nothing good dropped. After some rest, Jowen switched on his game again and went to the music temple. After entering the music temple, Jowen immediately saw a strange and magical musical note soar in the air with wings attached to it. As the musical note flew, it produced a strange sound wave that released an attack power similar to a sound wave. However, a sonar attack at the legendary stage was naturally useless against Jowen. With one strike, Jowen shattered the musical note. Killed legendary musical note sprite. Discovered dimensional crystal. Jowen saw a dimensional crystal drop, but it was only a 14-valued speed crystal. He couldn't be bothered to pick it up and continued walking deeper into the music temple with the baby tiger. In the music temple, musical note sprites flew over from time to time. Although they all looked the same, with wings growing on each note, each one was slightly different. Furthermore, their sonar attacks were somewhat different, but all of them were useless against Jowen. After grinding for a while, many dimensional crystals dropped. There were even essence energy skill crystals. However, these musical note sprites were at the legendary stage, making them useless for Jowen. "My dear friend, you are going to be free soon?" Lucas called and said excitedly. "What happened?" Jowen was already used to the way Lucas spoke without head or tail. "The thief who stole the invisibility cloak companion egg has been found. The ban will be quickly lifted," said Lucas. "He's been found? Who is he?" Jowen asked in surprise. He found the local nobles on the Peninsula of Gods very efficient. They had actually found someone so quickly. "I don't know yet, but he has already been trapped in the recently discovered Goddess of Wisdom Temple. He shouldn't be able to escape. I believe he will be caught very soon," said Lucas. Jowen was slightly taken aback as he thought to himself, isn't the newly discovered Goddess Temple the Cursed Demon Palace? "Have people been sent in?" Jowen asked. "Yes, but they encountered some trouble. Only one of the experts who entered came out. Now, Lord Ajar is hiring people. The culprit will definitely be captured in the next few days," said Lucas. "Do you know what problems they faced?" Jowen already had his guesses. It was likely that they had succumbed at the stone door. "I'm not sure yet. According to the epic expert who came back, he saw epic experts turn into stone statues from afar. He didn't know what happened," Lucas explained. As expected, Jowen knew that something had happened to the people in front of the stone door. The Medusa on it had turned them into stone statues. However, the development of the matter wasn't as smooth as what Lucas had predicted. After a few days, the ban wasn't lifted. Jowen and Ensheng had to remain on the Peninsula of Gods. According to Lucas, Ajar had found many experts to enter, but most of them either died or were injured. They still failed to capture that East District person. They were starting to suspect that it was not the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom, but the Palace of Medusa. There were many epic experts who were petrified at the entrance. "This matter seems odd," Ensheng said as he frowned in thought. "What's odd?" Jowen asked. "The Peninsula of Gods is their territory after all. Yet, an East District person can cause such a huge commotion. Having sent so many epic experts, Ajar has failed to capture him. This itself is very problematic." After a pause, Ensheng continued. "I think there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the person has already hatched the invisibility cloak to survive under such a pursuit." "What about the other possibility?" Jowen asked. "There's another possibility that's interesting. Perhaps someone is messing around behind the scenes. They want to use the invisibility cloak to do something to the aristocratic families in the Peninsula of Gods," Ensheng said with a faint smile. Chapter 470 Reward. Knock. 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 Someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was very loud. Jowen and Ensheng found it odd. The room had a doorbell, so why didn't the person use it? When they opened the door, they saw that it was Lucas. Lucas didn't seem to think of them as strangers. He walked straight in and headed for the couch. He poured himself a cup of water and said to Jowen and Ensheng after finishing it, "My good friends, our good luck is here. Could it be that the thief has been caught?" Jowen asked. "If he's been captured, what good luck do we have? No one can catch that thief for now. The person hasn't even been found. Lord Ajar suspects that he is hidden inside the palace. But as no one can open the door to the palace, Lord Ajar has issued a reward mission. Anyone who can open the door to the palace can receive a huge reward." Lucas looked at Jowen and Ensheng and asked in anticipation, How about it? Shall we team up and open the door to the palace? Zhou found it odd when he heard that. The door to the palace wasn't difficult to open. As long as one closed their eyes and walked to the door without looking at the beautiful woman's eyes, they could grope about to press the eyes of the beauty. People have failed to open the palace despite such a simple solution. It left him somewhat astonished. In fact, Zhou was wrong. It wasn't difficult to avoid being petrified because it happened when looking at the eyes of the beauty's portrait on the door. It was unlike the Medusa inside the palace. Even if one didn't look at her eyes, one would still be petrified when she saw them. But even if one wouldn't get petrified, everyone knew that the owner of the palace was likely Medusa. Who would dare touch Medusa's eyes? Hence, this resulted in an impasse, and no one could open the door to the palace. If it's just a small matter like opening the door to a palace, why would the great Lucas need our help? And Shun joked. Lucas didn't blush at all. He smiled and said, even great heroes need companions. Just like the 6 Federation heroes, it was through the combined efforts of the 6 heroes that they created the Federation's legend. I think we can form a Federation of Legends and open the door to the palace together, leaving behind a legendary story. What do you think? How much is your jar paying? Zhou asked. 10 epic companion eggs, and they are all products of Pluto Temple. They are all good stuff. Ordinary people aren't able to enter Pluto Temple. There's also a Peninsula of Gods permanent entry pass that permanently allows one to enter the public dimensional zones of the Peninsula of Gods. This is a reward targeted at freelance hunters, said Lucas. That sounds good. What are the epic companion eggs produced by Pluto Temple? Zhou was somewhat interested. They are all the companion eggs of underworld creatures. There are many different types, and it's almost impossible to buy them on the market. Pluto Temple belongs to Lord Urjar's family. It doesn't allow outsiders to enter. Lucas didn't seem to know much. How about it? Think about it. The 3 of us will go together. The companion eggs will be split equally. The pass will be yours. Lucas continued trying to persuade them. Sure, but I have another condition, Zhou said after some thought. What condition? Lucas asked in puzzlement. I wish to visit Pluto Temple. I just need one chance. Zhou wanted to go to Pluto Temple to see if there was a tiny palm symbol. Zhou had heard of the Peninsula of Gods Pluto Temple. Legend had it that it was the territory of Pluto. There were many dimensional creatures of the underworld in it, and they were very different from ordinary dimensional creatures. Can't we change the conditions? For example, add 2 more companion eggs? Said Lucas, apparent that he had been put in a difficult spot. No, Zhou answered with certainty. Then I'll go have a chat with Lord Urjar. By the way, how much do you know about that palace? Are you confident about opening the door? Although Lucas felt that Zhou and Insheng were very strong, and he might have a chance of opening the door by teaming up with them, he wasn't completely confident. He only wanted to try his luck, but if he couldn't open the door after negotiating the conditions, it would be too embarrassing. I heard that it's likely Medusa's palace, right? If so, I might have a way to open the door, Zhou said. How confident are you? Lucas asked. There's about a 90% chance if it's Medusa's palace, Zhou answered. Hearing this, Lucas was overjoyed. He patted his chest and said, if that's the case, wait for my good news. I will definitely be able to convince Lord Urjar. After Lucas left, Insheng asked Zhou, are you really confident of opening the door to the palace? We haven't healed from our injuries yet, so it's not suitable for us to do anything too risky. You know that I have a companion beast on me that can withstand the power of curses. Medusa's eyes of petrification is actually a kind of curse that will have no effect on me. If it's just to open the door, there wouldn't be much risk, Zhou explained. That's good. However, we still have to be careful. You can't be careless just because you are protected by a companion beast. There are too many strange powers in this world, so no companion beast is absolutely invincible. This applies even to mythical companion beasts, Insheng said solemnly. Zhou knew that Insheng was afraid that he would suffer because of carelessness. He nodded and said, don't worry. I'm well aware. These words were not exaggerated at all. He knew the cursed demon palace very well. As long as he did not enter Medusa's palace, there would not be any danger. Lucas rushed over to Urjar's house, and Urjar happened to be receiving guests. Henry, let me do the introductions. This is the #1 freelance hunter of the Peninsula of Gods, Lucas. Urjar pointed at the man on the sofa and introduced him to Lucas. Lucas, this is Henry from the Cape family. He's a famous freelance hunter and has the title of Spear Sovereign. Nice to meet you. I'm the #1 freelance hunter of the Peninsula of Gods, Lucas, said Lucas as he extended his hand. Henry sat on the sofa, but he had no intention of reaching out his hand. He didn't even budge. He glanced at Lucas and said with contempt, A freelance hunter from the Peninsula of Gods, the mighty Lucas. I've heard of this name before. With that said, he looked at Erjar and said, Since you have the help of a great freelance hunter, why did you come looking for me? Can't you just get this great Lucas open the door for you? Erjar coughed lightly and said, Lucas is good at frontal assaults. It's not his specialty to deal with such evil powers. Therefore, I need your help to open the door to the palace. Of course I can do it. However, I have a condition, said Henry. He gave a faint smile and looked at Lucas, who had lamely retracted his hand. Chapter 471 Opening the Door Together. Why are you looking at me? Lucas found it odd. I've seen your recent post on social media. You have a good relationship with Zhou, right? Henry said. So what? Lucas frowned slightly. Very simple. Take this first. Henry handed him a bottle. When Lucas took the bottle from Henry, he felt his fingers itch. He raised his hand and saw a red dot on his finger, as though it had been bitten by a bug. Lucas thought nothing of it. He held the bottle and asked, What is this? There's water inside. As long as you pour the water inside into Zhou with water and let him drink it, that will do, said Henry. Then, I'll help you open the door to the palace for free. Impossible. I won't help you do such filthy things. Lucas placed the bottle heavily on the table before turning to Erjar. Lord Erjar, we don't need their help. I've already got Zhou and company to head to the palace with me. I guarantee that I can open the door to the palace. Erjar looked a little hesitant. Lucas continued, My lord, please believe me. I will definitely be able to open the door to the palace to help you catch that thief. Erjar looked at Lucas and then at Henry. Finally, he said to him, If you are willing to help, what I promised previously still holds. Henry sat on the sofa and did not reply to Erjar. He picked up the bottle of water that was on the table in front of Lucas and said to him, I think you will agree, right? Of course not. What kind of person do you think the mighty Lucas is? Lucas said angrily. Is that so? The look in Henry's eyes became odder and odder. Something seemed to be shaking in his eyes, and his pupils became very strange. It was as if there was a mosquito or bug trapped in a glass sphere. Ah! Lucas immediately felt as though countless worms were gnawing his bones. The pain made his face turn pale, as beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Despicable. Bastard! You? What did you do to me? Lucas nearly fainted from the pain as he glared at Henry and barked. Henry, you actually dare to attack my man on my territory? Erjar's expression turned cold as he stared at Henry. But Henry remained indifferent. He placed the bottle in front of Lucas and said calmly, Do as I say. You won't die, but this kind of pain will continue until you die. If you don't believe me, you can seek out others to help you relieve your pain. With that said, Henry got up and bowed slightly to Erjar. Dear Mr. Erjar, I believe I'll be able to serve you very soon. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. If I were you, I would immediately relieve the pain in Lucas' body. Erjar waved his hand, and immediately, a few epic experts surrounded him. Mr. Erjar, I hope you can consider it carefully. Zhou is my Cape family's enemy, so do you wish to become enemies with the Cape family? After saying that, Henry strode off and ignored the epic experts. Erjar gritted his teeth. In the end, he didn't give any order to attack Henry. Lucas, you know how powerful the Cape family is. They are the uncrowned kings of West District, and we don't have the ability to fight them yet. You? After Henry left, Erjar said to Lucas helplessly, as he looked at the small bottle of water. Lucas wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and reached out to grab the small bottle. Zhou and Ensheng waited in the hotel for news of Lucas. Before long, he rushed back. Lucas, how are the negotiations? Zhou asked. I ran back all the way. I'm dying of thirst. Let's talk after I drink some water. As Lucas spoke, he sat on the sofa in the living room and began pouring himself a cup of water. After drinking it, he filled it up and poured Zhou and Ensheng a cup. I didn't manage to get the entry pass to Pluto Temple, said Lucas as he held a teacup. Is the entry pass to Pluto Temple that precious? Can't outsiders even take a look? Zhou said, somewhat surprised. Although I failed to get Pluto Temple's entry pass, I've already discussed it with Lord Erjar. You can leave the Peninsula of Gods in advance. Pack up and follow me to the airport, said Lucas. I'm really grateful to you, Lucas. However, we still wish to stay here for some time. We don't have any plans of leaving for the time being, Zhou said as he drank a mouthful of water. Seeing Zhou drink some water, Lucas heaved a sigh of relief and said, Since you don't plan on leaving, can you consider it again? Join me in opening the door to the palace. All the rewards that I mentioned previously will be yours. I don't want anything. Just treat it as helping me. Alright, let's do as we said before. The companion eggs will be split equally. The pass will be ours. Zhou nodded. Since he couldn't obtain the entry pass of Pluto Temple, getting a few Pluto Temple companion eggs and entry passes to the other temples wasn't too bad. Of course, Zhou main goal was still to hope that her jar and the rest could find the thief. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Ha, I knew it. Lucas's friends are good friends. Lucas wrapped his muscular arm around Zhou-Wen's neck and laughed loudly. Lucas quickly led Zhou-Wen and Ensheng to the cursed demon palace. It had been sealed off by her jar's men, so no one was allowed to enter without his orders. Lucas was naturally an exception. After showing an identification document, he brought Zhou-Wen and Ensheng into the cursed demon palace. As there had been many people rushing into the cursed demon palace to look for traces of the thief, the stone statue creatures had almost been wiped clean. Zhou-Wen and company walked all the way to a spot close to the door of the palace without encountering any dimensional creatures. Right ahead is the palace's door. Put this on. Otherwise, even if you accidentally see the girl's eyes on the door, you will be petrified. Lucas took out the 3 pairs of eye masks and gave one each to Zhou-Wen and Ensheng. He put on one himself. Zhou-Wen and Ensheng put on the eye masks before continuing forward. Zhou-Wen had truth listener's powers, so it wasn't a problem without his sight. Ensheng was about the same. They remained very agile while wearing the eye masks. Only Lucas seemed a little clumsy after putting on the eye mask. Even his footsteps became slow. Zhou-Wen didn't rush him. He slowly walked to the door of the palace and groped around the door. He pressed down the girl's eyes with both hands. The door to the palace automatically slid aside, immediately opening. It's open. You can remove the eye mask, Zhou-Wen said. Lucas took off his eye mask and was overjoyed when he realized that the stone door was gone. He took out his phone and stood in front of the door, taking a picture with Zhou-Wen and company. He posted it online. The great Lucas and his friends opened the mysterious and terrifying palace door together. Chapter 472 Great Lucas. You guys can head back to the hotel now. I'll go to Lord Jar to get the reward. I'll send it to you later. After leaving the cursed demon palace, Lucas rode on his Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as Zhou-Wen and Ensheng were about to leave, Lucas added, The Peninsula of Gods hasn't been peaceful recently. Don't eat and drink things randomly. Make sure they're checked. Got it. Zhou-Wen smiled as he waved goodbye and left with Ensheng. Lucas rode the Tyrannosaurus on the streets. Many young people would cheer when they saw him. They would wave at him, and Lucas also responded enthusiastically. After leaving the city, Lucas's expression darkened. He quickly arrived at a manor in the suburbs. Tell Henry that I have already done what he wants me to do, said Lucas to the guards. The guards seemed to have known that Lucas would be coming. He smiled and said, Please come in, Lord Henry is waiting for you. Lucas followed the person into the manor, and soon saw Henry. He was sunbathing in front of the pool. He was holding an exquisite antique gun in his hand, as he wiped it carefully with a cloth. Henry, I've finished what you asked me to do. Please remove the restrictions on me immediately. Lucas took out the small bottle and placed it on the table in front of him. The liquid inside had already disappeared. Henry looked at the bottle on the table and suddenly picked up the antique gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at Lucas. Lucas' reaction wasn't slow. He used a shield to block his body, but the bullet was very strange. It turned around and circled around the shield, passing through the gaps in his armor and shot into his muscles. The strange thing was that the bullet wasn't made of metal, but grayish-white bones. After drilling into his muscles, the bone bullet actually produced tiny blood vessels. It connected with Lucas' muscles and blood vessels, as though it was parasitizing him. Ah! Lucas felt a great pain in his body, and he felt numb. He had to kneel on one leg and press his hands down to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Henry stared coldly at Lucas and said in disdain, Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Do you think I don't know that you've thrown the liquid away? Since you're so great and willing to sacrifice for your friend, I'll fulfill your wish. What a despicable person. How could the mighty Lucas betray his friends? You've found the wrong person. Lucas stood up abruptly and slashed at Henry with his axe in both hands. What a pitiful and ignorant fellow. Do you think that just because those little brats call you the mighty Lucas, it makes you some big shot? That's just ignorant people having fun. In the eyes of true experts, you are just a lowly worm. I can poke you to death with a finger. Henry sat there without moving. However, Lucas felt as though his heart was about to stop beating. His body was unable to take another step forward. He maintained the pose of cleaving down his gigantic axe as he turned immobile. You first got hit by my bone-eating worm, and now you've been hit by my parasitic bullet. Do you still want to fight me? You're truly foolish. Henry looked at the frozen Lucas and continued. Bone-eating worms will constantly devour your bones until there's none left. When the time comes, all that's left is flesh, blood, and skin. You'll be like a pile of rotten flesh. The great Lucas, when you kneel down crying and beg for mercy and wish for me to give you death, an ignorant and pitiful worm like you will know what true greatness is. The great Lucas will never yield to anyone. Lucas trembled as veins protruded from his body, as though he was trying to move his body. However, he couldn't move his body, no matter how hard he tried. His bones emitted waves of excruciating pain, as though thousands of worms were devouring his bones. Blood began to seep out from Lucas's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Only an ignorant worm like you would dare to call yourself great. I'm afraid you haven't seen any true power. The #1 freelance hunter of the Peninsula of Gods? This title is a form of mockery. To think that you really treated it seriously. There are quite a number of experts on the Peninsula of Gods. What makes you think you have what it takes? Henry said disdainfully. I'm the #1 freelance hunter on the Peninsula of Gods. I'm the great Lucas, said Lucas through gritted teeth as his body trembled violently. What an arrogant and foolish fellow, said Henry with his lips curled. I'm the great Lucas. I'm the #1 hunter on the Peninsula of Gods. I'm the irreplaceable Lucas. Lucas's 7 orifices bled, but his eyes were filled with determination. Nothing but a meaningless imagination of the lowly. Before Henry could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. I'm the great Lucas. As Lucas roared, terrifying power erupted from his body. A golden light blasted out, enveloping his body as though he was a golden god. In the next second, the parasitic bullet that bound Lucas's body exploded. It was forcefully squeezed out by his muscles, and the threads that resembled vessels were completely severed. With his strong hands holding the gigantic axe, he slashed down with dazzling golden divine light. Boom! The massive manor was split into two by the divine light produced by the gigantic axe, leaving a huge ravine. Henry stood sideways at the edge of the ravine, the armor on his chest sliced off. His chest muscles showed, and there were bloody wounds on it. Henry's face was extremely pale, and there were still traces of horror on his face. A portion of the tip of his nose had been sliced off, and he was bleeding. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have died under that terrifying golden divine light. In front of the great Lucas, you are just worms that only know how to flee. The golden divine light on Lucas's body dissipated, and the godlike shadow vanished as well. The gigantic axe landed on the ground as he held it with both hands. He kept standing, relying on sheer willpower. However, he looked at Henry with contempt. As he spoke, he even took out his cell phone and took a selfie. Looking at the picture, he muttered to himself. As expected of the great Lucas. He's still so handsome even when getting rid of worms. Cut off this bastard's limbs. I want him to lie in front of me like a worm. Henry was infuriated by the look in Lucas' eyes. How dare he look at him like a bug? It was his greatest insult. A few epic experts beside Henry immediately surrounded Lucas. However, they were very careful and didn't dare to rush straight at Lucas. After all, Lucas's attack was too terrifying. The Hab Manor and ravine were shocking. What are you afraid of? Can you tell that he doesn't have any strength left? Henry barked angrily. No, he does. A voice came from outside the manor. Chapter 473 Breakout Medusa. You? Why are you here? Lucas turned his head and saw Zhou Wen and Sheng. As your strength, how can we not come? It wouldn't be right. And Sheng said with a smile, but his eyes were a little cold. In fact, from the day Lucas went to look for them, and Sheng and Zhou Wen could tell that something was amiss. However, they didn't say anything. The two of them had only observed silently without saying anything. In the end, they had secretly tailed him here. They never expected to see this happen. Henry spoke with a cold smile when he saw the two of them. Zhou Wen, you came at the right time. It's time to settle the score for Liz and John. And you are in Sheng, right? You were the one who crippled Liz's sea of energy, right? It's me. And Sheng said frankly. From the looks of it, just crippling her sea of energy was too easy on her. She should have been killed. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to touch a single strand of my Cape family member's hair in the future. As Henry spoke, he raised the antique gun in his hand and aimed it at Zhou Wen. He continued, If I were you, I would stop immediately. Otherwise, the bone-eating worm in Lucas's body will go berserk with my gunshots and devour all his bones in a moment. You are his friends, and he has sacrificed so much for you. You don't want to see him die in pain, right? Lucas is right. You really are a dirty worm. Zhou Wen didn't stop as he continued walking towards Henry. He held the handle of the bamboo blade as his eyes flickered with killing intent. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Do you want to see him die? Henry pulled the trigger and shouted at Zhou Wen. The bone-eating worm is your companion beast, right? If you die, your companion beast will naturally perish as well. Naturally, the threat to Lucas will no longer exist. I'm still about 35 meters away from you. Before your gun sounds, I'd have chopped off your head. If you don't believe me, you can try shooting. But if I were you, I'd immediately retrieve the bone-eating worm. I'm not someone who likes to kill. Don't give me a reason to draw my saber. Joe continued walking towards Henry. Henry appeared to have heard an extremely ridiculous joke, as he said with a smile. If the person who said that was Ntienzua, I would do as he says. Don't tell me that you think of yourself as Ntienzua's younger brother after your father married his mother? Even if you are Ntienzua's younger brother, as long as you are not Ntienzua himself, you have no right to say that to me. With that said, Henry pulled the trigger. Slender and powerful fingers held the handle of the saber, as he drew the saber smoothly. The saber beam appeared at an unbelievable speed. Everyone felt their vision blur as Joe and his saber seemed to vanish. When they saw Joe again, they saw that he was already behind Henry. He held a crystal-clear saber in his hand. The tip of the saber was pointed diagonally to the ground, as a drop of blood slowly flowed from the blade before dripping to the ground. The moment the blood dripped onto the ground, there was a crack. The antique gun in Henry's hand split into two, and Henry's body was halved. His face that wore fear and disbelief split apart as well. Lord! Henry! The epic experts, who followed Henry, were stunned. When they were with the Cape family, they knew that Joe had been protected by the N family, a student sheltered by the N family. However, this student had managed to kill Henry with one strike. Even in the expert-filled Cape family, Henry could be considered a top-notch expert. Such a person wasn't even able to block Joe with single strike. It left them alarmed and losing all morale. They reacted by turning around and fleeing. And Shung appeared like a ghost as a dagger-like knife flashed in his hand. In just a moment, he killed the epic experts without leaving a single one behind. He felled them like he was chopping vegetables. Wiping away the blood on the dagger, and Shung said nonchalantly, "You guys can leave first. Leave this to me. That's not nice, right?" Lucas recovered from his shock and looked at Shung strangely. "Leave it to him. He's more professional than us." Joe pulled Lucas and walked out. "Lucas, that axe strike of yours was really powerful. How did you do it?" Joe and Lucas rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex towards the city, as he voiced his curiosity. The strength Lucas used when he slashed out far exceeded his usual strength. It was like night and day. When Lucas heard Joe praise him, he was immediately delighted. He said smugly, "The great Lucas isn't a result of bragging. My life providence is a hero of glory. My life soul is a combat faith god. When I fight for glory and faith, I can produce unparalleled power." As Joe listened, his expression changed. Although Lucas described himself as very powerful, and his life providence and life soul were indeed very powerful, his strength was very odd. It could be said that most of the time, his life providence and life soul were useless. His life providence and life soul meant that he could not fight for himself. In most cases, only by fighting for others could he activate the hero of glory life providence. Furthermore, Lucas's beliefs had to be firm. The more he believed in himself, the stronger his life soul became. If he had nefarious thoughts, and did something that violated the glory of heroes, his life providence would be of zero use. Furthermore, due to his guilt, his combat faith god would also become very weak. However, under certain circumstances, Lucas could become extremely powerful. If many people acknowledged and worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts, his life soul would become extremely powerful. What a strange life providence and life soul, Joe thought. By the way, don't upload the photo you took just now on the internet. Don't mention this matter again. Just treat it as though you have never seen Henry, Joe said as he took out his phone to take a look. Seeing that the dead man tree didn't react at all. It didn't absorb Henry's corpse as it had before. Of course, I'm not a fool. As Lucas spoke, he took out his cell phone and deleted the photos he had taken previously. The Cape family was the uncrowned king of the West District. Although Lucas was famous in the Peninsula of Gods, he was still far from being able to compete with them. If they were to pester him, there would probably be trouble. Just as he deleted the photo, Lucas's phone rang. After Lucas picked up the call, his expression immediately turned ugly. He could not help but exclaim, "What? The Medusa inside the palace broke out. How did this happen?" Joe's expression changed when he heard Lucas's words. He knew very well how terrifying Medusa was. If Medusa really broke out of its confines, this city, or even the entire Peninsula of Gods, would become an infernal domain. Chapter 474 Devastating the City. "Sorry, I have to return immediately. Let's talk again if there's a chance in the future," Lucas said to Joe. "Let's go together." Joe found the matter odd as well. Medusa was inside the palace. Someone had entered the palace. If anyone touched her, she would transform into a demoness and attack humans. However, after entering the palace, the door would automatically close. Medusa should not have escaped from the palace. At least she had never run out in-game. Could it be the thief's doing? Joe felt that something was amiss no matter how he thought about it. Perhaps it had something to do with the thief. Alright. Lucas didn't stand on ceremony with Joe as he urged the Tyrannosaurus Rex to run towards the city. Before reaching the city, they saw crowds running towards them. Many people saw Lucas and were pleading for help. Lord Lucas, there's a dimensional creature destroying the city. Quickly go and take a look. Lucas asked for directions and immediately rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex against the human tide. Not long after they entered the city, they saw that the bustling streets of the city were empty, but there were many stone statues. There were elders, children, and some animals. They maintained all sorts of poses. Some ran for their lives in fear, while others fell to the ground. There was also a puppy who was peeing up a pole, but it had turned into a stone. Many buildings had been destroyed, and the city seemed to have become a world of ghosts. When Joe saw the stone statues, he knew that it was Medusa's work. It was different from the stone statues on the door. Even if one didn't look into her eyes, one would still be petrified if they were seen by Medusa's petrifying eyes. Lucas's expression changed drastically. He clearly recognized some of the petrified people. A helicopter flew across the sky. Lucas hurriedly chased after the helicopter. After turning 2 streets, they saw a young woman running ahead. Lucas chased after her and yelled, "Barbara, what are you doing here?" The young woman turned to look at Lucas and was instantly overjoyed. "Lord Lucas, quickly go and take a look. Medusa is destroying the entire city. Other than you, no one can save this city. Where is she? What exactly happened? How did Medusa escape from the palace?" Lucas asked. "I don't know. After you sent the news, Lord Urjar sent someone into the palace, but not long after, Medusa ran out. All the people and creatures that are seen by her eyes turn into stone statues. Even companion beasts are no exception. I wasn't petrified because of the protection given to me by a special companion beast," Barbara said. "Where is she?" Lucas asked. "She's over there. I'll take you there. However, it's best if you don't ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It will be petrified if she sees it." Barbara pointed at the Tyrannosaurus. "All right." Lucas put away the Tyrannosaurus before running in the direction that Barbara was pointing. Barbara also followed, but when she saw that Joe was also running in that direction, she said to him, "Why are you following us? Aren't you afraid of being petrified by Medusa? Hurry up and hide in an underground bomb shelter. I'll go over and take a look to see if I can help." Joe wasn't afraid of Medusa. Truth Listener could perfectly restrain Medusa's eyes of petrification, and the demon dragon True Body could barely contend with Medusa. Although he could not kill Medusa, he did not need to be afraid of her. Seeing that Joe had already run over, Barbara didn't say anything else. However, she didn't think much of it. Joe looked like a student, one even younger than her. How could he be of any help? If Medusa were to see him, he would probably be petrified immediately. After running for a short distance, he heard an explosion on the street in the next block. He also saw a few helicopters shooting at the ground from the sky. Lucas directly climbed up a building. Joe and Barbara also climbed up. When they reached the top of the building, they ran to the other side. Looking down, they saw a 3 to 4 meter tall Demoness, with hair that resembled venomous snakes, standing on top of a 3-story building. The snake-like long hair on her head seemed to extend indefinitely as it flew into the air and wrapped around a helicopter, causing it to explode into pieces. An epic expert rode a flying eagle and flew over with a spear in his hand. He wanted to attack Medusa in midair, but all Medusa did was to turn her head to glance at him. The epic expert was petrified along with his eagle companion beast. They fell from the sky and shattered. Missiles blasted over from afar and exploded. Essence gold shards scattered everywhere, but they did not harm Medusa. In a nearby building, someone was constantly shooting at Medusa with essence gold bullets. Many people were using companion beasts to attack her. However, it was all meaningless. Medusa swept her gaze, and all the companion beasts she saw turned into stone statues. The dancing snake hair drilled into the buildings and bit the soldiers and policemen to death. Any human that was bitten by a snake's head would instantly be reduced to blood. The snake hair wrapped around tanks one by one and threw them into the sky. When they fell, they cratered the nearby buildings. The terrifying Medusa wreaked havoc in the city, but no one could stop her. Humans became powerless in front of her. Even epic experts only dared to control their companion beasts to attack her from afar, not daring to be seen by her. Boom! A nearby building collapsed. Many humans who were hiding inside cried out in horror. Medusa glanced over and immediately, a group of humans was petrified. Their faces were filled with various expressions of fear. Boom! The crumbling floors fell, instantly smashing the petrified humans into pieces. Damn it! Lucas grabbed his axe and wanted to jump to a shorter building to the side. Where are you going? Jowen pulled him and asked. I'll run behind her and chop at her head. Just like the legendary prince in the myth, I'll behead her, said Lucas. You don't have the prince's adamantine sword, helm of darkness, and winged sandals. Do you think you can succeed? Jowen had also heard the myth that Lucas had mentioned. With the help of the goddess of wisdom, he had used a few divine weapons to secretly chop off Medusa's head. It would be strange if he could cut her head off with a crappy axe. Where there's a will, there is a way. Some things have to be done by someone. The great Lucas can do it. As Lucas spoke, he ran out and jumped onto the rooftop beside him. Then, he crouched down and advanced, preventing Medusa from discovering him. He continued to move towards another building and constantly approached Medusa. Chapter 475 Fighting Medusa Again. Jowen frowned slightly. Although Lucas's words made sense, he knew very well how powerful Medusa was. Even if Lucas could unleash the power of that strike back at the manor, it would probably be very difficult to injure Medusa. However, even if Jowen persuaded Lucas, he definitely wouldn't listen under such circumstances. Even if he knew it meant death, he would definitely advance. Little girl, you said that you have a companion beast that can block Medusa's eyes of petrification, right? Is that true? Jowen asked Barbara. Who are you calling a little girl, you kid? I'm older than you, okay? Barbara glared at Jowen. Alright, Missy. You said that there's a companion beast that can resist Medusa's eyes of petrification, right? Jowen asked as he looked at her. So what if I do? Don't get any funny ideas, Barbara said as she looked at Jowen warily. Jowen pointed at Lucas. It's too dangerous for Lucas to fight Medusa. Why don't you lend him your companion beast? You think I don't want to? But my companion beast is a piece of clothing. It's only useful if I wear it. The clothes transformed from a companion beast can't be worn by others. How can I help him? Barbara asked. Clothes? Is it an invisibility cloak? Jowen asked in surprise. Unless it was an invisible cloak that Medusa couldn't see, Jowen didn't know what other clothes could prevent someone from being petrified by the eyes of petrification. What are you thinking about? How could I have an invisibility cloak? My companion beast can turn into sunshade clothes. It doesn't have the ability to turn invisible. Barbara pointed at the cloak like clothes on her body. Such clothes transformed from this companion beast can resist Medusa's eyes of petrification? Jowen sized up Barbara's clothes. She wore something that looked like a large cloak that wrapped around her entire body. It was silver in color, making it very eye-catching. It really didn't seem like it had invisible properties. That's right. I'm very sure that it can resist Medusa's eyes of petrification. Back then, Medusa looked over at me, and many people around me were petrified. Only I managed to escape. I was completely fine, Barbara replied. What kind of companion beast transforms into your sunshade clothes? What are its uses? Jowen asked. The sunshade clothes were obtained from a legendary dimensional creature I killed at the beach. Its name is Silverleaf Shell. Its companion form is the sunshade clothes. It has a certain level of defense, but it's not strong. It's mainly used to defend against fire. After wearing it, even the flames of the fire sprites in the metalwork temple can't hurt me. Is it just fire-resistant clothes? And it's a low-level legendary companion beast. Yet, it can actually resist Medusa's eyes of petrification? The more Jowen listened, the more incredulous he felt. There were many armors that could defend against fire, but it didn't seem like any of them could defend against Medusa's eyes of petrification. Seeing that Jowen didn't believe her, Barbara said angrily. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm telling the truth anyway. Sunshade clothes. Fireproof. Wait. Could it be because of? Jowen suddenly had an idea as he thought of a possibility. According to what Jowen knew, snakes didn't have good vision. It could be said that they were extremely short-sighted. As for some snakes, they had infrared thermal detectors. They could sense the body temperature of creatures to track their prey. Medusa was not a snake, but if she was considered a snake, and if her eyes of petrification also possessed infrared thermal detection functionality, it could explain many things. For example, why her eyes of petrification could only petrify creatures, not dead objects like buildings. For example, why was it that Barbara's sunshade clothes were able to withstand Medusa's eyes of petrification? That was because not only were the sunshade clothes fire-resistant, but they also prevented Barbara's body temperature from dissipating. As such, Medusa couldn't see her, so she naturally couldn't be petrified. Of course, the eyes of petrification couldn't be as simple as just detecting body temperatures. It was likely at a higher level. Therefore, even companion beasts could be petrified. However, by doing so, one could probably know the main effects of the eyes of petrification and figure out a way to crack it. Although Zhou wasn't afraid of the eyes of petrification, Lucas didn't have such an ability. When he thought of Lucas, he realized that Lucas had already run to the bottom of the 3-story building where Medusa was standing. He peeked his head out from behind to check on the situation, as though he wanted to rush up. This fool. Don't tell me he really wants to fight Medusa head-on? Just as Zhou was thinking about it, he saw Lucas suddenly leap up with a gigantic axe in his hand. With a terrifying golden divine light, he cleaved at Medusa's neck without any hesitation. Lord Lucas, you can do it! Barbara waved her fists excitedly, as she cheered Lucas on. It was clear that Lucas held a very high position in her heart. Zhou was also somewhat surprised by Lucas's strength. He had clearly just expended his essence energy not long ago, but to be able to produce a strike that wasn't inferior to the one he delivered in the manner was indeed surprising. Could it be that the saying that an idiot isn't afraid of exhaustion is true? Zhou thought to himself. Lucas's sneak attack on Medusa from behind was not a bad idea. Unfortunately, Medusa did not only have a pair of eyes. The poisonous snakes that her hair had transformed into were all her eyes. Just as Lucas jumped up, he had already been discovered by Medusa. Medusa turned her head and looked at Lucas, who was in midair and cleaving down with both hands. It's over. Zhou sighed inwardly. Although he wanted to help Lucas, he wasn't able to make a move in time. Furthermore, even if he did, he couldn't deal with Medusa. All he could do was guarantee his escape. Something that exceeded Zhou's expectations happened. Medusa's gaze landed on Lucas's body, which was enveloped by the golden divine light. It failed to petrify his body. However, the godlike golden light on Lucas's body dissipated. His body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! Lucas's body crashed into a building, shattering the glass windows of the building. Even Lord Lucas! Barbara covered her mouth as her eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou saw that Medusa was actually chasing after Lucas, so he said to Barbara before rushing out of the building, "Go and see how Lucas is doing. I'll lure Medusa away. Do you have a death wish?" Barbara reacted and went to pull Zhou back, but he had already rushed out of the building. He had actually leaped into the air and slashed at Medusa with a huge sword in his hand. The sword beam that resembled a wheel of sunlight violently spun and slashed at Medusa. The venomous snakes on Medusa's head welcomed the sword beam. Many of the poisonous snakes that could even tear a helicopter to pieces were actually sliced apart by the sword beam. After landing on the ground, they turned into black pieces of hair. Medusa didn't pursue Lucas again as she turned to look at Zhou. Barbara was alarmed, thinking that Zhou was doomed. However, she was surprised to discover that Zhou wasn't petrified. Chapter 476 No Way Oh. While Barbara was feeling alarmed, Zhou's figure flashed as he ran towards the other end of the street. His speed was so fast that she couldn't see his trajectory. He was like a ghost, appearing once in a while at an unbelievable speed. Medusa let out a sharp cry as though she had turned on an accelerator and chased after Zhou. Zhou hadn't planned on fighting Medusa head-on. The injuries on his body hadn't healed yet, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight a high-intensity battle. If it was a battle, perhaps an intense clash of strength would tear his organs apart once again. He continuously used ghost steps. Thanks to having infinite essence energy because of Slaughterer, Zhou could use ghost steps continuously. He lured Medusa towards the sea. Seeing that Medusa had been led away by Zhou, Barbara hurriedly jumped off the building and ran towards where Lucas had fallen. Lucas spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of his skin had already been petrified, but it didn't look too serious. Before Barbara could even reach him, Lucas had already crawled out of the ruins. "Where's Medusa?" Lucas looked around but did not see Medusa. "The youth who came with you led her over there." Barbara pointed in the direction that Zhou had left with a strange expression. Then, she couldn't help but ask, "Lord Lucas, who is he?" "He's actually able to ignore Medusa's eyes of petrification. Furthermore, his speed is crazy fast. I've never seen anyone as fast as him." Barbara wanted to say that he was faster than Lord Lucas, but she swallowed her words in the end. "He's a friend of mine. He's a stronger hero than me." As Lucas spoke, he went in the direction that Zhou had lured Medusa away. A hero even more powerful than Lord Lucas? But he's still so young, how is that possible? Barbara was shocked. Gritting her teeth, Barbara saw a motorcycle beside her. As the owner was petrified, and the key was still in it, she immediately got on and turned the key. The motorbike came to life normally, and she chased after Zhou and Lucas. It wasn't just Zhou. Many epic experts in the city had chased after them. Although they didn't dare to go head-on against Medusa, they couldn't just let Medusa do as she pleased. Unfortunately, they were much slower than Zhou and Medusa. Soon, they were left behind. Boom! Medusa's body slammed through the thick wall and directly came out of a building. The venomous snake's head spewed venom as it rained down on Zhou. Zhou flashed to the back of another building. The venom splattered on the wall, causing many holes to appear on the wall made of concrete and steel. Despite using ghost steps continuously, Zhou wasn't as fast as Medusa. He had to rely on various buildings and terrain to barely ensure that Medusa wouldn't catch up. Medusa's speed is really too fast. If it were another non-speed type mythical creature, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Zhou figure flashed as a devilish gaze nearly grazed his cheek, exploding a cafe. Zhou leaped into the air and avoided the flying rubble and various glass shards. He stepped on a piece of flying glass with his toes and used ghost steps to propel himself again. However, before Zhou could land, Medusa had already rushed to the spot where he landed. A venomous snake swept over. Instantly, he switched to the God Fiend Life Providence. The white shadow of poison appeared behind him and flapped its wings. Zhou figure charged into the sky, dodging the venomous snake's devouring. Medusa suddenly exerted strength in her feet as the hard concrete ground cracked open. She leaped into the air like cannonballs as she chased after Zhou. She shot out shocking finger beams as her palm grabbed at Zhou's flying body. Zhou's body drew a strange arc in the air like a flying immortal. There was something elegant in the midst of a close call. He dodged Medusa's repeated attacks and charged into a building that had over 20 floors. Boom! Medusa also crashed into the wall, causing a huge hole to appear in it. Fragments splashed out everywhere. Zhou lured Medusa all the way to the seaside. He had originally wanted to escape from Medusa in the city, but he ultimately failed. All he could do was attempt to escape through the sea. As he was chased and fled, Zhou tried his best, but was only barely able to avoid being caught by Medusa. It was impossible for him to counterattack. Even if he were in his best condition, he would not be a match against Medusa. After running for more than an hour, he finally arrived at the beach. Zhou plunged into the sea and unleashed the 9 dragons art, swimming deep into the sea. Although there were many dimensional creatures at sea, it was not easy to find a terrifying existence like Medusa in it. However, Zhou soon realized that his decision wasn't that correct. After Medusa chased him into the sea, her speed wasn't affected at all. She was still as fast as before. The head of the venomous snake became even more agile as it constantly attacked Zhou like a fish in water. Zhou immediately recalled that in Legends, Medusa seemed to have an affair with Poseidon. Fighting in the sea wasn't difficult for her. In the sea, it was disadvantageous for him to use ghost steps. All Zhou could do was rush out of the sea and use the God Fiend Life Providence to charge into the sky. Medusa probably doesn't have the ability to fly, right? I'll flee to a high altitude. I don't believe she can still catch up. Zhou tore out of the water and summoned White Shadow of Poison to flap its wings again as he charged towards the sky. Medusa also leaped up from the sea like a ferocious sea monster. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she charged at Zhou. Light constantly shot out from her eyes as her snake hair swept towards him. Zhou's body constantly changed his position as he drew a strange arc with his figure. He moved in the air as though he was on the ground. He constantly borrowed force to dodge Medusa's repeated attacks. Boom! Gravity took over Medusa's leap as she fell back into the sea. The waves that were dozens of feet high were stirred. She really could not fly. Zhou was immediately delighted. Back in the game, he had been sealed in the palace. He had no chance of flying into the sky. He never expected Medusa to have such a weakness. However, before Zhou could be happy, he saw Medusa spread a pair of swan-like wings behind her back and fly up again. F***ku. Why didn't you use your wings just now? Zhou could only continue fleeing, but he still couldn't escape Medusa. He was chased to the point where he had nowhere to turn. Chapter 477 Nowhere to Turn to. I can't keep running like this. How can I get rid of her? Zhou wasn't as fearless as Lucas. He only wanted to get rid of Medusa now. As for whether Medusa would harm the world in the future, that was not something he could control. Anyway, he did not want to die. Suddenly, Zhou's heart stirred as he flew in one direction. He headed for the island that Ensheng had taken him to. Zhou thought that he might be able to use the magical waterfall and pool to escape Medusa. This was because he had already cleared the dimensional zone and had left his name on the golden monolith in the dimensional zone. He wouldn't be trapped inside worrying about not being able to leave. As long as he could avoid Medusa's pursuit, he would quietly hide inside for a period of time and wait for Medusa to leave before coming out. He didn't have the strength to kill the Black Six-Winged Dragon again. He had previously joined forces with Ensheng and, with Zhang Yuji's help, they managed to kill the Black Six-Winged Dragon. He was alone this time, and had yet to recover from his serious injuries. If he really angered the Black Six-Winged Dragon, he would probably die. Zhou lured Medusa to the island. After a while, Lucas and the group of epic experts finally reached the beach. They discovered traces of battle on the beach, but they failed to find anyone. One of the trembling residents by the beach told them that they were heading towards the sea. Medusa was already extremely terrifying, and there were even more dimensional creatures on the sea. When the other epic experts heard that Medusa had been lured to the sea, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They thought with luck, perhaps Medusa won't return after being lured to the sea. Lucas ignored everything else and jumped onto a boat, prepared to start the engine, and venture deep into the sea. Master Lucas, I'll go with you. Barbara arrived on her motorbike, and threw it onto the ground before jumping onto the boat. Quickly disembark it. The sea is too dangerous, said Lucas. Lord Lucas, have you forgotten? I came from the sea to the peninsula of gods. I'm a daughter of the sea, so I can help you track your friend and Medusa at sea. You are just one person. You won't be able to find them even if you're on a boat. Barbara had already started the boat. Lucas thought about it and agreed. Looking at the boundless sea, he only knew the general direction. He had no idea how to find Jowen and Medusa. Then fight alongside the great Lucas, girl, Lucas said as he stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the sea. After great hardship, Jowen finally returned to the island where there were water sprites. Now, he wasn't in the mood to kill them. He rushed to the waterfall on the island and plunged into the pool. Boom! Just as Jowen entered the pool, Medusa's gaze landed on the pool, blasting a curtain of water several meters high. After the pool calmed down, Jowen was gone. Inside the cave, Jowen followed the water and quickly exited the waterfall cave. Jowen heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't see Medusa. He thought to himself, Medusa better not jump in here when she can't see my corpse in the pool. However, his worst fears happened. Jowen could only hear the splashing sound of water coming from the cave. Medusa had already rushed out of the water. I'm screwed. Jowen hurriedly burrowed under the pool, hoping to get out again. However, Medusa's snake hair had entered the pool. It was already a snake's nest. Countless venomous snakes were wriggling in the pool. This fellow's intelligence is too high. She actually knows how to sever my retreat. Jowen felt depressed, but he had no choice but to move his body to dodge Medusa's attack. Boom! Boom! Medusa's gaze randomly shot out in all directions, causing the surrounding rocks and grass to explode, creating a loud boom. Jowen immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. It was already difficult to deal with Medusa. If she made a scene, the black six-winged dragon would definitely be awoken. If he were to face two terrifying mythical creatures, wouldn't he die even more tragically? Now, Jowen wished he had an invisibility cloak and could immediately disappear in front of Medusa. Roar! An angry roar came from the center of the island. As expected, the dragon was awakened and turned into a black lightning bolt that rushed over. Please bless me. Although they are dimensional creatures, they aren't of the same species. They might be enemies. Let them fight it out. Jowen prayed inwardly. Unfortunately, he soon realized that he was being too naive. After the dragon rushed over, it ignored Medusa and opened its mouth to spit out a venomous smoke at Jowen. This is really bad. Jowen suddenly realized that he shouldn't have come here. It was too late for regrets. There was a black dragon in front of him and Medusa behind him. They attacked Jowen one after another, completely cutting off the possibility of him escaping. Even if he used ghost steps, it was impossible for him to be faster than two mythical creatures. Whether he advanced or retreated, he was doomed. Seeing that the two mythical creatures had surrounded him, and leaving him no chance to escape, Jowen gritted his teeth and switched to the God-fiend Life Providence. The Lost Country ring appeared on his finger. After spinning the ring, Jowen's body immediately vanished from the middle of the pincer attack. Lucas and Barbara were in the sea searching for traces of Jowen and Medusa. The more Barbara searched, the more depressed she became. Finally, she couldn't help but say to Lucas, Lord Lucas, I'm afraid that your friend is doomed. Although he's very powerful, it's very difficult for even a god to survive against an existence like Medusa. No, Barbara, you underestimate a friend of Lucas too much. He's just like me, a great human hero. I firmly believe that he's safe and sound. Perhaps he has already killed Medusa. We have to find him as soon as possible. We can't let him enjoy the glory alone. Lucas's face was filled with determination as he stood at the bow of the boat and surveyed the surrounding sea, searching for Jowen. That's impossible. That's Medusa. She's a mythical demoness. Even the mythical human prince had to borrow many divine artifacts from the goddess of wisdom to defeat her. Barbara grumbled internally, but she didn't dare to say it out. There seems to be a small island over there. Let's take a look, Lucas instructed. On the island, Jowen's figure appeared on the black six-winged dragon's back after a momentary disappearance. Without any hesitation, Jowen wrapped one hand around the black six-winged dragon's neck. On his palm was a silver spider-web glove. After touching the scales on the black six-winged dragon's neck, it immediately stuck firmly to it. Chapter 478 Monster Battle. Upon sensing Zhou Wen on its back, a terrifying black flame immediately erupted from the black six-winged dragon's body. It wanted to shake Zhou Wen off its back. However, Zhou Wen was already prepared. He transformed into the demon dragon true body and stuck to its body, allowing the black flames to erupt without letting go. Medusa was originally attacking Zhou Wen, but because he was on the black six-winged dragon's back, her gaze immediately landed on the black six-winged dragon. The eyes of petrification landed on Zhou Wen. Through the use of the Truth Listener earring, this replenished his essence energy, allowing him to maintain his demon dragon true body state. However, the black six-winged dragon did not have such an ability. The scales on its body actually began to turn into stone when Medusa's eyes of petrification looked at it. Roar! The black six-winged dragon flew into a rage as demonic flames rose from its back. Two hidden pairs of wings appeared, making it live up to its name as a six-winged black dragon. The petrified scales on its body shattered like stone shells, revealing the new scales underneath. The six dragon wings were suddenly extended. They drew out a terrifying black flame. Black flame, like blades, slashed toward Medusa. Medusa was unwilling to be outdone, as she waved her snake hair to meet the black flamed blade aura. Numerous blade auras collided with the snake hair. Although the blade aura was shattered, many of the poisonous snakes were also severed. Instantly, the two mythical creatures were enraged as they began a battle between monsters. Zhou Wen firmly held onto the black six-winged dragon's back. No matter how intense the battle was, he wasn't thrown off its back. Zhou Wen's Sky Spider Glove had very strong adhesive properties. Once he stuck on, there was no way of separating him unless he released or had his hand chopped off. It wasn't easy to survive in such a terrifying battle. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had the demon dragon true body. Otherwise, just the aftershocks of the battle or the black flames from the six-winged dragon's body would have been enough to kill him. Furthermore, there was an extremely important point to take note of. Medusa's eyes of petrification provided Zhou Wen with endless essence energy. If not, he wouldn't have been able to persist either. Without the demon dragon true body protecting him, he would be instantly killed in such a battle. Zhou Wen hugged the black six-winged dragon's neck tightly and slumped on its back. If Medusa wanted to kill him, she would definitely attack the black six-winged dragon. As for the black six-winged dragon, how could it allow her to bully it? The more they fought, the angrier they became. Instantly, the mountain wall above the island shattered and the ground cracked. The venom corroded the rocks, and the black flames turned the originally lush island to ruins. Only the spot where the golden apple tree was located remained unscathed, as if it was protected by a mysterious power. Zhou Wen wished he could immediately escape from the black six-winged dragon's back. Now that it was truly infuriated with Medusa because of the battle, he believed that the two monsters probably wouldn't stop the fight even without him. But now, Zhou Wen really couldn't escape. The force field produced from their battle had pressed him firmly onto the black six-winged dragon's back. If Zhou Wen were to forcefully rush out, he would probably be struck by a terrifying explosive force in midair and end up being embroiled in their battle. The pain in his organs was excruciating. It was likely that the wounds from before had been torn apart. Although he had the demon dragon true body protecting him, his body still suffered a significant blow. Blood constantly seeped out from his mouth and nose. I'm going to die. Zhou Wen endured the pain as he hugged the black six-winged dragon's neck tightly. He tried his best to stick his body to its scales to reduce the damage. The black six-winged dragon was indeed worthy of being the guardian of the golden apple. It was actually able to fight evenly with a mythical demoness like Medusa. Although Medusa's eyes of petrification had some effect on it, it was difficult to completely petrify it. Only the scales on its surface were affected, but, after shattering, they produced new scales. The battle between the two monsters allowed Zhou Wen to see the abilities they didn't use when he fought them. As Zhou Wen's strength wasn't at their level, there were many skills that they didn't need to use when they fought him. Now that they had encountered an opponent that was on par with them, they had used all sorts of skills, broadening his horizons. Zhou Wen was secretly rejoicing. The reason they were able to kill the six-winged dragon the last time was purely because they were lucky. If it wasn't for the six-winged dragon being infuriated by him, and completely ignorant of everything else, the demonic neonate wouldn't have had a chance to stab the ancient sword through its heart. In a head-on clash, he and Shun would probably only end up being thrashed even if they joined forces. Of course, Zhang Yuji also played a crucial role. Otherwise, Zhou Wen would have died. Zhou Wen had the intention to summon the demonic neonate and get her to do it again, but in this situation, even if he could kill one of them, the other wasn't something Zhou Wen could handle. In the end, it would only mean death. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about how he could survive, the black six-winged dragon had already pounced on Medusa and bit her head. The venomous snakes on Medusa's head swept over, but were mostly bitten apart by the black six-winged dragon. Suddenly, blood tears rolled out of Medusa's eyes. A strange light shot out from her eyes. The eyes of petrification did not have any corporeal light. Medusa also had another ability that shot out light from her eyes. However, that was not the eyes of petrification. It only possessed potent destructive power without the ability to petrify. However, the light that shot out this time was different. When the beam from the blood-teary eyes shone on the black six-winged dragon's body, it began petrifying it. This time, the petrification was different from before. Not only were the scales on the surface petrified, but the six-winged black dragon's body was also petrified. The speed of petrification just wasn't very fast. Roar! Black flames rose from the black six-winged dragon's body as it erupted with a terrifying power. It wanted to resist the petrification of its body, but it was useless this time. Its body became more and more petrified. It started with its chest and face, then its forelimbs, and then finally its body and rear limbs. In just a short moment, the six-winged dragon was about to turn into a statue. What's going on? Is this the true power of Medusa's eyes of petrification? Was the one before just for fun? Zhou was alarmed. Even worse was that the Truth Listener earring's power was gradually unable to withstand the petrifying light. Zhou's skin began to show signs of petrification despite his dragon form. I can't wait any longer. Zhou knew that if he waited any longer, he might lose his life. He immediately summoned the demonic neonate and Banana Fairy. He held a fan formed by Banana Fairy and waved it at Medusa below. A strong wind blew away Medusa's snake hair. The demonic neonate did not hesitate. The ancient sword tore out of its sheath and transformed into a purple glow that directly pierced toward Medusa's head. The black six-winged dragon was not completely petrified. It continued to press against Medusa, preventing her from dodging. All she could do was turn her head in an attempt to avoid the ancient sword. However, the ancient sword was too close to her, and she was unable to completely dodge it. A purple light flashed, and the ancient sword actually pierced through her left eye. Immediately, blood flowed out from the socket as Medusa let out a sharp cry. Chapter 479 A Hero Almost Akin to God. Medusa let out a painful cry. A huge force surged out from her body, forcing the half-petrified six-winged dragon to retreat more than 10 meters. She used her fingertips to grab the hilt of the ancient sword and, like pulling out a splinter, she pulled it out from her eye and threw it violently. Zhou jumped off the black six-winged dragon's back and looked at Medusa's eyes. He saw that the eye that had been stabbed by the ancient sword was blood red, and blood kept gushing out. It looked like a serious injury. Upon discovering Zhou, Medusa angrily rushed over, but the petrified black dragon's body emitted a cracking sound. Its petrified flesh and bones cracked open as it forcefully slammed Medusa. Medusa was hit head-on and immediately rolled over. However, a purple light flashed. The ancient sword that was thrown by Medusa had flown back. While she was embroiled with the six-winged black dragon, the sword stabbed into her other eye. The demonic neonate hid in the distance, with a cold expression in her eyes. Medusa's eyes were completely blind. She immediately became a poisonous snake that had lost its poisonous fangs. Although her combat strength remained terrifying, she was not as strong as before. The black six-winged dragon dragged its half-petrified body and fought the blind Medusa. It was still an intense battle, but Zhou was finally able to escape the crossfire. He fled the battlefield and watched them fight. The ground trembled as the two monsters engaged in close combat. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed, as though the end of the world had arrived. Zhou hid far away and saw Medusa and the black six-winged dragon slam into the sea together. The waves in the sea churned, stirring up huge waves. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If they really end up with an internecine outcome, I might really luck out this time. Perhaps I might be able to kill two mythical creatures at once. As he thought this, he saw the six-winged black dragon and Medusa sink into the sea. He could only see the surging waves on the surface of the sea, so he did not know what the situation below was. After a while, the sea calmed down, but a lot of red liquid spread out. Don't tell me both parties are dead? If they die without me killing them, will they leave behind crystals and companion eggs? Zhou was considering whether he should go into the sea to search for the corpses, when he suddenly saw the seawater spew out like a volcanic eruption. Face covered in blood and body covered in wounds, a one-armed Medusa charged out of the sea. The ancient sword in her eye hadn't been pulled out, but she ignored it and charged at Zhou. Although her eyes were blind, and she no longer had the ability to use the eyes of petrification, the snakes on her head could still allow her to see. Zhou turned around and ran. Although Medusa looked miserable, she was still a mythical creature after all. To be able to kill a six-winged dragon in such a state was indeed extremely terrifying. Medusa chased after him with all her might as though she hated Zhou to the core. However, Zhou soon realized that she was much slower. Previously, Joen wasn't as fast as her when he used Ghost Steps. Now, he could open up a distance with it. Medusa's speed was indeed much slower, completely different from before. Joen felt a lot more at ease. He rushed into the waterfall pool and returned to the island in the real world. Medusa rushed out as well, but Joen knew that she was slowing down. Furthermore, her body was constantly bleeding. It looked like her aura was rapidly weakening. She's about to die? Joen was delighted. He watched as Medusa's aura weakened and her body slowed down. More importantly, the demonic neonate's ancient sword had completely stabbed into her eye, having likely penetrated her brain. Although Medusa no longer posed a threat to him, Joen still tried his best to maintain a constant distance from her. He had no idea if she would suddenly unleash a crazy attack before dying, just like when the Black Six-Winged Dragon died previously. However, Joen soon realized that Medusa was really on the brink of death. As she chased after him, she left a pool of blood on the ground. The wounds on her body were bleeding profusely. With her physique, the wound should have stopped bleeding. Clearly, the Six-Winged Dragon's powers were strange, preventing her wounds from healing. Medusa had already begun to stumble as she walked. She was like a staggering old woman. She no longer had her previous might. When Joen retreated to the beach, Medusa seemed to know that she was at the end of her rope. She unleashed her final strength and pounced at Joen with a shrill cry. Her pounce seemed to be strong, but her strength was spent. She no longer had the terrifying energy fluctuations from before. Joen summoned Overlord's sword and slashed out a sword beam at Medusa, who was pouncing over. Lucas and Barbara had already arrived near the island on their boat. Lucas was looking around when he saw Joen standing on the beach. He was immediately overjoyed. Just as he was about to call out to him, he suddenly saw Medusa pounce at him. Barbara immediately let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing this. However, in the next second, Joen drew his sword and slashed at Medusa, who was pouncing over. The intense sword glow was like a sun halo as it slashed at Medusa's neck. After this, Medusa's body was sent flying under the impact of the sword beam. Under the continuous rotation of the razor-like sword flash, the flesh and bones on her neck were crushed and broken. Finally, her head was chopped off and it flew into the air. Barbara's scream came to a halt as her mouth gaped open in shock. Her eyes were widened at this incredulous scene. The demoness, Medusa, who had wreaked havoc in the entire city and left countless epic experts on the peninsula of gods helpless, had been beheaded. It was truly unbelievable. Lucas was also surprised. Then, he subconsciously took out his phone and, out of habit, took a photo. Ka-cha! The image on the screen was that of a man on the beach with his back facing the camera under the setting sun. He was holding a sword askew to the ground. Across the young man, Medusa's body was suspended in mid-air. Fresh blood spurted out, and a head flew into the air. The entire scene looked extremely impactful, and had an indescribable beauty of violence. The calmness of the sword-wielding man formed a strong contrast with the twisted snakes on Medusa's head and the blood that sprayed out. It made anyone who saw the picture feel their blood boil for some reason. Lucas looked at the picture and had a sudden impulse. After adding a caption, he attempted to post it on his online account. Medusa's Doomsday, the descent of a hero almost akin to God. The moment this photo appeared, it immediately caused the internet to explode in excitement. Countless people on the Peninsula of Gods saw this photo and left a message. Chapter 480, a personal hero. Although the people who followed Lucas were basically young people from the Peninsula of Gods, it was precisely because of this that they knew how terrifying Medusa was. Many people had witnessed Medusa wreaking havoc in the city with their own eyes. Countless innocent citizens had been harmed, and so many epic experts were mercilessly killed by Medusa. Even though no one had fought Medusa before, they knew that this legendary demoness was definitely at the mythical stage. Now that Medusa had actually been killed, they were both surprised and happy. Many people left comments to ask Lucas if Medusa had really been killed. Many people also asked who the man that killed Medusa was, and who the sword-wielding man was. Then, this photo and Lucas's caption spread across the internet at the speed of light, triggering a tsunami-like discussion. There were two main points to the discussion. One was the authenticity of the picture, while the other was the identity of the sword-wielding man. Lucas's personal page was about to crash from the traffic. Everyone was waiting for Lucas's reply. However, Lucas didn't read the messages. After posting the photo, he and Barbara landed on the island together. Haha, I knew you could do it. You are a great hero like me, Lucas. You saved our city. Lucas went forward and gave Joen a firm hug. I'm not as great as you. Joen wasn't mocking him, but speaking from the heart. Lucas knew that it was impossible, but he did what he could do. Although there was a slight accident, it hadn't been his intention. One day, you will surpass me. Lucas looked confident as he patted Joen's shoulder and said, Quick, go and take a look at your spoils of war. That's the reward you deserve, and also the medal of a hero. Joe rolled his eyes inwardly. He was clearly just digging through a corpse for treasures. Why did it sound so righteous when Lucas put it that way? Joe didn't stand on ceremony. This was a mythical creature he had risked his life to kill. He naturally wouldn't let it go. Soon, Joe found a dimensional crystal in Medusa's corpse. There was Medusa's shadow in the dimensional crystal. Clearly, it was a Essence Energy Skill Crystal. Old friend, you're really lucky to have obtained Medusa's Essence Energy Skill Crystal. Come, let me take a picture of you and upload it online with the photo from just now. Let them witness the moment of heroism. As Lucas spoke, he was about to use his phone to take a picture. What did you say? Joe hurriedly stopped Lucas and glared at him. I said take a picture and upload it online. This is your heroic history, said Lucas. No, what do you mean by the photo from just now? Joe asked again. It's this. I just took a picture of you and uploaded it online. The response is pretty good. You will soon become a famous hero. Lucas opened his personal page and showed the picture to Joe as though he was showing off. Joe looked at the number of replies. It was already more than 60,000, and it was still increasing. His face immediately turned livid. Quickly delete the photo. Joe was truly anxious. The Special Inspector Bureau and 6 families didn't know that he had advanced to the epic stage. If they were to find out that he had advanced to the epic stage and had even killed a dimensional creature like Medusa, they would only be more careful when sending people to make trouble with him in the future. The people they sent would also be more powerful. Wouldn't that be giving him trouble? Why should I delete it? Isn't this good? Lucas asked in puzzlement. I don't want to be a hero, much less become famous. Lucas, you mustn't tell anyone about what happened today. Don't let others know that I killed Medusa, alright? Joe also knew that deleting it was useless. This picture had probably been reposted countless times. He took a closer look at the photo and realized that it was only a back view of him. Furthermore, because the Overlord's sword reflected the sunlight, it was almost impossible to see the blade clearly. Even his back was affected by the light, so it wasn't easy to recognize him. Although I don't know why you have such a strange request, as your friend, I respect your decision. Do you still want me to delete this picture? Said Lucas. Forget it. Joe shook his head. If he were to delete it now, it would only result in the Streisand effect. Joe looked at Barbara and asked, Missy, can you help me keep this secret? No. Barbara shook her head. Barbara, he's my friend, Lucas said anxiously. Barbara took out a notebook and pen from her chest and handed it to Joe. Blinking her eyes, she said, It's fine if you want me to keep it a secret for you, but you have to sign an autograph for me. Why do you want my autograph? Joe frowned slightly. He still remembered Jack's matter and wouldn't easily sign things. Silly, because you are her hero, Lucas said with a laugh as he patted Joe's back. Joe only realized that he was overthinking when he saw Barbara's flushed face. I can give you an autograph, but don't tell anyone about this, okay? Joe took the notebook and pen and signed his name on it. Sure. Barbara received the notebook and carefully looked at Joe's signature. Then, she carefully closed it and hugged it in her arms. She thought in joy, of course, I'll keep it a secret for you. Only I know that you're the hero who killed Medusa. Only I have your autograph. This is a secret between my personal hero and me. Are you going back with us? Lucas asked Joe. It will be inevitable for people to suspect me if I go back with you. Joe didn't choose to go back with them, not only because of the reason he gave. He still wanted to enter the island to see if the 6-winged dragon was dead. If it was dead, there might be something like a crystal left behind. It would be best if he could obtain a companion egg. Even if nothing was left, it was not bad to pick another golden apple. However, Joe remembered that the golden apple had just born previously, so it likely wasn't ripe yet. After Lucas and Barbara left, Joe entered the dimensional zone through the pool and went to the apple tree to take a look. The golden apple had only just grown and was still far from being ripe. It was probably useless if he plucked it now. Without finding the ruins of the 6-winged dragon on the island, Joe arrived near the sea where it fought Medusa. He summoned the silver water snake and made it search for it to see if he could find anything. Chapter 481 True Mythical Companion Bios. As soon as the silver water snake entered the ocean, it merged with the seawater as if it had disappeared. Joe made it search the bottom of the sea. After a while, he saw the silver water snake crawl out of the sea with something in its mouth. Joe saw that it looked like a black pineapple without leaves. On careful look, he realized that it was an egg covered in scales. The black 6-winged dragon's egg? Joe was overjoyed. The silver water snake handed the egg to Joe. Joe looked at it using the mysterious phone. It was indeed a mythical companion egg. 6-winged guardian dragon, mythical. Life providence, guardian dragon. Life Soul, Wings of Black Flame. Wheel of Destiny, The Last Guardian. Strength, 69. Speed, 68. Constitution, 68. Essence Energy, 65. Talent Skill, Poison Breath, Dragon's Rage, Hell Demonic Flame, 6 Wings Slash. Companion Form, Demonic Flaming Dragon Wings. A true mythical companion beast. Zhou was surprised and delighted. This was the first time he had seen a true mythical companion egg. The companion beasts he had now only had the potential of being mythical, but none had truly advanced to the mythical stage. The one closest to the true mythical stage was Demonic Neonate, but her stats were too low. She needed to grow again, otherwise, she could only release her flying sword from afar and not participate in any head-on combat. This 6-winged guardian dragon was a true mythical creature. If it could hatch, it would undoubtedly raise Zhou strength greatly. With it, the chances of Zhou defeating the mythical creature in the temple were much higher. The essence energy requirement must be very high, but my slaughterer has the ability to have unlimited essence energy. I should be able to hatch it, right? Zhou thought as he used the mysterious phone to snap the 6-winged guardian dragon egg into his phone, before letting the blood-colored avatar attempt to hatch it. The incubation went surprisingly smoothly. After activating Slaughterer, the blood-colored avatar easily hatched the 6-winged guardian dragon. Its tattoo appeared on his back. Zhou excitedly summoned the 6-winged guardian dragon. The feeling of seeing a black dragon appear in front of him was indescribable. However, the 6-winged guardian dragon that appeared in front of Zhou only had 2 dragon wings. It wasn't in its 6-winged form. After Zhou made it use its life soul, the 6-winged guardian dragon took on the 6-winged form, and its strength increased greatly. After getting the 6-winged guardian dragon to use all its skills, Zhou realized that the fellow's skills weren't complete. It had fewer skills than the real 6-winged guardian dragon, but these 4 skills were enough. What Zhou was more concerned about was its Wheel of Destiny. The demonic neonate also had the Wheel of Destiny, but it was written, one spin, without any annotations. However, the 6-winged guardian dragon was different. Behind the Wheel of Destiny was the Last Guardian, and there was also an annotation. The Last Guardian, Miracle of Life Ward. Although it had an annotation, Zhou still didn't understand what it meant. He got the 6-winged guardian dragon to demonstrate it, but it couldn't. Regardless, having his first true mythical companion beast made Zhou very excited. Riding on the 6-winged guardian dragon, Zhou circled the sky and realized that it wasn't as comfortable as he had imagined. This fellow's flying state was too violent and wasn't stable at all. Riding it was like riding a wild, unbridled horse. The feeling wasn't good. From the looks of it, it's not that great an experience when the legendary Dragon Knights in the West District ride dragons. Zhou unsummoned the dragon and glanced at the golden apple that hadn't ripened. In the end, he gave up the thought of plucking it and left the mysterious dimensional zone. After returning to the Peninsula of Gods, he quickly contacted Ensheng. You were the one who killed Medusa, right? Ensheng had clearly seen the photo online and asked directly. Zhou recounted the situation. Ensheng wasn't as excited as Lucas and company. He said to Zhou solemnly, Young Master One, you only have one life. Furthermore, it doesn't only belong to you. I hope you won't use your life to do such dangerous things again. I originally only wanted to lure Medusa away. I never expected that I couldn't lose her no matter how hard I tried. In the end, I was forced by the circumstances. Zhou explained. This absolutely mustn't happen a second time. Forget it, I'll quickly take you back. I can't let you stay outside any longer. It's only been a few days, but you nearly died twice. I'll let you return to school where you attend classes and game. Ensheng said. Has the ban on the Peninsula of Gods been lifted? Zhou asked. After Medusa escaped, the Peninsula of Gods was already in chaos. What's the use of the ban? That thief has probably left the Peninsula of Gods long ago, so there's naturally no need for them to continue the ban. Ensheng paused before saying, Quickly come back. I'll go book the flight tickets now. When Zhou returned to the hotel, Ensheng didn't say anything else. However, he booked the earliest ticket to leave the Peninsula of Gods. They could leave tomorrow morning. When Zhou was resting, he unlocked his phone to look at Lucas's personal page. The comments below the picture had exceeded 200,000. The latest messages were asking who the hero was. This was because Lucas had confirmed Medusa's death after his return. Now, they only wanted to know who killed Medusa. Thankfully, there was only his back view in the photo, and because of the light, it wasn't very clear. Even Ensheng had relied on guessing. It was impossible for him to recognize Zhou with this photo. No matter how many times the Special Inspector Bureau guessed, it was probably impossible to think of him. After all, in the Bureau's eyes, he was still a student who hadn't advanced to the epic stage. This photo was not only popular on the Peninsula of Gods, but even the Federation's brass had noticed it. After all, Medusa had really appeared. Such a creature was undoubtedly at the mythical stage. They paid close attention to people who could kill mythical creatures. It wasn't impossible for someone in the Federation to kill mythical creatures. At least, there were such people in the 6 families. However, that was only because they relied on mythical pets. Furthermore, there weren't many of them. Each family only had a few capable of such feats. Now that a person who could kill mythical creatures had suddenly appeared, it naturally attracted the attention of many factions. It wasn't just the 6 families. The powerful big shots in many places were guessing who this person was, and whether he was from the 6 families. However, few people knew the answer. The next morning, Ensheng took Zhou Wen to the airport. Zhou Wen sat in the departure hall, while Ensheng went to the bathroom. As he was texting Lucas to bid him farewell, someone walked to the chair behind Zhou Wen and sat down. Zhou Wen didn't notice the person, but after he sat down, he leaned against the back of the chair behind Zhou Wen. The back of his head bumped into Zhou Wen's hair. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Just as he was about to lean his head forward and not get too close to him, he heard a voice behind him. "It looks like you've been doing pretty well recently." Chapter 482. Turning around is easy, meeting is difficult. Zhou Wen's body trembled when he heard the voice. He was alarmed and delighted. Just as he wanted to stand up and turn his head to look at the person, he heard him say, "Sit still just like that and don't move." "Zhong Zia, where have you been recently? Why are you here?" Zhou Wen asked in a lowered voice. He could tell that the voice belonged to Zhong Zia. He knew that Zhong Zia's situation might be worse than his. At the very least, the Bureau didn't dare openly arrest him and Hui Haifeng, but they weren't as polite to Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan. "I've been traveling around, leading the bunch of dogs at the Special Inspector Bureau in circles." Zhong Zia leaned against Zhou Wen and said in a relaxed tone, "As for you, your rate of growth is really surprising. You were the one to kill Medusa, right?" "That was an accident." Zhou Wen paused and said, "I got what you left behind. It's with me now. I'll hand it to you." "There's no need. That was originally a souvenir for you," Zhong Zia said lazily. "Is that the method teacher used?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Wen asked again. "Who knows?" Zhong Zia pursed his lips and said, "Even if you were to know what method was used, is there any meaning to it?" Zhou Wen thought about it, and was momentarily at a loss for words. "Did Medusa drop a companion egg?" Zhong Zia asked. "No, it's just an essence energy skill crystal," Zhou Wen answered truthfully. Although the two of them hadn't really spent much time together, Zhou Wen felt that Zhong Zia was different from others. Perhaps it was because they were both Wang Mingyuan students and were in the same situation, or perhaps for some other reason. If it wasn't necessary, he wasn't willing to patronize Zhong Zia. "Lend me the Medusa crystal and pass it to me from the left. The surveillance camera can't see it from that corner," Zhong Zia said. "What do you want it for?" Zhou Wen said as he took out Medusa's crystal and handed it to Zhong Zia. He had seen the requirements of the Medusa crystal. He couldn't meet the requirements of 41 constitution and 21 cursed attributes. In addition, there were life providence and life soul requirements. Zhou Wen didn't know if his few life providences and life souls would be of any use. He was still unsure. However, just the stat requirement was enough to ensure that Zhou Wen wouldn't be able to use the Medusa crystal anytime soon. Furthermore, if he needed it, he could head to the Cursed Demon Palace to try his luck with Medusa. "I need it to do something. Don't ask me what it is. I don't want to say." Zhong Zia took the dimensional crystal. After a while, he touched Zhou Wen's hand and said, "This is for you. Take it as interest." Zhou Wen took it and looked at it. It was a box. Just as he was about to open it, he heard Zhong Zia say, "Don't look at it now. Do it when there's no one around." Zhou Wen was about to say something when Zhong Zia stood up. "I hope that I'll still be me when we meet again." With that said, Zhong Zia walked out of the waiting area while Zhou Wen sat there, motionless. Turning around wasn't difficult, but meeting was difficult. When Ensheng returned, Zhong Zia had already disappeared into the crowd. If it wasn't for the box in his hand, Zhou Wen would have wondered if any of that had happened. The scene of Wang Mingyuan cooking for the 4 of them, and him playing cards with them seemed to have happened yesterday, but today, they could not even look into each other's eyes. "This darn world." Zhou Wen cursed softly, as though he was venting his emotions. Lucas had offered to wave them off, but Zhou Wen told him that it wasn't necessary. The reason why Ensheng didn't get Zhou Wen to inform him in advance was because he didn't want him there in case someone connected the person in Lucas's photo to Zhou Wen. Ensheng said Zhou went back to school. His stance made it obvious that he definitely wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to him. In fact, Zhou Wen didn't have the energy to stir up trouble. His injuries had been worsened from the battle, so he didn't even want to move. After returning to the dormitory, He threw himself into bed, and soon fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. Since he still couldn't feel hunger, Zhou Wen didn't eat anything. Thinking of the box Zhong Zia had given him previously, he took it out of the chaos bead, and opened it to take a look. There's nothing? Zhou Wen couldn't help but be taken aback. The box was empty. That's not right. Zhou Wen quickly realized that the box wasn't empty, because it was made of paper, and was very light. However, he could sense that the box was rather heavy, as though there was a piece of iron inside. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought of something, as he reached his hand into the box. Inside the empty box, something seemed to be in the way, preventing him from reaching in. Zhou Wen's fingers felt as though they were touching something ice cold. Furthermore, wherever his fingertips touched, space warped visibly, as though a transparent plastic sheet had been crumpled. No way. Zhou Wen's expression turned odd. He took out the mysterious phone and aimed it at the box. Immediately, he saw a row of information appear on the phone. Invisibility cloak, mythical. After reading the top line, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind as he came to a realization. The person who stole the invisibility cloak companion egg is Zhong Zia? Zhou Wen carefully recalled and suddenly understood why he found the picture of the thief familiar. Now that he thought about it, the thief's looks and figure were different from Zhong Zia's. However, his eyes had a unique aura like Zhong Zia's. Zhong Zia didn't end up trapped in the cursed demon palace because he stole the invisibility cloak, but he stole it to deal with Medusa's eyes of petrification? Zhou Wen gradually considered the cause and effect of the matter. It was obvious that Zhong Zia could not incubate the invisibility cloak, so he could not kill Medusa. However, he ended up using some unknown method to get Medusa out of cursed demon palace. With Zhou Wen's understanding of his character, Zhong Zia definitely wanted to use the experts on the Peninsula of Gods to kill Medusa. As for how many people would die as a result, Zhong Zia probably didn't take it to heart. Zhou Wen ended up killing Medusa, so he had come to see him. Otherwise, Zhou Wen wouldn't have known that he was the one who had stolen the invisibility cloak. Zhou Wen probably wouldn't have even known that he had been here before. Zhong Zia, what are you doing? Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. Zhong Zia's character was too extreme. Furthermore, he was extremely talented. If he really did something evil, he might become a devil like Jing Daoxian. Looking at the invisibility cloak companion egg in his hand, Zhou Wen's expression turned extremely complicated. He had originally gone to the Peninsula of Gods for the invisibility cloak, but he never expected the invisibility cloak to reach his hand in such a manner. Chapter 483 Strange Invisibility Cloak. Zhou Wen carefully read the information on the invisibility cloak, but he felt that something was amiss. Invisibility cloak, mythical. Life providence, seamless. Life soul, combat cloak. Wheel of destiny, deity possession. Strength, 54. Speed, 71. Constitution, 67. Essence energy, 72. Talent skill, invisibility. Companion form, invisibility cloak. There was no problem with the attributes. The Wheel of Destiny was a little strange. The annotation was that it was a miracle of a deity's descent. None of these were problematic, but the invisibility cloak was a companion egg. However, it didn't indicate that it was a companion egg in its information. It was as though the companion beast had already been hatched. Zhou Wen took out the transparent companion egg from the box. He could feel that it was the shape of an egg, about the size of a rugby ball. He attempted to inject his essence energy into it, but the invisibility cloak companion egg didn't react at all. It didn't accept his essence energy, much less absorb it. I wonder what method the Zhang family used to reduce the invisibility cloak back to its companion egg state. Now, although the invisibility cloak doesn't have an owner and looks the same as an ordinary companion egg, in essence, it's already hatched. It's no wonder no one can't hatch it after so many years. Zhou Wen was already mentally prepared. It wasn't strange that he couldn't hatch it. With the companion egg in hand, Zhou Wen switched his essence energy art to the first order of chaos before attempting to inject his essence energy into the companion egg. Legend had it that the invisibility cloak came from the temple of the dualism god Fans. As for the relationship between Fans and chaos, it was very subtle. Furthermore, they were from the same pantheon. Zhou Wen felt that the first order of chaos might be useful. However, the outcome didn't disappoint Zhou Wen. After converting his essence energy art to the first order of chaos, the invisibility cloak accepted his essence energy. The entire companion egg trembled slightly. Zhou Wen was delighted as he increased his essence energy input, but the companion egg continued trembling gently. When Zhou Wen expended all his essence energy, the invisibility cloak remained still. What's the situation now? Does it work or not? Zhou Wen tried a few more times. When he injected essence energy, the invisibility cloak companion egg had a reaction. The moment he stopped, the invisibility cloak's reaction disappeared, but it showed no signs of hatching. After some thought, Zhou felt that this might have something to do with his First Order of Chaos's low level. He had only achieved basic mastery of the First Order of Chaos, and he hadn't even condensed a life providence. If he could cultivate it to a higher level, he might be able to hatch the invisibility cloak. Zhou had no choice but to put away the invisibility cloak. Even if he were to train his First Order of Chaos now, it wasn't something that could be improved in a short period of time. Although I can't use the invisibility cloak for the time being, I have obtained the six-winged guardian dragon companion beast. I can try and see if I can fight that snake in the temple. Zhou took out his phone and activated the Zhuolu Instance Dungeon. Once again, he came to the temple protected by the snake. Zhou summoned the six-winged guardian dragon and let it enter to fight the snake. The six-winged guardian dragon was slightly faster than the snake, but its strength was clearly not as strong as that of the snake. A terrifying clash erupted within the palace. Dragon breath, demonic flame, poison smoke, and all sorts of powers erupted. The blood-colored avatar was nearly killed just from the remnant blasts. Thankfully, Zhou had activated his demon dragon true body in time, preventing him from dying. Although the six-winged guardian dragon was at a disadvantage, the snake could not kill it in a short period of time. He could not help but be overjoyed. With the six-winged guardian dragon as the main force, he might have a chance of killing the snake. There was no need for him to get the invisibility cloak anymore. Zhou summoned demonic neonate and banana fairy. Just as he was about to rush in to help, he saw the snake's eyes turn into mirrors. Then, it glanced at the six-winged guardian dragon, immediately making it disappear. It was as though it had been projected inside the snake's eyes. The next second, Zhou saw the notification that the six-winged guardian dragon had died. He hurriedly turned around and ran. However, he ran a little too late. After being glanced at by the snake, the phone screen darkened. What kind of essence energy skill is that? Do you have to be so shameless? Even a mythical six-winged guardian dragon dies from a glance. Are you not giving me a way out? Zhou was depressed. After re-entering the game, Zhou tried a few more times. If the snake didn't have that essence energy skill, he might be able to defeat it by working together with the six-winged guardian dragon. However, every time the snake used that skill, he and the six-winged guardian dragon would be instantly killed without any chance to retaliate. Zhou could only take the six-winged guardian dragon to the other temple, but the outcome was even worse. The dimensional creature that looked like a wolf and tiger, but wasn't any of them, killed the six-winged guardian dragon with its speed. The dimensional creature's speed far exceeded that of the six-winged guardian dragon. Furthermore, its claws were nearly indestructible. The six-winged guardian dragon was ripped apart in a few blows. Although they were both mythical creatures, the six-winged guardian dragon was clearly much weaker than the two. This also had something to do with the companion beast's incomplete skills. If it was the six-winged guardian dragon with its entire lineup of skills, it should be able to last a little longer. Even if I can't kill these two, can't I kill the weaker ones? Zhou took the six-winged guardian dragon to the underground sea, thinking of using it to crush the 9 black dragons that were pulling the wagon. They were all at the mythical stage. With the black dragon being chained up, their strength was greatly reduced. They were definitely not as strong as the six-winged guardian dragon. Zhou confidently rode the six-winged guardian dragon towards the sea and prepared to start a massacre. However, the moment they entered the sea and saw the 9 black dragons, the black dragons seemed to become enraged. The chains on their bodies began to break apart. Then, a tragic scene occurred. The six-winged guardian dragon was like a little lamb that had entered a pack of wolves, and it was torn apart by the 9 ferocious black dragons. What's going on? They can escape their chains even without opening the door to the war wagon? Zhou looked at the black screen and felt extremely depressed. Zhou tried going to the underground sea again. This time, he didn't summon the six-winged guardian dragon. The 9 black dragons did not escape their chains. However, when Zhou summoned the six-winged guardian dragon, the 9 black dragons acted like they were on steroids. They broke free from the chains and devoured the six-winged guardian dragon and the blood-colored avatar once again. As a person, it's best to be more pragmatic. Zhou still hadn't recovered from his injuries, and he had lost a lot of blood previously, so he really didn't wish to waste any more blood. He didn't dare take the six-winged guardian dragon to fight mythical creatures again. Instead, he went to Tiger Cage Pass. Chapter 484 Killing the Masked Man. The only dimensional creature that Zhou had never killed in Tiger Cage Pass was the Masked Man. The Masked Man's various essence energy skills were endless and extremely bizarre. Although Zhou wasn't afraid of him, he couldn't kill him. Now that he had the help of the six-winged guardian dragon, Zhou felt that it was time to give it a try. Apart from Truth Listener, Zhou summoned all of them: six-winged guardian dragon, fire furnace queen, demonic neonate, banana fairy, and a few other commonly used companion beasts. The Tiger Cage demonized general was nothing. The six-winged guardian dragon's poisonous breath killed him instantly. After entering the city, the Fire Furnace Queen released Fire Furnace, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Any demonized soldiers or demonized generals that came died. The masked man used cast beams for soldiers and cut paper as generals. It was of little use, and could not block the Fire Furnace Queen that was setting fire everywhere. Everything produced was burnt to death. The Fire Furnace Queen's combat strength could only be considered average. However, when it came to farming low-level monsters, she was truly great. She was invincible, and even the few mythical pets were not as useful as her. Thinking back to how pathetic he had been when he first entered the city, and now looking at how he was trampling over the ancient city, Zhou Wen felt that he was indeed improving. With Zhou Wen's command, the six-winged guardian dragon immediately charged at the masked man. It spewed out poisonous smoke as the demonic flames on its body burned it to ashes. Unfortunately, it was only a piece of yellow paper. The masked man appeared elsewhere. The six-winged guardian dragon roared and charged over again, killing the masked man again, but it was still a piece of yellow paper. Although the masked man's level and strength were far inferior to the six-winged guardian dragon, his technique was just too bizarre. Despite the six-winged guardian dragon making several attacks, it was still unable to kill him. This fellow's skill is amazing. If he can drop the skill, it will be awesome for me. Are its immortal chains or yellow paper avatar more powerful? Although the cast beams for soldiers and cut paper as generals are also impressive, they don't seem to be of much use. It's fine dealing with low-level monsters, but it's basically useless against high-level monsters, Zhou Wen thought to himself. The six-winged guardian dragon chased the masked man in a frenzy. When the six-winged guardian dragon spewed out its dragon breath again, the strange man threw a rope into the air, and a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Then, he took a few steps, and pulled the rope before rising into the clouds. The six-winged guardian dragon spat out a mouthful of demonic flames that scattered the dark clouds, but the masked man was nowhere to be seen. The pair of dragon eyes scanned the city, but it did not see the masked man. The six-winged guardian dragon was enraged. Demonic flames erupted from its body, burning all the demonized soldiers around it to death. However, a demonized soldier leaped up from the demonic flames and somersaulted onto the city wall. Its body changed from the demonized soldier to the masked man. He held beans and pieces of paper in each hand before scattering them into the air. Immediately, it transformed into demonized soldiers and demonized generals. The six-winged guardian dragon rushed over and shredded the masked man into pieces, but it was reduced to yellow paper shreds. This skill is too sick. Even a mythical creature can't do a thing to him. Who is this fellow? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. Zhou Wen had already seen quite a number of dimensional creatures. Typically, high-level creatures could crush low-level creatures. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen an epic creature tease a mythical creature. How can I kill him? Just as Zhou Wen was pondering, he saw the six-winged guardian dragon's 6 wings flap crazily. It shot out beams of demonic flames that resembled saber beams, sweeping away all the demonized soldiers and demonized generals in the city. The masked man had nowhere to hide and was forced out. He pulled the rope and attempted to escape into the dark clouds. Before he could enter the dark clouds, a purple beam of light suddenly flew past and severed the masked man's head along with the rope. Thud! The masked man's headless corpse, and the rope fell to the ground. The purple light transformed into a flying sword and returned to the scabbard in the demonic neonate's arms. However, Zhou Wen soon discovered that the corpse that had fallen to the ground had turned into a puppet. And at the spot between the puppet's brows was a speck of red, like a drop of blood. Killed epic creature, elegant emperor's avatar puppet. Discovered dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen originally imagined that it was all for naught. He never expected to see the notification on his phone. A dimensional crystal dropped at the same time. Zhou Wen saw that the dimensional crystal didn't have the shadow of the masked man, but there was a spirit talisman. Although he found it odd, he was still overjoyed. Although it wasn't a companion egg, he was already very satisfied to have a Essence Energy Skill Crystal drop. I wonder which skill it is. Zhou Wen picked up the Essence Energy Skill Crystal and wanted to absorb it. Life Providence incompatible. Unable to absorb. A notification popped up on the phone, startling Zhou Wen. He knew that a mythical skill required specific types of Life Providence and Life Soul, but for an epic Essence Energy skill to have a Life Providence requirement was rather rare. Zhou Wen switched his Life Providences and attempted. The Ancient Sovereign Life Providence, 8 Perfections Wisdom, and God Fiend were useless. When Zhou Wen switched to Dao Body, he finally absorbed the Essence Energy Skill Crystal. A strange energy surged out of the crystal and entered the blood-colored avatar's body. It opened up a new Essence Energy circulation pathway in the blood-colored avatar's body. An indescribable coolness spread throughout Zhou Wen's body as strange information flowed into his brain. Absorbed Elegant Emperor Avatar's Puppet Crystal. Attained Epic Essence Energy Skill. Substitute Talisman. Zhou was delighted. Is this the substitution technique of the Elegant Emperor? It's probably the skill which uses the paper figurines to substitute death, right? Surely with that skill, I no longer have to be afraid of death. It's equivalent to having countless lives? After Zhou carefully studied the substitute talisman's information, his expression turned odd. It wasn't like there was any other way. The substitute talisman was the skill of letting the paper figurine be a substitute in death. However, this skill wasn't as simple as he thought it to be. It wasn't something that could be used immediately if he wanted to. He had to prepare the substitute talisman beforehand, so that he could use it during battle. This essence energy skill wasn't something that could be used at the last minute. It required a long period of advanced preparations, and the process was rather complicated. The only thing that comforted Zhou was that creating a substitute talisman required a large amount of essence energy to support him. Thankfully, he had the Slaughterer Life Soul giving him virtually unlimited essence energy, so there was no need to worry about lacking it. Zhou got some tools and planned on creating a substitute talisman. Creating a substitute talisman did not necessarily require yellow paper, wood, stone, or metal. Even a piece of tile could be used as the basic material for substitute talisman. However, generally speaking, the success rate of jade and plant materials was the highest when creating them. Zhou took out an ordinary piece of paper. It was probably made of plant material, so the success rate wasn't too low. After calming his mind, Zhou used the substitute talisman skill. He extended his finger and condensed his essence energy on his fingertip. He pressed it on the white paper and drew a strange rune. Chapter 485 Going to Mount Laojun again. However, before he could finish drawing the runes, the paper tore apart. It could not withstand the corrosion from the essence energy. After drawing this talisman, Zhou essence energy was nearly depleted. The substitute talisman consumed too much essence energy. However, the Dao body gave him extremely fast essence energy recovery speed. Zhou didn't have to worry about having insufficient essence energy. However, it would be a waste if he didn't complete the substitute talisman. Ordinary paper didn't seem to work. Zhou found a wooden plank. It had been peeled off a box, and was rather common pine wood. However, the wooden plank couldn't withstand the essence energy either, and before Zhou could finish drawing the substitute talisman, it shattered. Zhou thought hard and found a steel plate. He used his essence energy to draw talismans on it. This time, the steel plate didn't crack, but the essence energy talisman he drew dissipated immediately. It was as though he had used gasoline to write on it, and it had quickly evaporated. From the looks of it, it's not a problem with the material. The success of the substitute talisman likely has a probability. It's not something that can be used just by drawing it out. Zhou roughly understood the reason. Therefore, he continued to use paper in his attempt to draw the substitute talisman. After drawing dozens of talismans in a row, none of them succeeded. The paper was completely shredded. Isn't the success rate a little too low? If it were someone else, their essence energy recovery wouldn't be able to keep up. They might not even be able to produce any substitute talisman in a day. This chance is almost as low as winning the lottery. Zhou felt somewhat indignant as he continued drawing. However, he failed to succeed even after finishing all the paper. Zhou was a little stubborn. If he didn't successfully complete one, he would feel uncomfortable. However, he couldn't find any more paper at home. He left his dorm and planned on buying a few diaries from the supermarket. He refused to believe that he couldn't draw a substitute talisman. Just as he walked out of Four Seasons Garden, he saw Wang Lu return from outside. After seeing Zhou, Wang Lu blinked and said, "When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? You even got me to help you rear the antelope and chick. They are gluttons, don't you know that? Isn't that too much? I just came back and haven't had the time to go to your place," Zhou said with a cough. He had really forgotten the two fellows. "You came back just in time. This is the food I bought for them. Take it back for them." Wang Lu handed the 2 bags in her hands to Zhou. Zhou took a look. There were all kinds of snacks in the bag, and they were all branded goods that weren't cheap. "Wang Lu, you don't have to feed them with these things. Just give them something simple to eat." Zhou was somewhat speechless as he thought to himself, "Do you have a mind at home? Do you need to be so extravagant when feeding them? It's not good to torture animals, right?" Wang Lu said with a smile. After a while, Wang Lu said, "By the way, you came back just in time. There will be a Xianwen Club event tomorrow. You can come too." "What's the event?" Zhou asked. "Li Xian said he wants to visit Mount Laojun to see the wordless monument," said Wang Lu. "He's visiting Mount Laojun to see the wordless monument?" Zhou was somewhat surprised. They had previously gone to Mount Laojun. After returning, Li Xian swore that he would never go to that godforsaken place again. Now, he was the one suggesting to visit Mount Laojun to see the wordless monument. From the looks of it, Li Maobai's matter really dealt him a huge blow, Zhou Wen thought. Are you going? Wang Lu asked. Yes. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Since Li Xian was determined to cultivate hard, he naturally had to support him. By the way, take the antelope with you when you go. Zhou Wen felt that this might be an opportunity to see if the antelope would return to Mount Laojun's golden peak. When they arrived at Wang Lu's dormitory, he saw that the antelope was still lazily sleeping on the sofa. As for the chick, it was standing on the table, watching an entertainment program that was playing on television. There were 2 dishes on the table. One was filled with melon seeds, and the other was filled with melon seed shells. It ate a melon seed very skillfully, and spat the melon seed shell onto the other plate. It was done in a fluid fashion like water. A cloud hung over Zhou Wen's head as he thought to himself, indeed, I can't leave a pet to a woman. It's only been a few days, and it has already become like this. From the looks of it, I'll have to leave it with Li Xian if I go out again. Furthermore, Zhou Wen realized that the 2 of them had gained weight. It wasn't because they had grown, but because they had become fat. In the past, the chick resembled a small falcon. Its body was streamlined, but now, it was as fat as a duck as it waddled about. Zhou Wen was really worried about its flight abilities. No, I have to educate it well. I have to make it an outstanding phoenix. Who the hell has seen a phoenix that looks like a fat duck? Zhou Wen made up his mind to train it in the future. From the looks of it, I should indeed find a dimensional zone to hone it. Zhou Wen stared at the chick as he considered which dimensional zone to take it to. The chick shivered for some reason as it looked away from the screen. When it saw Zhou Wen, it immediately flapped its wings excitedly and flew over. Zhou Wen opened his arms and wanted to hug it, but to his surprise, the fellow plummeted mid-flight because it was too fat. It flapped its wings a few times before stabilizing its body. It didn't fall to the ground. However, a dark cloud hung over Zhou Wen's head. This fellow really can't fly anymore. I need to train him. He needs to undergo hell training. Zhou Wen steeled his mind. As for the antelope, Zhou Wen didn't dare touch it and pretended not to see it. He took the antelope and chick back to his dorm. The next morning, Zhou Wen went to buy breakfast for Wang Lu. After she woke up and finished eating, the 2 of them went to the Xianwen Club. The members of the Xianwen Club were nearly all present. Even busy people like Gu Dian and Huang Ji had actually come. Feng Qiuyan had also brought Ming Xiu and Tian Jinjin. Together with Fang Ruoxi, Tian Xiangdong, and the other old members, the group took the school's bus for Mount Laojun. This was an event that the Xianwen Club had applied for with the school. The driver and the tutor who took them there were from the school, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Zhou Wen wasn't worried about his safety. With the 6-winged guardian dragon, there were only a handful of people in the Federation who could kill him. Even if he couldn't beat them, Zhou Wen was confident that he could survive. The fat chick lay on Zhou Wen's lap. The antelope occupied 2 seats. Zhou Wen had brought them along. After the group arrived at Mount Laojun, Zhou Wen and Li Xian familiarly led the way, and soon arrived in front of Mount Laojun's wordless monument. They met a few people when they went up the mountain. It was unknown what they were here for, but they had stopped in front of the wordless monument as if they were here to see it. Elder Jun, your surname is Jun. This is also Mount Laojun. I think this is your blessed land, a middle-aged man said to the old man beside him in a sycophantic manner. Chapter 486, Seeing Potential from Actions. Zhou Wen and company arrived in front of the wordless monument, preparing to look at it. Students, can you wait for a while before you view the wordless monument later? The middle-aged man walked over and said. Why? Li Xian asked. This is our East District's Taoist expert, Elder Jun Tingyu. He's here to study the wordless monument. If you were to look at it now and be affected by its power, it'd inevitably disrupt Elder Jun's research, said the middle-aged man. It's all right, let them take a look at it first, Jun Tingyu said. Since Jun Tingyu had already spoken, the middle-aged man did not say anything else and returned to the group. Zhou Wen and company took out the items they had brought with them before preparing to look at the wordless monument. This was because they would be affected by the wordless monument if they looked at it for extended periods of time. They would become hyperactive and would do things that expended stamina, so they prepared some tools to do what they wanted. For example, Tian Xiangdong had prepared 2 dumbbells. In a while, he wanted to lift the dumbbells to consume his stamina. Tian Jinjin had prepared a yoga mat and planned to do yoga. Apart from Gu Dian, everyone had brought some tools. Jun Tingyu looked at the things they prepared and seemed interested. He smiled as he sized them up. Elder Jun, I heard that the power of the wordless monument can put people in a hyperactive state. Then, if one uses this stimulus for learning, can one improve their results? Asked the middle-aged man, Li Mingqian. Jun Tingyu smiled and said, "This idea isn't bad, but it's actually very difficult to implement it. Legend has it that Mount Laojun is the place where the founder of Taoism secluded himself. His thoughts are mainly about the Tao. The Tao is about nature in search of the origins of all things to obtain the great Tao of heaven and man. I don't completely understand the meaning and power of this wordless monument, but based on my understanding of Laojun, I guess that it must be a power that pursues nature and returns to self." "Elder Jun, can you speak human? We still can't understand such profoundness," Li Mingqian said. "If my guess is correct, the wordless monument should be able to stimulate one's innate potential, so when it plays its role, humans will act according to their own hearts. They will ignore the constraints of the mortal world and do what they want to do deep down. The things that they have prepared beforehand are things that people feel they should do. However, what they want to do deep down will not be affected by the worldly factors, so what they do after viewing the wordless monument is often different from what they want to do now. Take a student for example. He believes that he should study hard, but that's only because of societal norms. What he thinks he should do is due to external factors. However, what he really wants to do doesn't necessarily have to be studying. Or rather, more than 95% of people would never want to study deep down. Therefore, even if he brings a book, he wouldn't read it. Is there no way to solve this problem and use the power of the wordless monument on a specific topic that one wants to do?" Li Mingqian asked again. "At the beginning, when the influence is relatively low, one can still control it a little. But after looking at the wordless monument for a long time, the innate potential in one's heart will become completely stimulated, making it very difficult to control. Unless it's a sage or Buddha, it's difficult for anyone to control their instincts," Jun Tingyu said. As they spoke, Zhou Wen and company were already sitting in front of the wordless monument, staring at it. The longer one looked at the wordless monument, the greater the influence they would receive. However, it also depended on the degree of determination one had. If one's willpower was stronger, then even if one looked at it for a long time, the impact would be smaller than that of an average person. But this determination might not necessarily be a good thing. Instead, it could be an obstacle. Due to external factors, humans would do many things that went against their conscience. For example, many people felt that work was a burden and wanted to go out without worries. However, due to various external factors, one could not resist the impulse. One had to do something that they were unwilling to do, and they had to think of ways to make themselves do the work. If one's willpower was too strong, it was very likely that they would forget their innate pursuits and find it difficult to stimulate their innate potential. "In that case, won't the items they prepared be completely useless?" Li Mingqian said as he looked at the tools Li Xian and company had prepared. "Only if his original intentions are the same as his current thoughts. Otherwise, they really won't be of much use." Jun Tingyu spoke conservatively. In fact, he believed that those things were basically useless. "I originally wanted to bring my books over to learn something. Thankfully, I didn't bring them," said Li Mingqian with a smile. Jun Tingyu said, "Actually, it's not that you can't read, but that's only if you like it. From the actions that arise from looking at the wordless monument, you can also see a person's potential in the future. For example, a person who would subconsciously practice his fist after looking at the wordless monument would definitely be extraordinary in fist arts in the future. If a person were to subconsciously practice his swordplay after looking at the wordless monument, then his sword art would definitely be extraordinary in the future." They had been chatting and had not deliberately looked at the wordless monument, so they were less affected. However, Zhou Wen and company had been looking at the wordless monument at a close distance. Tian Xiangdong, who had the worst willpower, was quickly affected. It didn't take long before he couldn't sit still. He stood up and began running in circles. "Elder Jun, you're right. The things he brought are useless. But what kind of potential does he have considering how he's running in circles? Does it mean that he will be very proficient in movement techniques in the future?" Li Mingqian asked. "This isn't easy to interpret. You can also interpret it that way. It's just a possibility." Jun Tingyu actually had another explanation, but he didn't say it out loud. Running was also a manifestation of psychological evasion. Zhou Wen looked at the wordless monument for a while. He originally wished to figure out something. Perhaps he could improve his Tao body and condense a life soul. But to his surprise, even if he circulated the wordless monument's essence energy art, there was no reaction from the wordless monument. After looking at it for a while, he felt really bored. He took out his phone and started grinding dungeons. Zhou Wen's actions immediately attracted the attention of Li Mingqian and company. Li Mingqian asked curiously, "Elder Jun, that student actually began gaming after seeing the wordless monument. What does that mean?" Jun Tingyu shook his head and said, "Although everyone will enjoy fun deep down, most people still subconsciously have some pursuits. To be completely immersed in a game like him, his future achievements will probably not be too high. Or rather, his achievements will be related to games. Jun Tingyu had minced his words. In such an era, it was obvious that a student who was engrossed in gaming would not have any achievements. Chapter 487 Why is the difference so great? Zhou naturally heard their words, but he didn't mind what others said, so he continued grinding. After the antelope arrived at Mount Laojun, it strolled around on its own. This delighted Zhou, but he never expected the fat bird to follow him. This left him somewhat depressed. Perhaps it was because they had known each other for a long time that the two of them had become so familiar with each other. The bird and antelope looked more and more in tune with each other. After a short while, the others started to move. Tian Jinjin's yoga mat didn't serve its purpose as expected. Instead, she started practicing her swordplay. This was still quite normal. The others were a little abnormal. Just like Zhou, Huang Ji took out his phone and began gaming crazily. Gu Dian took out a bunch of food from his backpack. They were basically all kinds of dried meat and drumsticks. He sat there and began eating. Wang Lu had prepared a canvas and a pen, and she started drawing there. This time, Li Xian was completely different from the last time he came. The last time he came, he did push-ups so crazily that he couldn't even lift his arms for 2 days. But this time, he actually sat there without doing anything. He closed his eyes, as if he was resting. No one knew what he was thinking. Elder Jun, what's your take on them? Li Mingqian looked at Jun Tingyu, unsure of what to say. Jun Tingyu shook his head and sighed. There are indeed some problems with the potential of these students. They either eat or game. There are also those who are resting with their eyes closed. If the students of the Federation all have such thoughts, then I'm afraid the Federation has no future. Jun Tingyu was truly worried about the Federation's future. The Federation was already in a state of turmoil, yet these young people were all so depraved. It was hard to imagine how the Federation would be able to survive with these young people who spent all their time gaming, eating, and drawing. Even though Li Mingqian did not know much about the wordless monument, he could tell that gaming, eating meat, drawing, and so on were definitely not good manifestations of potential. Finally, Jun Tingyu's brows relaxed. Ming Xiu stood up, used the practice sword he had on his lap, and began practicing. The sword art he practiced was the same as Tian Jinjin's. In fact, Tian Jinjin learned her sword art from him, so naturally it was identical. However, there was one thing that was different. Ming Xiu did not completely practice his sword art. He only constantly drew his sword and stabbed out, doing the same action repeatedly. Li Mingqian finally saw someone looking like he was doing something decent and asked Jun Tingyu. Elder Jun, what does it mean for this student to repeatedly draw his sword? Jun Tingyu praised. Good, this student is really good. Elder Jun, may I ask how is he good? Li Mingqian asked Jun Tingyu. Although it's only one move, I can tell that his foundation is very stable. He's still when he's calm, but as swift as a rabbit when moving. He holds his sword steadily and firmly. He thrusts out his sword fast and accurately. Despite having such a foundation, he's still pursuing perfection. He's not satisfied with his own achievements, and he's also able to endure boredom and loneliness. This student's future accomplishments in sword arts will definitely be extraordinary. If there's no surprise, he'll definitely become a famous person in the way of the sword. Jun Tingyu was not stingy with his praise. Firstly, it was because Ming Xiu was very outstanding. It wasn't an exaggeration to praise him. Secondly, it was because after seeing Zhou and the other jokers, seeing an outstanding student like Ming Xiu was simply stunning. If our Federation can have a few more youngsters like this, why would we need to worry about not being able to survive in the future? The more Jun Tingyu looked at Ming Xiu, the more he liked him. The more he looked at him, the happier he became. He even felt some regret that Ming Xiu wasn't his student. He wanted to nurture him well, so that he could become useful to the Federation in the future. Li Mingqian also said wistfully, It looks like our Federation's younger generation still has some talent. They're not all people who only know how to engage in revelry. As they spoke, they saw Feng Qiuyan stand up and use his hand as a saber to practice his saber art. Li Mingqian saw that Feng Qiuyan's moves were simple. They weren't very ostentatious, but they had a unique aura. He felt that this student was somewhat different from the rest. And when Feng Qiuyan's saber art landed in Jun Tingyu's eyes, his eyes lit up. He said excitedly, A genius! What a genius! Elder Jun, what's going on? Li Mingqian was shocked. Jun Tingyu usually had a sage-like demeanor. He had been with him for so long, but he had never seen him lose his composure. Jun Tingyu stared at Feng Qiuyan without blinking, as though he was admiring a peerless treasure. The student has actually managed to master this saber art at such a young age. He's practically a natural saber user. No, it should be said that he's a natural saber king. Jun Tingyu was someone with good eyesight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell that Feng Qiuyan's saber arts were good. Feng Qiuyan's saber arts were indeed impressive. He had the chance to become a grandmaster in the future. How could Jun Tingyu not be surprised to see such saber arts and saber force from a teenager? The last time he saw such a saber art, it came from a famous saber expert in the Federation. That person had already been famous for 20 to 30 years, but was declining now. It was impossible for him to advance any further. As for Feng Qiuyan, his future was limitless. No one knew how far he could go in the future. It's too perfect. There's actually such a perfect genius in this world. I didn't come to Mount Laojun for nothing. Ming-Can, help me ask for his contact details later. Oh right, there's also that student who's practicing his swordplay. With such geniuses, there's hope for the future of the Federation. Jun Tingyu could hardly contain his excitement. All he wanted to do now was to recruit these two talented young people as his students and ask which school they were from. If possible, he wanted to make them his students and mentor them as his graduate students. They could study at the college he worked at. I'll ask them now. Li Mingcan could naturally tell that Jun Tingyu really valued these two young men and was ready to go over. Don't disturb them. Let's wait for them to finish their training before heading over. If you go over now, it'll inevitably disrupt their train of thought. It won't be good if it affects them. Jun Tingyu hurriedly pulled Li Mingcan to prevent him from disturbing Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu. Jun Tingyu watched from the side. The more he looked at them, the more he found them pleasing to the eye and realized how promising they were. When he looked at the clowns beside them, the glutton had almost finished 10 kilograms of jerkies. He couldn't help but sigh. They're both students, but why is the difference so great? Chapter 488 Fusion Idea. Jun Tingyu was very patient. He found a spot not far away and sat down. The more he looked at Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu practice, the more he liked them. Zhou Wen was grinding the Metalwork Temple Instance Dungeon. He had already gone to the Cursed Demon Palace. With the six-winged guardian dragon, he was still no match for Medusa inside the Cursed Demon Palace. The main reason was that the palace was limited in size. When Medusa's strength swept out, there wasn't much space to hide from it. He and the six-winged guardian dragon could only fight head-on with Medusa. Medusa's terrifying eyes of petrification would petrify him, and the six-winged guardian dragon. Demonic Neonate did not have a place to hide either. It was very easy for her to die in the palace, and she couldn't showcase her worth. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided not to try the Cursed Demon Palace for the time being. He decided to head to the Music Temple and the depths of the Metalwork Temple. Inside the Metalwork Temple, Zhou Wen summoned the Fire Furnace Queen, six-winged guardian dragon guard, and the Fortune Goldfish. Then, he brought the baby tiger and charged forward. The Fortune Goldfish's stats gave luck +4 in the Metalwork Temple. Occasionally, there would be fluctuations. In addition to lucky baby tiger's luck +5, a total of 9 luck wasn't a joke. The drop rate nearly doubled. When Zhou Wen was farming monsters, he felt that the drop rate was especially high. The chances of essence energy skills and companion eggs dropping were also significantly higher. However, Zhou Wen wasn't interested in ordinary essence energy skills or companion beasts. The companion eggs that often appeared here were legendary Steel Cauldron Fire Sprites. Although Fire Elemental companion beasts were pretty good, with the Fire Furnace Queen, Steel Cauldron Fire Sprites were naturally useless. Fire Cannon, Metal Heavy Fist, and Flame Protection were the most commonly dropped essence energy skills. Before long, Zhou Wen had mastered them and had reached rank 9. However, these essence energy skills had very ordinary effects. Zhou Wen didn't usually need them. Fire Furnace Queen was clearly a rare monster. Zhou Wen passed through several huge palaces and corridors before finally encountering one. Unfortunately, only one strength crystal dropped after killing it. As he walked further in, he found more common dimensional creatures such as Steel Cauldron Fire Sprites, Hammer Metal Golems, and so on. If not for the fact that he wanted to see what was deep inside the Metalwork Temple, Zhou Wen wouldn't have bothered killing them. Buzz! 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 When Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to come to a large hall, he heard an extremely odd sound that sounded like the rumbling of an operating machine. As expected, the moment the blood-colored avatar entered the hall, it saw a strange metal monster sprawled inside. It looked like a war vehicle that resembled a tank, but its outer appearance was round. It looked like a small flying saucer. It was more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters in diameter. There were many holes around it. When it saw the blood-colored avatar enter, the strange war vehicle began spinning. Flames spewed out from the holes. Due to the rotation, the war vehicle was like a huge metal spinning top that spewed flames. Boom! The six-winged guardian dragon slapped down with its claws, reducing the strange war vehicle into a pile of scrap metal. Killed an epic creature, Inferno Tank. Discovered dimensional crystal. Realizing that it was a 38 valued essence energy crystal, Zhou Wen picked it up and held it in the blood-colored avatar's hand as he continued walking forward. As he went further in, the number of such Inferno tanks increased. After killing 20 to 30 of them, an Inferno tank companion egg dropped. The Inferno tank stats were considered pretty good at the epic stage, but it was useless for Zhou. However, one skill of the Inferno tank attracted his attention. The Essence Energy skill was called Rampage. When the Inferno tank used this skill, it would be almost invincible, or rather, a dominance body. Even the 6-winged Guardian Dragon wouldn't be able to kill it in that period of time. This skill is good stuff, but the Inferno tank is too weak. I wonder if I can fuse Rampage onto other pets. Zhou thought carefully, and suddenly had an idea. Recently, he had been trying to obtain armor-type companion beasts. Ever since the mutated stone Qi died, Zhou didn't have any armor-type companion beasts. The defenses of ordinary Qi were too weak. It was useless against mythical creatures as they were paper. That failed to meet Zhou's requirements. Since there aren't any ready-made armor-type companion beasts, can I fuse one myself? If I combine the Life Providence, Life Soul, and skills I want onto a companion beast, perhaps I can create an armor-type companion beast that's stronger than the mutated stone Qi. Let me think about it. It's best if the Life Providence is the 3-eyed Golden Warrior's golden body. That will enhance the defense greatly. I can also have the skill, Invulnerable Golden Body. Which Life Soul should I choose? Zhou silently calculated. Just considering Life Providence, Life Soul, and skills was clearly insufficient. This was because there was a problem with compatibility. If the compatibility was too low, even if the two pets had Life Providences and skills that Zhou needed, it would be difficult to successfully fuse them. Furthermore, after the two pets fused, the product's stats would change. It might not be able to retain the Life Soul or skills that Zhou wanted. Therefore, it was almost impossible to try to produce one in 1 or 2 fusions. Zhou thought about all the pet attributes he knew. Although he had a few skills and Life Providences that he thought were good, he still felt that they weren't perfect. Furthermore, after trying it out, he realized that the compatibility between some pets was too low. It was almost impossible to succeed through multiple fusions. Just as Zhou was fretting over this, a dimensional creature that he had never seen appeared deep within the metalwork temple. It was a heavy armored warrior that was completely made of metal. When the 6-winged Guardian Dragon slapped down with its claws, a golden pattern appeared on the body of the armored warrior. It looked like he was made of raw metal. It was strange yet beautiful. It appeared on the black-gray armor, causing the originally ordinary armor to become gorgeous and resplendent. Clang! The 6-winged Guardian Dragon's claws struck the head of the armored warrior, but it was actually blocked by a pair of arms. The stone floor beneath its feet cracked, but the armored warrior didn't suffer any damage at all. This fellow is interesting. Zhou's eyes lit up. Clang! 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 The 6-winged Guardian Dragon swiped down with its claws one after another, slamming heavily on the arms of the armored warrior, smashing the armored warrior into the ground like a nail. However, the armored warrior suffered several heavy blows, and only a fine crack appeared on the armor on his arm. It did not shatter. Clang! After another heavy blow, the shiny patterns on the armored warrior's body that looked like magma shattered. As the pattern shattered, the armor was also smashed into pieces at the same time. It was just an empty shell without any creature inside. Killed an epic creature, Runic Heavy Armored Warrior. Discovered Dimensional Crystal. Chapter 489 Divine Armament. This fellow is an epic creature. He's actually able to withstand a few consecutive strikes from the 6-winged Guardian Dragon. How impressive is his defense? What's the light pattern on his body? A skill? Life Providence? Or Life Soul? Zhou's interest was piqued as he began searching for the Runic Heavy Armored Warrior in the Metalwork Temple. Luckily, this type of epic Runic Heavy Armored Warrior was not rare. However, it was only found in the nearby area, and behind it was a square. There were quite a number of Runic Heavy Armored Warriors on the square, and behind them was a strange building half embedded in the mountain wall. The building was completely made of metal. It looked like half a huge metal ship was embedded in the mountain wall. Above the building was a metal statue holding a forging tool. It must be the god of metalworking. These Runic Heavy Armored Warriors were guarding the nearby temple. Seeing that there was no other path, Zhou knew that the strange metal palace was probably the end of the metalwork temple. He wasn't in a hurry to enter, so he searched outside for Runic Heavy Armored Warriors to hunt. There were only about 100 Runic Heavy Armored Warriors in the vicinity. It wasn't that easy to have a companion egg drop. Zhou was already mentally prepared to grind a few more times, but with the lucky baby tiger and fortune goldfish's double augmentation in luck, he actually managed to get a Runic Heavy Armored Warrior companion egg drop. Zhou hurriedly checked the stats of the Runic Heavy Armored Warrior, and was overjoyed. Runic Heavy Armored Warrior, Epic. Life Providence, Heavy Armored Warrior. Life Soul, Blessed Combat Runes. Strength, 36. Speed, 29. Constitution, 37. Essence Energy, 34. Talent Skill, Fist of War, Rampage, Heart of Enrage. Companion Form, Heavy Armor. From the looks of it, those magma-like patterns should be his life soul, Blessed Combat Runes. Furthermore, he also has the skill, Rampage. I wonder if this fellow can fuse with the three-eyed Golden Warrior. If he can fuse into a companion beast with the Golden Body Life Providence and Blessed Combat Runes Life Soul, I wonder if the defense will improve greatly when he's in armor form. Zhou Wen didn't have any three-eyed Golden Warriors at the moment, but ordinary Golden Warriors had the Golden Body Life Providence as well. He might not necessarily need to use a three-eyed Golden Warrior. He put the Runic Heavy Armored Warrior together with the Golden Warrior and checked their compatibility. He discovered that their compatibility was 76. Without much hesitation, he chose to fuse them. With a bang, the companion egg and the Golden Warrior burst into smoke. The fusion failed. Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback. He found it unbelievable that the fusion had failed despite a compatibility score of 76. Furthermore, he had two lucky pets with him. From the looks of it, the goddess of luck will occasionally have some hiccups, Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Thankfully, Golden Warriors and Runic Heavy Armored Warrior weren't rare. One was at the legendary stage while the other was at the epic stage, so it was relatively easy to grind them. However, Zhou Wen had killed all the Runic Heavy Armored Warrior in the area. He needed to drip blood to respawn them. Zhou Wen didn't respawn immediately. Instead, he walked towards the metalwork temple. He wanted to see what was inside. The metal hall's door was very heavy. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to use all his strength before pushing open a crack. A warm surge rushed out from the temple. It nearly made an epic expert like Zhou Wen feel like he was about to be roasted. He quickly used the inverse ancient sovereign life soul to make himself feel better. Then, he slowly pushed open the metal door and looked into the temple. There was a huge furnace in the main temple. Above the furnace was a golden trident. It was indescribably majestic, as if it was a divine item from heaven. Golden trident? Zhou Wen had heard of such a weapon. Legend had it that the weapon of Poseidon was a trident. It was a divine armament that controlled all the seas in the world and possessed the power to destroy the world. Poseidon relied on the power of the trident to release a huge flood that could destroy the world in an attempt to compete with the goddess of wisdom for the control of the land. There were all sorts of legends about the origins of the trident. One legend claimed that the trident was a divine armament forged by the god of metalworking. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't know if the golden trident was Poseidon's trident. Furthermore, in the legends of other religions, the trident represented the devil, Satan's weapon, because its prongs were one long and two short. It was very similar in characteristics, and was considered a symbol of evil. This was the temple of the god of metalworking, so it likely didn't have anything to do with Satan. Zhou Wen felt that the possibility of the former was higher. Even if it wasn't Poseidon's trident, it should be a rather good weapon. As Zhou Wen was pondering over it, he saw the golden trident emit a powerful golden divine light. The flames in the furnace also rose crazily, turning the entire temple into a sea of flames. The flames were extremely terrifying. With Zhou Wen's physique, he was unable to withstand them, and was about to be burned to death. The baby tiger was in an even worse shape. It died in the flames, and was burned to ashes. The fortune goldfish and the fire furnace queen were not afraid of flames at all, and the six-winged guardian dragon guardian appeared as if nothing had happened. They weren't afraid, but Zhou Wen couldn't afford not to be. With a thought, the six-winged guardian dragon transformed into 6 flaming wings, and appeared behind the blood-colored avatar. The flames on the dragon wings resisted the surrounding flames, giving Zhou Wen a lot of benefits. The silver water snake was summoned as well. It spat out a stream of water to fight against the surrounding flames. Unfortunately, its water jet was obviously weak. The moment it came into contact with the flames, it evaporated immediately. It was useless. Zhou Wen was just about to try pulling out the golden trident, when he suddenly saw the furnace shake. The golden trident flew out of the furnace, and pointed at the blood-colored avatar. Boom! A golden beam shot out from the trident, melting the entire temple into a golden beam like the sun. Zhou Wen saw that the screen was filled with golden light. He couldn't see anything. By the time the screen recovered, it had already darkened. Clearly, the blood-colored avatar was already dead. What the hell? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. He had been instantly killed. If he had known, he wouldn't have made the 6-winged guardian dragon transform into dragon wings. With the 6-winged guardian dragon in front of him, it shouldn't have been that easy to be instantly killed. Zhou Wen was just about to respawn with a drop of blood and enter the game when he heard the few people who had been resting nearby walking towards them. He couldn't help but look up. Chapter 490, I only want to learn from Coach. Ming Xiu stopped his practice. The influence of the wordless monument had disappeared from his body. Ming Xiu was just about to look at the wordless monument again to continue practicing when he saw Jun Tingyu walking over with his group of people.
Hi, can we have a chat?
Seeing Ming Xiu stop practicing, Jun Tingyu walked over impatiently.
Hello, what's it about?
Ming Xiu asked Jun Tingyu doubtfully. Jun Tingyu looked at Li Mingqian. There were some things that he couldn't say, but if he didn't say them, it would be difficult to move a talent like Ming Xiu. Of course, Li Mingqian understood Jun Tingyu's intentions. He lightly coughed and said to Ming Xiu,
Hi, what's your name? Which school are you studying at? My name is Ming Xiu. I'm a first-year student at Bright Prospects College. I'm now studying at Sunset College on exchange.
This wasn't a secret, so there was no need to hide it. Ming Xiu told the truth.
Only a first year?
Jun Tingyu's eyes lit up. Ming Xiu was more outstanding than he had imagined. He had originally thought that Ming Xiu was already a third or fourth-year student, but he hadn't expected that he would still be a first-year student. He was even younger and more outstanding than he had imagined. Furthermore, when he heard that Ming Xiu was a student at Bright Prospects College, but was only now on exchange at Sunset College, Jun Tingyu became more confident. If he was really a student of Sunset College, with Ming Xiu's excellent performance, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. However, Bright Prospects College was far from being on the same level as Sunset College. As for the Imperial Capital College where he hailed from, it was definitely not inferior to Sunset College. Its ranking was even higher. As long as he had enough chips and sincerity, he wasn't afraid that Ming Xiu would be tempted. Should he be an exchange student at Sunset College, or should he directly go to Imperial Capital to be his graduate student? Any student with the ability to judge should know how to choose.
Ming Xiu, let me do the introductions. This Mr. Jun Tingyu, a tutor from Imperial Capital College and also an honorary vice-chancellor. He's a famous Taoist expert.
Li Mingqian listed a lot of titles. Even without those titles, just being a tutor of Imperial Capital College was enough to make people respect him.
Ming Xiu, are you interested in studying at the Imperial Capital College? I happen to be short of 2 graduate students. I can also apply for a scholarship for you.
Jun Tingyu interrupted Li Mingqian. Li Mingqian had gone overboard with the accolades. Ming Xiu finally understood that this old man in front of him wanted to recruit him into the Imperial Capital College.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Without any hesitation, Ming Xiu rejected Jun Tingyu. Originally, he hadn't wanted to come to Sunset College. Now, he did not want to go to Imperial Capital College.
Why? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I can think of a way to help you resolve them.
Jun Tingyu was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Ming Xiu to directly reject him.
There aren't any difficulties, but I still wish to stay at Sunset College for my studies,
said Ming Xiu.
If I remember correctly, Bright Prospects College's exchange students will only be studying at Sunset College for 3 months, right? In 3 months, you will be returning to Bright Prospects College, right?
Jun Tingyu looked at Ming Xiu and asked. He suspected that he had remembered wrongly.
That's right. I have less than a month left in Sunset College,
Ming Xiu said with a nod.
Then why aren't you willing to go to the Imperial Capital College?
Jun Tingyu was even more confused.
Because someone here can teach me things that I can't learn from anywhere else,
Ming Xiu said seriously. Jun Tingyu noticed that Ming Xiu was speaking very seriously, and didn't seem to be patronizing him. He thought for a moment and said,
Sunset College is indeed a very good college. It won't be much inferior to our Imperial Capital College. However, if one were to say that the teaching standards here are better than the Imperial Capital Colleges, that's not necessarily the case. In the entire Sunset College, I, Jun Tingyu, only admire Lung Zhongzhen. Your tutor isn't Lung Zhongzhen, right?
No. Ming Xiu shook his head.
Then who is your tutor?
Jun Tingyu asked again.
It doesn't matter who my tutor is. My staying at Sunset College isn't because of the tutor, but because there's someone here. To me, he's the best coach. He's someone no one can replace. He taught me how a sword should be used,
said Ming Xiu.
Oh, who is he?
Jun Tingyu was a little interested. To be able to teach such an outstanding student like Ming Xiu, Jun Tingyu believed that he must be a highly respected tutor, or perhaps a sword arts master. Perhaps it was some special treatment the college had given Ming Xiu. However, Ming Xiu turned around and pointed his finger in one direction. Then he said,
That's him. He's my coach.
Jun Tingyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ming Xiu's coach to be here as well. However, when he looked in the direction Ming Xiu was pointing, he was instantly shocked. There was only one person in the direction Ming Xiu was pointing. It was Zhou Wen, who was gaming there. At that moment, Zhou Wen had entered the dungeon and continued playing his game. It looked like the battle was extremely intense.
You're saying that the student who's playing games is your coach?
Jun Tingyu thought that Ming Xiu had made a mistake. The person who could teach such a genius student was naturally a true expert. How could it be a student, and such a student at that.
Yes, he's my coach. He taught me how to use the sword, so even if there's less than a month left, I still hope to learn from him.
Ming Xiu said seriously. Jun Tingyu, Li Mingqian, and the others all had their mouths agape, unable to speak. From Ming Xiu's expression, it didn't seem like he was spouting nonsense. However, to give up the chance of going to Imperial Capital College as a graduate student with Jun Tingyu for just another month of study with another student, this was simply incomprehensible to them.
Ming Xiu, you should consider it again. Although that student might have something extraordinary about him, there's definitely a gap between him and a famous tutor like Elder Jun. You're too young, so you might not know much about him. Among the students taught by Elder Jun, many of them are already famous epic experts in the Federation.
Li Mingqian said.
Jun Tingyu, a mentor at the Imperial Capital College, the honorary vice-chancellor, and a famous Taoist expert. He has the reputation of being a famous Taoist master, and his strength is outstanding. He even taught Li Ziqian, Zhang Huayu, and other famous epic experts of the Federation. He groomed more than 30 epic experts for the Federation.
Ming Xiu recounted Jun Tingyu's accolades as though he knew them all. But in the end, he bowed slightly to Jun Tingyu and said,
"Thank you for your kind offer. If this was before I came to Sunset College and met Coach, I would have agreed to follow you to Imperial Capital College without any hesitation. But now, even if there's only one day left, I still wish to learn from Coach."
Jun Tingyu and Li Mingqian were both dumbfounded. They watched as Ming Xiu turned around and walked to the wordless monument. He sat down and continued to look at the monument. They were unable to regain their senses for a long time. Suddenly, they heard a saber hum go straight into the clouds. They turned their heads and saw Feng Qiuyan slash at the sky with his palm like it was a saber. He was like a heaven-defying dragon. His aura was terrifying, as though he could slice apart the heavens and earth. Life soul. He actually condensed a life soul. Heavens! How old is he? Jun Tingyu's body trembled as he widened his eyes in disbelief at Feng Qiuyan. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 491 The Luck of a Lifetime. As time passed, various dimensional zones were developed. More and more geniuses appeared among humans, and the age for reaching the epic stage was declining. However, even the geniuses of the six families would usually only have the chance to advance to the epic stage when they were in their 20s or 30s. These were people with extraordinary talent. The college student in front of him had already advanced to the epic stage and condensed a life soul. Even though he was used to seeing geniuses at Imperial Capital College, he could not help but be surprised and happy. This is a rare genius that only appears once in 100 years. I have to think of a way to recruit him as my disciple. I definitely can't miss out on such a genius. Jun Tingyu only wanted to take Feng Qiuyan as his graduate student. Under the power of the wordless monument, Feng Qiuyan constantly practiced his saber, finally gaining some insight. He felt like he had yet to fully vid something in him, so he couldn't help but unleash his true strength and slash out the saber that slashed at the heavens. After slashing out, Feng Qiuyan calmed down significantly. He retracted his palm and converged his essence energy.
"Hello, I'm Imperial Capital College's tutor, Jun Tingyu. What's your name?"
Jun Tingyu couldn't wait for Li Mingqian to introduce him. He walked over impatiently, took out his name card, and handed it to Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan was puzzled and looked at Jun Tingyu, unsure why he was here for him.
"Feng Qiuyan, are you willing to be my graduate student at the Imperial Capital College? I can apply for the best scholarship for you. Furthermore, you can directly work in my laboratory and participate in the project I'm researching. During this period of time, you can enjoy the treatment of a researcher. I will also apply for passage to all the dimensional zones in Imperial Capital College for you."
Jun Tingyu couldn't wait to throw out all his chips. He really wanted Feng Qiuyan. It was easy to obtain 1,000 soldiers, but not a general. There were many humans who could cultivate, but very few had the chance to break through to the mythical stage. It had been so many years, and the number of people who had the ability to break through to the mythical stage could be counted on one hand. From Jun Tingyu's point of view, Feng Qiuyan was the person who could very likely break through to the mythical stage. If he could be carefully nurtured by him, he might become a legend of the Federation in the future.
"Sorry, I have no intention of leaving Sunset College,"
Feng Qiuyan said. After experiencing Ming Xiu's previous experience, Jun Tingyu's mental fortitude was much greater. After being rejected, he didn't feel too agitated. He asked Feng Qiuyan,
"Why are you refusing? Does Sunset College give you better treatment than me? I'm only a first-year student at Sunset College. I don't receive any special treatment, nor do I need any special treatment,"
Feng Qiuyan said.
"Another first year."
Jun Tingyu looked at Feng Qiuyan with an even more fervent gaze. This was simply a gifted talent. A first-year student was only 17 years old. A 17-year-old epic was just too shocking. It was likely that not many of the 6 families could produce such a powerful genius. No, I have to think of a way to poach him away from Sunset College. From his looks, he doesn't seem to lack money. His background must be extraordinary. If his surname is Feng, could he be a descendant of the Feng family? Jun Tingyu pondered for a moment before asking.
Although the Feng surname is the #1 surname in ancient times, there aren't many people with the surname Feng in the present world. Now, there are 2 famous Feng family clans. They are situated at the capital and Sea Return. Which one are you? Sea Return's Feng family,
Feng Qiuyan replied. Jun Tingyu was overjoyed when he heard that.
Old Master Feng Boren from the Feng family of Sea Return and I have a good relationship. I have some understanding of your Feng family's essence energy art. If you are willing to study at the Imperial Capital College with me, I can provide you with a special wind stack crystal. It's sufficient for your cultivation.
A special wind elemental crystal wasn't something that could be bought with money. It could only be obtained by hunting wind elemental dimensional creatures. However, wind elemental dimensional creatures were relatively rare, and their drop rate was low. The Sea Return Feng family's essence energy art required a large amount of wind elemental crystals to advance to a higher realm. As a result, the Feng family's wind elemental crystals were never enough. They needed to spend large amounts of resources to purchase them. Even so, it was still not enough. He had made a generous offer that even Jun Tingyu felt his heart ache. From his point of view, Feng Qiuyan didn't have any reason to reject him. A wind elemental crystal was too important to the Feng family.
Sorry, I don't plan on leaving Sunset College.
Feng Qiuyan didn't hesitate as he rejected him once again. Jun Tingyu was somewhat stunned. He looked at Feng Qiuyan and asked,
Can you tell me why you're unwilling to go to Imperial Capital College?
Li Mingcan and company also looked at Feng Qiuyan. They really couldn't figure out why Feng Qiuyan would reject him. If Jun Tingyu gave any university student those conditions, they would usually follow Jun Tingyu to Imperial Capital College without any hesitation. Let alone poaching a first-year student, the offer was more than enough for poaching a famous researcher. Furthermore, Jun Tingyu was willing to offer the wind elemental crystals from his prized collection. This was simply a blessing from the heavens. They really couldn't understand why Feng Qiuyan would reject him. Was his brain damaged? Feng Qiuyan said matter-of-factly,
Because there's Coach here, but there's no one like him in Imperial Capital College.
Hearing the word coach, Jun Tingyu, Li Mingcan, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They thought, it can't be? Jun Tingyu's expression was extremely odd. He glanced at Zhou Wen, who was gaming not far away. He then looked at Feng Qiuyan and asked,
Which coach are you referring to? He's right there.
Feng Qiuyan pointed at Zhou Wen, who was gaming. Although they were mentally prepared, when Feng Qiuyan pointed at Zhou Wen, Jun Tingyu and company's expressions changed. Jun Tingyu's emotions were extremely complicated as he looked at Zhou Wen with a strange gaze. Li Mingcan could no longer hold back his anger. He could not help but ask,
Feng Qiuyan, you said that he's your mentor. Can you tell us who he is? His name is Zhou Wen. Just like me, he's a first-year student at Sunset College.
Feng Qiuyan answered. Jun Tingyu's heart skipped a beat.
Another first-year student?
Li Mingcan asked in confusion.
He's also in his first year. How can he be stronger than you?
Li Mingcan actually wanted to say, what right does he have to be your coach? However, he was someone who still cared about his reputation, so he was too embarrassed to say such words. However, in Li Mingcan's heart, Feng Qiuyan was already an unprecedented genius. It was understandable for him to have a tutor or a famous person as his coach, but he was also a first-year student. The fellow who was addicted to gaming was actually Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu's coach. Li Mingcan felt that it wasn't something to be believed at all. It was likely that Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu were just patronizing them, making excuses that they didn't want to go to the Imperial Capital College. Upon hearing Li Mingcan's doubts, Feng Qiuyan immediately said seriously,
Coach is obviously stronger than me. Compared to Coach, I'm worlds apart from him. I'm less than 10,000th of Coach. It's the luck of my lifetime to be able to cultivate alongside Coach.
Jun Tingyu and Li Mingcan were dumbfounded when they heard that. They couldn't help but look at Zhou Wen. Looking at Zhou Wen, who was engrossed in the game, they really couldn't associate such a student with Feng Qiuyan's description of him. Chapter 492 Too late. Could it be that I've misjudged him? Is that student really a genius who's stronger than Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan? Jun Tingyu began to doubt himself. He could tell that Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan respected Zhou Wen greatly. The feelings that came from the bottom of their hearts couldn't be faked. It was impossible that they were just patronizing him. However, Jun Tingyu couldn't believe that the fellow who was gaming was actually better than Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan had advanced to the epic stage at such a young age. It was a rare occurrence that happened only once in 100 years, but to Zhou Wen of the same age, He was like a student idolizing his teacher. He couldn't imagine what kind of person Zhou Wen was. Is there really such a genius in this world? Jun Tingyu looked at Zhou Wen with mixed feelings. Li Mingqian and company looked at Zhou Wen as well. They couldn't help but gulp. Even Feng Qiuyan admitted that he was less than 10,000th of him. They found it even more difficult to imagine what kind of genius he was.
Teacher, could there be a deeper meaning behind this act of gaming?
Li Mingqian was a little suspicious of the previous judgment. Although he knew that it was not good to doubt Jun Tingyu like this, he could not help but ask. Jun Tingyu was beginning to grumble inwardly. After carefully observing Zhou Wen, who was gaming, he felt that he was indeed somewhat extraordinary. He looked calm and had an outstanding temperament. Although he was gaming, he gave off an aura that he could not be shaken even if the sky collapsed. It seemed that he was indeed different from others. In fact, this was just a psychological effect on Jun Tingyu's part. Although Zhou Wen really wasn't just gaming, from the looks of it, he was no different from an ordinary person when gaming. To see anything from it was nothing but a joke. As Zhou Wen was gaming, his phone suddenly rang. It was his usual phone. Upon hearing the text message chime, Zhou Wen immediately jolted. This was because he had specially set up the notification sound. Only when the Dharch sent a message would he get this sound. Zhou Wen didn't dare delay, as he hurriedly took out the other phone from his pocket. Indeed, it was a message from the Dharch.
After such a long time, I still haven't seen any of the things that I want. I don't think you've taken my matters to heart. I really shall mete out some punishment. Otherwise, you might think that my threats are just for fun.
Zhou Wen immediately broke out into cold sweat when he saw the message. He was afraid of death, and he was even more afraid that the Dharch would sever his limbs. That would be terrible.
I've been being pursued recently, so I haven't had the time to buy you that equipment. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to buy them for you immediately. Even if I have to sell everything, I'll definitely help you buy everything.
Zhou Wen had been too busy recently, so he had really forgotten about it.
Too late.
The Dharch only replied with 2 words. Zhou Wen hurriedly tried to explain. He was really afraid that the Dharch would make a wish to sever all his limbs. He was in the prime of his youth, so to have his limbs severed just because of a few darn instruments would be terrible. However, no matter how he explained, the Dharch didn't reply. This made Zhou Wen feel extremely uneasy. When Jun Tingyu saw Zhou Wen using his phone to communicate with the Dharch, his eyes lit up. He shouted excitedly,
"Genius! This person is really a genius!"
Li Mingqian and the others were shocked. Li Mingqian quickly asked,
"Elder Jun, what have you seen?"
Jun Tingyu said,
"I'm getting old. Indeed, I was wrong just now. This young man is really an extraordinary genius. It's no wonder even geniuses like Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan admire him so much. Elder Jun, how did you tell? Tell us."
Li Mingqian's heart was itching to know. Jun Tingyu pointed at Zhou Wen, who was texting on his phone, and said,
"The wordless monument is a power that targets the hearts of people. Even top epic experts would surrender themselves to their inner desires after being affected by the power of the wordless monument. Before they are exhausted, they definitely wouldn't be distracted, nor can they be distracted. But look at him. When he was gaming, he was actually able to use another phone to constantly send messages. This means that his mind is completely unaffected by the power of the wordless monument. To be able to maintain his willpower in such a situation means that his willpower is completely unheard of. Even saints pale in comparison. With such powerful willpower, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. No wonder."
The more Jun Tingyu looked at Zhou Wen, the more he felt that he stood out as though he had an outstanding bearing. This made it impossible for him to treat Zhou Wen as a junior any longer. Zhou Wen didn't know all the things that Jun Tingyu had deciphered. As he had already cultivated the wordless monument's essence energy art, he wasn't affected at all. He didn't need to use his willpower to ward off the wordless monument's power. However, there was one thing Jun Tingyu did guess correctly by sheer chance. Zhou Wen's willpower was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Wen sent several messages, but the Dharch didn't reply. He knew that this matter was likely going to blow up. He felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to stay any longer. He needed to quickly think of a way to protect himself and resist the Thearka's impending rage. In front of so many people, he couldn't make a big fuss. He had to find a place with no one around. Zhou Wen put away his phone and stood up. Seeing that Li Xian and company were still immersed in their worlds, he walked out and said to the tutor who was watching over them,
"Sir, there are some matters in the school that need my attention. I'll be returning now."
After receiving the tutor's approval, Zhou Wen was about to leave the mountain when Jun Tingyu stopped him.
"I'm Jun Tingyu from the Imperial Capital College. I would like to know if you have the time to chat with me."
Jun Tingyu didn't treat Zhou Wen as a student. He had the intention to talk to him as equals.
"I'm really sorry. I have something urgent to attend to and need to return to school. Let's talk again in the future."
Zhou said as he turned around and left.
Why is this person so rude?
Li Mingqian said. Jun Tingyu didn't mind it at all. Instead, he felt that Zhou was even more extraordinary. He pondered and said,
Geniuses have their own personalities. Zhou is indeed not an ordinary person. This is understandable. I'll go to Sunset College tomorrow to visit him.
Li Mingqian was just about to say something when he suddenly saw an antelope and a golden eagle-like bird come down from Mount Laojun. The antelope was following behind Zhou, and the bird circled above his head as though it was protecting him. Li Mingqian, Jun Tingyu, and company were dumbfounded. The animals on Mount Laojun weren't ordinary creatures. With Mount Laojun's protection, they could be described as pets in the backyard of a saint. They had actually taken the initiative to follow Zhou down the mountain. They had never heard of such a thing, so they found it unbelievable. Zhou walked all the way down Mount Laojun before heading straight to campus. He felt uneasy the entire way, unsure how the arch would deal with him. Chapter 493 Punishment. Zhou returned to school on tenterhooks the entire way. But nothing happened even when he returned to his dorm. Zhou didn't dare be careless. He summoned all the companion beasts he could use and stopped sleeping in his bedroom. He stayed in the living room. With the antelope and chick by his side, he felt safer. It was strange. Ever since they had come back from Mount Laojun, the chick that was as fat as a duck had actually slimmed down again. It looked like it was in high spirits like before. Zhou wasn't in the mood to study how the chick had lost weight in the blink of an eye. He sat on the sofa and placed a few notebooks to the side as he drew substitute talismans one by one. These were life-saving treasures. If he could produce one, even if the arch wanted to deal with him, it might be able to save his life. He drew one after another, but the success rate of a substitute talisman was really low. However, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Zhou gradually got the gist of it after repeatedly drawing. Although this was a skill obtained from an essence energy skill crystal, Zhou was the one who needed to draw the talisman. When he realized that if he only drew the symbols using essence energy, the success rate was pathetic. The lines of the substitute talisman seemed to contain some kind of profoundness. Zhou sensed the strangeness of the lines, and gradually figured out something. This substitute talisman needs to be drawn with my essence energy. The lines drawn are also imbued with some kind of mysterious power related to me. It looks like the drawing of a talisman, but it's actually a form of understanding of oneself. At the same time, it's also a way to communicate with external objects. Zhou thought as he drew. Zhou spent the entire day and night drawing. He didn't know how many substitute talismans he had drawn by the next morning. He had almost used up several thick diary books by the time he finally completed one. It was also thanks to Zhou's infinite essence energy that he could do so. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to draw so many times in a couple of months. Although the substitute talisman is useful, it's too difficult to draw one. It's really not easy to get one talisman. Zhou held the substitute talisman that he had drawn and was somewhat excited. With this talisman, it was equivalent to having an additional life. Unfortunately, the substitute talisman could only be used by himself. This was because the substitute talisman that Zhou drew was closely related to him, so it could only help him block calamities. As for what kind of calamity the substitute talisman could withstand, Zhou didn't know. Although talisman drawing wasn't easy, Zhou was thrilled by what he had gained. Talisman drawing needed him to sense the connection between himself and external objects. In this period of time, Zhou kept using the Tao Sutra, allowing him to gain some insight into it. The Tao models itself after nature. To condense a life soul from the Tao Sutra, I'll probably have to work hard on heaven-man unity, Zhou thought to himself. Although there were some clues, as long as there was a direction, there was a possibility. It was better than being directionless as previously. Now, Zhou didn't have the time to take in nature. He stored away the substitute talisman that he had drawn and slept. Drawing the substitute talisman consumed both his essence energy and energy. He was already exhausted from all the drawing. Furthermore, he hadn't recovered from his serious injuries. Now that he had the substitute talisman to protect him, he could finally sleep peacefully. He slept soundly. Due to his exhaustion, Zhou slept like a log. He only woke up when the doorbell rang. Who is it? Zhou stretched his back and wanted to ask.
Meow!
However, Zhou's voice shocked him. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. However, when he reached out his hand, Zhou was instantly stunned. How was that a hand? It was a furry paw. The fingernails on the claw were like hooks. What should have been the palm now looked like a pinkish meat lump that resembled a club suit from a pack of cards. What? What's wrong with me? Zhou was alarmed. He wanted to stand up and size himself up, but he soon realized that his body had become very strange. Furthermore, there was a problem with his vision.
All the furniture and things around him had become very large. The clothes he wore yesterday were at his feet. They looked huge as though they were for giants. Zhou Wen immediately felt something amiss. He hurriedly ran to the mirror and looked at it. Meow! Looking at the black and white cat in the mirror, Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. He covered his mouth in horror, as the cat in the mirror did the same. At the dormitory's entrance, a tutor rang the doorbell a few more times, but no one opened the door. Hence, he said apologetically to the old man beside him. Elder Jun, I'm really sorry. It looks like he's out. Jun Tingyu was very disappointed. In order to visit Zhou Wen at Sunset College, he didn't hesitate to use his connections with a friend at Sunset College, but Zhou Wen wasn't around. It's alright, I'll come again next time. Jun Tingyu could only return in disappointment. In the dormitory, Zhou Wen was about to explode from anxiety. He twisted his body and made various poses. He even tried to raise his tail. All he wanted to do was prove that the cat in the mirror wasn't him. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, the cat in the mirror did the same thing. Even more terrifying was that when Zhou Wen attempted to use his essence energy art or summon his companion beasts, there was no reaction. The Tharch. It must be the Thearch's doing. Damn it. I have the substitute talisman on me. How can there be a problem? Zhou Wen ran to his pile of clothes and used his claws to tug at it a few times. He realized that the substitute talisman was inside his clothes, untouched. It hadn't done a thing. Don't tell me I'm now permanently a cat. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out his phone. Thankfully, he didn't need to unlock using his fingerprints. A pattern worked too. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to unlock his phone. After unlocking his phone, he immediately sent a message to the Tharch. The Tharch, how am I supposed to buy those instruments when you've made me like this? Zhou Wen knew that he could only move the Tharch with benefits. It was probably useless for him to beg for mercy. I have plenty of ways to get people to deliver things to me. Who said I have to let you buy them? As for you, you have to be punished. The Tharch finally replied. Zhou Wen sent a few more messages, hoping to move the Tharch and quickly change back into human form. However, the news was like a rock sinking into the sea. The Tharch didn't reply to him at all, as though she was determined to have him remain a cat for the rest of his life. Chapter 494. You can't be like this, okay. What should I do? Is there a way to restore my human body? Zhou Wen tried all kinds of methods, but he remained a cat. His body structure was completely different from before. He couldn't use the essence energy art or various companion beasts he had cultivated in the past. What else could he do? The antelope and chick looked at him with interest. The antelope even used its hooves to rub his head, as though it was comforting him, but Zhou Wen could see the smile in its eyes. The chick bounced around him, sticking close to him, as though it wanted to compete with him to see who was taller. However, when the chick stood, it was actually slightly taller than Zhou Wen when he was on all fours. No, I have to think of a way to recover my human body. Zhou Wen used his paws to hide his phone and the bracelet, which had the chaos bead embedded, before walking towards the dormitory's door. Looking at this world from the perspective of a cat, his view was obviously much lower. Even the dormitory door was very large in his eyes. Zhou Wen leaped up and tried to grab the handle to unlock the door. In the past, jumping to such a height was trivial. However, even when reaching his paws to the limit, he was still quite a distance away from the door handle. His body then fell to the ground. Zhou Wen landed on the ground and used all his strength to leap up once again. Only then did he jump up and open the door handle. Although he was used to walking with 2 legs, if other students and teachers in school saw a cat walking with 2 hind legs, it would probably spell trouble. Therefore, Zhou Wen could only sprawl on the ground and walk like a cat. Although it wasn't a problem for a cat to walk like this, Zhou Wen felt extremely uncomfortable walking in such a manner. After exiting, Zhou Wen planned on heading to the Chancellor's office. Most people probably wouldn't be able to resolve his current situation. Therefore, he wanted to find the Chancellor of Sunset College, Lung Zongjing. He had heard that Lung Zongjing was good at dispelling illusions. Zhou Wen felt that it was impossible for him to turn into a cat, so he suspected that it was just an illusion. Zhou Wen thought to himself, at the very least, I'm a student at the school. I don't think Lung Zongjing will leave me in the lurch, right? However, Zhou Wen had no confidence in Lung Zongjing's ability to turn him back into a human. He only wanted to try his luck. Just as he walked to the yard, Zhou Wen heard the door to the building next door ring. He hurriedly hid in the bushes and peeked at the yard next door. Wang Lu walked out with 2 trash bags in her hands. It looked like she was going to throw the trash out. Zhou Wen didn't want anyone who knew him to know that he had turned into a cat. Be it Li Xian or Wang Lu, they would definitely mock him for a long time. Furthermore, as a cat, he didn't have any clothes on him. Although he had fur, he still felt uncomfortable when people he knew saw him. Therefore, he didn't contact Li Xian and company.
Although Zhou knew that Wang Lu probably couldn't recognize him as a cat, it was better to be careful just in case. After Wang Lu left, Zhou prepared to leave in another direction. He planned on taking a detour to the Chancellor's office using the old school district behind Four Seasons Garden to avoid encountering so many students and tutors. Although he had become a cat, Zhou couldn't tolerate having others looking at him with him being naked. The yard's door was locked from the inside. Although Zhou could jump up and open the door, it was too eye-catching. He looked at the wooden fence in the yard, and then at his body. Zhou felt that it wasn't difficult for his body to crawl out. Although he looked a little plump, most of it was fur. Zhou came in front of the wooden fence and chose a relatively large gap. He extended his head out, and there was a perfect outcome. Without any pressure, his head squeezed out. As he continued squeezing his body, his stomach ended up stuck. Something seemed to have hooked his fur. If he tried to force his way through, he would feel a little pain.
Poor kitty. Where did you come from? Why are you here?
Zhou was about to squeeze back when he heard a familiar voice. Not good. Zhou immediately felt uncomfortable when he heard the voice. For some reason, Wang Lu had returned. Zhou struggled to retreat back into the yard, but he didn't know what caught the fur on his belly. He couldn't retreat even if he tried. His belly felt like it was about to be ripped apart.
Poor little guy, why are you so stupid?
Wang Lu squatted down and pressed down on Zhou. Then, she reached out her other hand to help him remove a wire he had been entangled with. This allowed Zhou to escape before finally squeezing out. Zhou wanted to leave, but he was being carried by Wang Lu.
Although you look like a stray cat and aren't an expensive breed, you look quite pretty. Wanna come back with me?
Zhou struggled with all his might, trying to escape Wang Lu's demonic claws. After struggling to free himself, he landed on the ground and immediately ran away.
Strange. That cat actually rejected me?
Wang Lu was slightly surprised. She never expected the cat to be so difficult to get along with. She had a much easier time with the stray cats she had encountered in the past. Zhou ran out of Four Seasons Garden, as though he was fleeing for his life. Only after running for a long distance did he slow down. He felt exhausted. This was the first time in his long cultivation that he had felt this exhausted. I have to recover my human body as soon as possible. Zhou continued walking forward. Before long, he saw a few ferocious tigers blocking his way. No, they should be described as fierce cats blocking the way. At the corner of the building in front, four cats walked out and glared at Zhou as though warning him not to enter their territory. The four cats were a lot bigger than Zhou. Furthermore, Zhou found them familiar. On careful look, he recalled that they were the ones that Gu Dian secretly fed. Zhou still remembered that one of them was named Little Mei. Her body was pure white, with only an orange-red fur growing on her forehead. She looked very striking. However, when Zhou first saw her, she was still a tiny kitten. Now, she was already about the same size as her mother, a size bigger than the present Zhou.
I'm just passing by. I definitely have no intention of snatching your territory, nor do I have any intention of offending you.
As Zhou spoke, his voice turned into meowing. He slowly walked to the side, wanting to circle around them.
Meow!
Little Mei and company didn't care much as they pounced forward, wanting to deal with the intruder, Zhou. Holy sh*T, are you really treating me, a sleeping tiger, as a cat? Zhou was depressed as he prepared to fight. Although he was now a cat and had lost all his strength, his reaction and various techniques were still present. Under the combined attacks of the four of them, he was still as brave as ever. He used his sleek movements to restrain the four cats and then tore out of them one by one. His little paws gave them a beating, causing them to mew in pain.
Haha, want to fight me? Now, do you know who's the real king here?
Zhou beat the four cats up badly. He even used his paw to press down on Little Mei. Just as he was feeling smug, he suddenly felt the skin on his back being grabbed by someone. Then, he heard a familiar voice.
You can't be like this, okay?
Chapter 495 Gu Dian Seeker. Zhou flailed his four paws, trying to break free from his grasp, but he failed. The scene in front of him changed. A face. It was a ferocious and ghastly face, but the eyes on the face had an indescribable gentleness as they looked at him.
Were you abandoned by your master? You must be hungry after coming here, right? Have something to eat first,
Gu Dian said as he placed Zhou on the ground beside him. There were two saucers right there. One was filled with milk while the other had cat food. Zhou had never seen Gu Dian so gentle to others, nor had he seen him speak to people in such a gentle manner. This was completely different from the Gu Dian he knew.
Hurry up and eat.
Gu Dian squatted beside Zhou, who was placed beside a saucer containing milk. The four cats looked at him covetously but didn't dare come over. They only meowed from afar.
Little Mei, little Young, you can't be like that. It's the same as you, pitiful and homeless. You should all love one another,
Gu Dian said to the 4 cats. Zhou Wen had goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. He turned around to leave. In order to prevent Gu Dian from catching him again, he used all his strength to run. However, after he ran some distance, he couldn't hear Gu Dian's footsteps behind him. Instead, he heard an unfamiliar man's voice coming from afar.
Have you done what I asked you to do? It's been so long, yet you can't handle such a trivial matter. Are you afraid of Zhou Wen?
Zhou Wen didn't plan on stopping, but after running a few steps, he heard his name. He couldn't help but stop and look over. He saw a boy in a school uniform standing opposite Gu Dian. Zhou Wen didn't know the boy, but he looked like an upperclassman. He was slightly older than him.
Why do you want to do something to Zhou Wen?
Gu Dian asked the boy.
You don't need to know. You just need to do as I say.
The boy pursed his lips and said,
I'll give you 3 more days. If you haven't carried out my instructions, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you keep that secret anymore. Think it through carefully.
After that, the boy turned around and left with a cold face. Based on Zhou Wen's understanding, he didn't think Gu Dian was someone who was afraid of anything. If someone dared to threaten him like this, no matter who he was, he would probably throw a punch over, right? But this time, Gu Dian watched helplessly as the arrogant boy left. He didn't show any intention of resorting to violence. Zhou Wen was very curious. He didn't know who the boy was. What was he planning to get Gu Dian to do? What skeleton in Gu Dian's closet was he aware of? After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to hang around. He wanted to figure out what was going on. After all, this matter involved him. If he didn't figure out who the mastermind was, something similar might happen in the future. Zhou Wen walked to Gu Dian's side. When Gu Dian saw him, his ferocious expression turned gentle. He squatted down and placed the milk saucer in front of Zhou Wen.
Eat quickly.
Zhou Wen was a little anxious. Gu Dian clearly wasn't someone who liked to talk. It might be unrealistic to wait for him to mutter to himself about what had happened. How can I get Gu Dian to tell me the entire story? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind, but he failed to come up with a solution. Ask Gu Dian after transforming back into a human? This clearly wasn't a good idea. His relationship with Gu Dian wasn't that close. Their relationship was only slightly better than that of an unfamiliar classmate. If he were to ask indirectly, they might fall out on the spot. Even if he didn't fall out with Gu Dian probably wouldn't tell him anything given his personality. As Zhou Wen pondered, Gu Dian nudged the milk towards Zhou Wen's mouth. How could Zhou Wen drink milk meant for cats? He subconsciously turned his head to the side, indicating that he didn't want to drink it. However, when Zhou Wen's action landed in Gu Dian's eyes, he sighed softly.
Do you also think that it's not right? Do you think I'm wrong?
Zhou Wen subconsciously nodded, but just as he nodded, he regretted it. He was a cat, so how could he understand Gu Dian's words? Gu Dian looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. However, his ability to accept the cat's actions was clearly stronger than Zhou Wen had imagined. He didn't suspect Zhou Wen at all, believing that he was a very intelligent cat.
I also know that this isn't right, but if I don't do it, they will spread the news of me possessing the bloodline of a dimensional creature. When that happens, everyone will treat me like a monster and not a person,
Gu Dian said. Zhou Wen nearly cried out in surprise. He never expected Gu Dian to have the bloodline of a dimensional creature. Could it be that Gu Dian's father or mother is a dimensional creature? Can humans and dimensional creatures mate to give birth to offspring? Countless strange thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind.
But for so long, Zhou Wen and company have treated me like an ordinary person. They aren't afraid of me because of my looks. They don't ostracize me, and they treat me as one of theirs. How can I do something like that? Tell me, what should I do?
Gu Dian said bitterly, and looked at Zhou Wen. Gu Dian had no chance of making friends with humans because of his own problems. Furthermore, he didn't know how to communicate with humans. Instead, he could pour out his heartfelt feelings in front of a cat. Wasn't this also a tragedy? Beat him up and beat that turtle's son to death. Who cares about you being human? Ignoring the fact that you have a dimensional creature bloodline, I wouldn't mind even if you were a beast. Zhou Wen wanted to say that, but the moment he opened his mouth, it turned into a meow. Zhou Wen had no choice but to raise one paw and point in the direction the boy had left. He forcefully pointed a few times, indicating for Gu Dian to beat him up. Gu Dian seemed to understand something when he saw Zhou Wen's reaction. His eyes turned determined.
I know what to do,
Gu Dian said to Zhou Wen before standing up and chasing after the boy. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. He still wanted to know why the boy was targeting him. He might be able to hear the reason why later. However, after becoming a cat, Zhou Wen's essence energy was completely gone. His fastest speed was only the speed of a normal cat, so how could he catch up to Gu Dian? By the time he caught up, he saw that Gu Dian was already standing in front of the boy, seemingly talking to him.
I can't do that to Zhou.
Change the condition. Zhou vaguely heard Gu Dian say.
Change to another condition? What right do you have to bargain with me? Don't tell me you really think Zhou and company think of you as a friend? They only want to make use of you because you are foolish and powerful. If they know that you have a dimensional creature bloodline, do you think they would still be willing to let you stay in the Xianling Club? When that happens, they will only treat you as a monster, a pig or dog. It's like you are a beast,
the boy said as he pointed at Gu Dian's nose. Chapter 496. Why not?
This has nothing to do with you,
Gu Dian said with his head lowered.
Why doesn't it have anything to do with me? After all, we're good friends, aren't we?
The boy smiled and patted Gu Dian's shoulder. He continued,
Have you forgotten our friendship? I've always remembered it.
Gu Dian's pupils constricted, but he remained silent.
Think about it carefully. The current Zhou is the second me in the future.
The boy narrowed his eyes and said,
Birds of a feather flock together. Your birth has already determined that you won't have any true human friends. Other than people like me, humans won't accept a monster like you. If you don't touch Zhou now, when he learns your true identity in the future, he will no longer hesitate to draw a line with you or even kill you.
After a pause, the boy said,
Don't tell me you don't know what happened to his teacher? Do you think he'll still admit that he's Wang Mingyuan's student? If Wang Mingyuan appears again, he might even kill him. That has nothing to do with me,
Gu Dian said expressionlessly.
It has nothing to do with you. In that case, even if everyone knows how your mother gave birth to you, will there not be a problem?
The boy narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Dian. Gu Dian's expression changed drastically as he suddenly looked up and glared at the boy.
Lu Kide, if you dare say a word, I'll definitely kill you. I'm just saying. How can it be leaked? We're friends. I'll definitely keep your matter a secret for you. I won't let anyone know about it. However, you have to help me settle Zhou matter. Otherwise, I won't be able to live. Some things are hard to say.
As Lu Kide was speaking, he suddenly saw a cat leap up. Its claws scratched his face ruthlessly, leaving a few bloody marks on his face. After listening for a long time, Zhou nearly exploded in anger. Although he didn't hear the complete story, he could roughly guess what had happened. Gu Dian wasn't a normal human, and it wasn't his fault. It stemmed from the previous generation. He did not know what method Lu Kide had used to become Gu Dian's friend. Furthermore, he knew of his secret, so he ended up using it to threaten Gu Dian. Zhou could understand why Gu Dian didn't counterattack. He was the same as Gu Dian. He didn't wish to bring anyone trouble, especially his family. If it was only a matter of his identity, he believed that Gu Dian wouldn't be threatened by him. He would have beaten him to the point of his mother not even being capable of recognizing him. However, this involved Gu Dian's mother's reputation. Therefore, even though Gu Dian was extremely furious, he didn't dare make a move on Lu Kide. Without a doubt, Lu Kide wasn't a fool. He definitely had some evidence in hand. Furthermore, even if he died, the evidence would still be spread. Only then could he threaten Gu Dian. The more he understood Gu Dian, the more upset Zhou felt. When he saw Lu Kide's wretched face, he couldn't help but swipe his claw at him. Now, Zhou only hated himself for losing his strength. If not, he would definitely have smacked Lu Kide's face until it bled.
Damn cat, Gu Dian, you bastard! Look at what you raise!
Lu Kide was enraged as he attempted to grab Zhou. Zhou ran and jumped onto Gu Dian's back.
Stop!
Gu Dian blocked Lu Kide.
Get out of the way! I'm going to kill this bastard!
Lu Kide said as he attempted to grab Zhou. Zhou leaned on Gu Dian's shoulder and looked at him with a faint smile as though he was mocking him. Gu Dian didn't make way. Instead, he reached out to stop Lu Kide. Lu Kide was extremely furious, but he was stopped by Gu Dian and couldn't capture Zhou. He didn't give up because of this. He took 2 steps back and suddenly summoned a companion beast. The companion beast was a strange throwing dagger. After flying out, it circled around Gu Dian and stabbed at Zhou back. It was as fast as lightning. Zhou was alarmed as he cursed inwardly. He was only a cat, so it was probably difficult for him to dodge such a fast-throwing dagger. A huge hand suddenly grabbed the throwing dagger's blade. The throwing dagger trembled incessantly in Gu Dian's hand, but failed to escape his grip.
Gu Dian, release it!
Lu Kide bellowed angrily.
He's just a cat!
Gu Dian held the throwing dagger without letting go. Blood dripped from between his fingers.
I'll say it one last time. Let go. Otherwise, everything about you will spread throughout Luoyang tomorrow.
Lu Kide said angrily as he glared at Gu Dian. Gu Dian held the throwing dagger and refused to let go. He didn't say a word and only looked at Lu Kide. Lu Kide was even more infuriated as he summoned another saber and slashed at Gu Dian. He shouted,
Get out of the way! Do you hear me?
Gu Dian didn't move. He was struck on the shoulder by Lu Kide, causing blood to spray out. However, Gu Dian's body was indeed resilient. The strike only lacerated him. It failed to reach his bones. Lu Kide refused to give up. He slashed at Gu Dian's body again and again, leaving bloody marks on Gu Dian's body. Even his face was lacerated. It had to be said that Gu Dian's body was truly resilient. Despite such strikes, he only suffered superficial injuries. When the blade struck his bones, it produced the humming sounds of metal clashing. The reason Lu Kide was so furious wasn't entirely because Zhou Wen had scratched his face. Instead, it was because Gu Dian had repeatedly disobeyed his orders. He wanted to teach him a lesson, so Zhou Wen scratching his face was just an excuse. Beat him up. Zhou Wen was anxious when he saw Gu Dian stand motionless, allowing Lu Kide to slash him.
Do you think of yourself as one of these beasts? Do you think they are more important than your life? Monsters are monsters.
Lu Kide cursed as he slashed. When Zhou Wen saw Gu Dian motionless, he couldn't stand it any longer. He took a chance and darted out from his shoulder. His claws flailed as he clawed at Lu Kide's eyes.
Ah!
Lu Kide never expected a cat to pass through his series of blade attacks. At the close distance, Zhou Wen's claw had injured his left eye. With one hand covering his eyes, blood immediately seeped out from the gaps between his fingers.
I'm going to kill you!
Lu Kide covered his eye in rage, as the saber in his hand transformed into a saber beam that slashed at Zhou Wen. This fellow's strength wasn't bad. Zhou Wen had never heard his name, so it was obvious that he wasn't famous in school. However, he had topped legendary strength. Clearly, he had been hiding his strength. From this point, it was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. He definitely had ulterior motives. Gu Dian's eyes widened when he saw that Zhou Wen was about to be hit by the saber beam. He suddenly unleashed his strength as his powerful body charged into the saber beams. He grabbed Zhou Wen with one hand and struck out with the other. With an explosive sound, the sky was filled with saber beams. The long saber in Lu Kide's hand shattered inch by inch. His body was also sent flying by the force, and he fell 7 to 8 meters away. The hand which had held the saber was trembling and bleeding.
Gu Dian, you dare attack me?
Lu Kide widened his eyes, as he stared at Gu Dian with gritted teeth, as though he wanted to bite someone.
Why wouldn't he dare?
A voice sounded from the corner of the building. Lu Kide and Gu Dian trembled as they couldn't help but turn their heads. They saw a young officer in a military uniform and white gloves walking over. He looked gentle and mild. He's finally here. Zhou Wen heaved a long sigh of relief. Chapter 497. A little cold. Zhou Wen knew that he was only a cat and had lost his strength. He definitely couldn't handle the present situation. Thankfully, he still had the ability to text. Previously, he had contacted Ensheng when he saw Gu Dian's phone left where he fed the cats. He told him to rush over as soon as possible. This matter wasn't something that could be resolved by force. Even killing Lu Kide was useless. Otherwise, Gu Dian would have settled it himself and wouldn't have been threatened by Lu Kide. When Lu Kide saw Ensheng, he immediately turned around and wanted to run. He hadn't managed to take a few steps before Ensheng placed a dagger by his neck.
What are you doing? I'm a student at the college.
Lu Kide calmed down and asked. Ensheng said indifferently.
I don't need to know who you are, but you're dead. Gu Dian, why aren't you saving me?
Lu Kide shouted in Gu Dian's direction. Ensheng said to Gu Dian unhurriedly.
Zhou Wen asked me to come. He has already told me about your matter. He wants me to pass on the message to believe him. Leave everything to me. Gu Dian, you know what will happen if I die.
Lu Kide knew that Gu Dian was his straw to clutch at. He had heard of Ensheng's name before. Having come to Luoyang to carry out a mission, how could he not know the famous Ensheng? Gu Dian hugged Zhou Wen and pondered for a moment before nodding slightly at Ensheng. The corners of Ensheng's mouth curled up as he revealed a smile. The dagger in his hand had already pressed into Lu Kide's skin.
Just answer whatever I ask. I don't want to hear any nonsense,
Ensheng said. Lu Kide opened his mouth to say something, but Ensheng continued.
If you waste my time, I don't mind using the memory stripping spell to directly obtain the information I want from your brain.
Lu Kide's expression changed drastically, as if he was hesitating about something.
Don't try to commit suicide. If I don't let you die, even the King of Hell can't take your life,
Ensheng said indifferently.
If I tell you everything, can you give me a way out?
Lu Kide said through gritted teeth.
Yes,
Ensheng replied.
Swear on it.
Lu Kide had no other choice. He was already a piece of meat on the chopping block. He could only take a gamble. He did not want to die. Ensheng's expression didn't change. He swore that if he went against his word, he would die a horrible death. Then, he asked Lu Kide about Gu Dian. Due to Gu Dian's presence, Lu Kide didn't seem to lie. He explained everything clearly. He had a voice recording of Gu Dian. It was a conversation with Gu Dian. Back then, Gu Dian had treated him as his only good friend, So he had told him everything. Luke Hyde had not given this recording to anyone. He had only registered a few accounts online and scheduled an automatic release. If no one changed the release time, the recording and the article he had written would be released. And Shung didn't listen to the recording. He just deleted everything.
Where are the backups? Don't tell me there aren't any.
After Shung deleted it, he looked at Luke Hyde and asked.
In an ancient Greek book on my dorm mate's bookshelf. No one will read it.
Luke Hyde answered. Following that, Shung asked about Luke Hyde's origins. He admitted that he was a field agent nurtured by the Special Inspector Bureau. He had entered Sunset College to monitor the family and Sunset College's chancellor and tutors. He had recently received a mission to think of a way to bring Zhou Wen back to the headquarters, which was why he had used Gu Dian. After a long while, Luke Hyde said,
I've said everything. Can you let me go now? You have said everything, but how do I know if what you said is the truth?
And Shung looked at Luke Hyde calmly.
I'm telling the truth. At this stage, there's no need for me to lie to you.
Luke Hyde said.
That might not be the case. It's a very important matter. I have to verify it myself.
And Shung said, as a black flame arose from his body. The flames floated towards Luke Hyde, like ghosts, and drilled into his brain.
Ah! You swore to let me live. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death.
Luke Hyde exclaimed in horror. He had roughly guessed that Shung was trying to strip his souls and memories from him. Despite struggling desperately, he was unable to move his body.
Before you came to Luoyang, you should have known that I have the nickname of Devil's Adjutant, right? Is there a devil who abides by an agreement?
And Shung said to Luke Hyde with a smile.
You can't do this to me. You can't.
Luke Hyde was shocked and furious, his eyes filled with despair, anger, and indignation. The pain that went straight into his soul seemed to slice his brain bit by bit. It made him want to scream in pain, but he could not make a sound despite his open mouth. And Shung only looked at him coldly, as the black flames on his body seeped into his brain. Luke Hyde's eyes gradually lost focus. When the demonic-like flames drilled out of Luke Hyde's brain and returned to Shung, Luke Hyde had already become a cold corpse. Even in death, his face was contorted with pain. And Shung opened the foldable cloth bag he had brought and stored Luke Hyde's corpse inside. After he slung it over his shoulder, he said to Gu Dian,
In the future, other than Zhou Wen and me, no one will know about your matters. Unfortunately, there's no way to silence me and Zhou Wen. You can leave it at that. Thanks.
Gu Dian said those two words somewhat awkwardly. He had never said it before.
Don't say those words. You don't need to thank anyone because that person is your friend.
After Shung said that, he left with Luke Hyde's corpse.
Friend?
Gu Dian's expression turned odd. In the past, he might have believed that there were friends. At that time, he was moved by Luke Hyde and treated him as a real friend. In the end, all he got was a betrayal. Ever since then, he preferred to be with cats than humans. He no longer believed in humans or friends. Although he still did not believe it, there was a slight change in his heart. At the very least, Gu Dian believed that once this matter was resolved, he no longer needed to be threatened and do things he didn't wish to do.
I am finally free.
Gu Dian snapped to his senses and raised the cat in his arms. He smiled. In his opinion, this little cat had given him luck, allowing him to finally be himself. Gu Dian held the cat up in the air as he revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Although he was still as ferocious as before, it made it difficult for people to not smile with him. The tabby cat also revealed a smile. At that moment, Gu Dian suddenly felt the cat in his hand become heavier. Its body also changed. In a blink of an eye, the cat that Gu Dian was raising had transformed into a living man. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze at that instant. The smile on Gu Dian and Zhou Wen's faces gradually vanished. A gentle breeze blew past Zhou Wen, making him feel a little cold. Chapter 498 Torch Dragon. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. I have to crack Chess Mountain's dungeon.
Prepare everything I need in a week. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as being a cat next time.
The Dharch sent a message. Clearly, the Dharch hadn't planned on permanently changing Zhou Wen into a cat. She just did it as a warning. Now, Zhou Wen was filled with regret. If he had known, he would have stayed in his dorm obediently. Why did he go out? Thinking back to the scene of his eyes meeting Gu Dian, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Wen had already made up his mind to think of a way to conquer Chess Mountain and pull the Dharch out. He would also transform her into a cat and raise her up high. However, he had to feign civility now. He couldn't let her notice any problems. Once he cracked Chess Mountain and found her weaknesses, he would personally go to Chess Mountain and deal with her.
I'll buy it as soon as possible,
Zhou Wen replied. After some thought, Zhou Wen sent another message.
Previously, I was chased by someone and fled into a dimensional zone. I discovered a huge snake there.
Zhou described the snake's physical characteristics and abilities. He wanted to ask if the Dharch knew what dimensional creature it was. Since he could not do anything to the Dharch, he might as well make use of her.
What snake? That's Torch Dragon, one of the dragon species. It has powerful abilities, and a pair of eyes can affect the day and night. When it opens its eyes, it will be bright. When it closes its eyes, it will be dark. It's an extremely powerful ancient creature. Although it's far inferior to me, it's not something a mere human like you can match. It's your good fortune to be able to come back alive after meeting it.
The Dharch replied.
You sure are knowledgeable. That Torch Dragon's eyes are indeed very powerful. It can kill many human experts with just a glance. It's practically invincible. I wonder if you can crack its terrifying ability.
Zhou sent another message.
That's called the Bright Torch Vision World. It's not a bad ability, but what's so difficult about cracking it? I just need to use an invisibility spell to prevent it from seeing me. When that happens, I can kill it as I please.
The Dharch replied.
Could it be that even someone as strong as you can't fight Torch Dragon head-on?
Zhou deliberately said. The Thearka's solution was similar to Zhou idea. However, although he had the invisibility cloak, it was still impossible to hatch it. He couldn't be invisible. The Dharch was a proud person, so she immediately replied.
It's not easy to defeat it head-on. I can kill it with a wave of my hand, making it unable to open its eyes. Or perhaps, I can use a treasure mirror to reflect its gaze, and make it have a taste of its own medicine. You sure are resourceful. I wonder what kind of treasure mirror can reflect Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World.
Zhou was delighted when he learned that. If he could reflect the Bright Torch Vision World with just a mirror, then there was a chance of him killing Torch Dragon. There was no need to acquire an invisibility cloak.
Don't tell me you want to kill Torch Dragon. Do you have a death wish?
The Dharch had clearly seen through him as she sent a message.
I'm just asking. How would I dare kill Torch Dragon?
Zhou denied.
The mirrors that you humans create have very good reflective effects. It would be enough to reflect Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World. However, those mirrors are too brittle. They shatter when encountering external forces. Other than the Bright Torch Vision World, Torch Dragon's body is not something a mere human can deal with. If you wish to die, you can give it a try.
Upon hearing the Thearka's words, Zhou was truly excited. He never expected an ordinary mirror to be able to deal with Torch Dragon. This boosted his chances of killing it.
I'm just asking. Even if Torch Dragon invites me to kill it, I'm not free. I still have to help you buy things. By the way, I also encountered a terrifying dimensional creature. It looks like a wolf and tiger, but it's not one.
Zhou continued to gather information from the Dharch. The Dharch really knew everything. She told Zhou that it was one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, Qiongqi. Not only did it possess the ability to devour everything, but it also possessed terrifying speed. It was even harder to deal with than Torch Dragon. Furthermore, the Dharch also told Zhou something quite strange. She said that if she wanted to deal with Qiongqi, she had to find an evil person to deal with it. The possibility of killing him would then be very high. If a good person were to fight Qiongqi, even if the good person's combat ability was the same as that evil person's, or even stronger, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to defeat Qiongqi and would end up being devoured. Zhou was doubtful. He didn't know if the Dharch was speaking the truth or just joking. Zhou admitted that he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a person who committed heinous crimes. Therefore, he couldn't test it out.
Remember, you only have a week. If I don't see those things again, prepare to suffer.
The Dharch sent the last message and ignored Zhou. Zhou contacted Li Xian and gave him the list, asking if he could help buy the items. After a while, Li Xian replied that it wasn't a problem. Zhou transferred the money to him, and made him use the Li family's resources to help him purchase the items. As for him, he considered how to kill Torch Dragon. Although he knew that mirrors might be helpful in killing Torch Dragon, ordinary mirrors couldn't be taken in game. Zhou had no way of testing the feasibility of this theory. Head straight to the Zhuolu ruins in person? Zhou didn't dare take the risk. Ignoring the fact that the Dharch might be holding back the truth, even if it was the truth, the mirror could only reflect the Bright Torch Vision World. It wasn't of much use against Torch Dragon's other abilities. Furthermore, it was too easy to shatter. If an accident happened, Zhou would have to pay with his life. How can I take a mirror into the game? Zhou thought for a moment before checking online to see if there were any companion beasts that could transform into mirrors. He found quite a number of them. For example, there was a clear jade immortal mirror in the Kunlun immortal realm that could turn into an ancient mirror. However, that thing was relatively rare. Furthermore, the Kunlun immortal realm was too dangerous. It was almost impossible for an epic to leave alive, and it was too far away from Zhou. The other places with mirror-type companion beasts were either too far or too dangerous. Just as Zhou was fretting, he accidentally saw some introductions of companion beasts in the West District. His eyes lit up. Among those companion beasts, there was an epic companion beast named Sun Beast. Its companion form was a mirror, and it had excellent reflective ability. Most importantly, the place where Sun Beast spawned was in Zhou game. It was called Music Temple. Chapter 499 Musical Fountain Square. Zhou picked up his phone and started the Music Temple dungeon. He had come once before, but because the first part of the journey was only filled with legendary level musical note sprites, Zhou felt that it was meaningless to continue grinding. He never expected there to be such a good item, like a Sun Beast in the Music Temple. Now, he was in urgent need of a mirror-type companion beasts, so he rushed in without any hesitation to grind the Sun Beast. According to the online information, Zhou knew that a dimensional creature like a Sun Beast was actually very rare in Music Temple. Only one would occasionally appear. Basically, very few people saw two or more Sun Beasts appear in the Music Temple at the same time. Moreover, the Sun Beast was not the real boss of Music Temple. It was said that in the deepest part of the music hall, there was a lyre. Anyone who had seen the lyre would die. Zhou found it very contradictory. Since the people who had seen lyre were all dead, how could anyone know that there was a lyre? Therefore, sometimes, legends were just legends. They couldn't be taken at face value. Zhou didn't plan on finding the lyre. After entering Music Temple with his pets, he ran towards the area mentioned online. He wanted to see if there were any Sun Beasts in game. Legend had it that the Sun Beast's body was glowing like a small sun. One could see it from afar, and it would usually appear at the Musical Fountain Square in Music Temple. Zhou ran all the way to the Musical Fountain Square. With the six-winged guardian dragon and fire furnace queen leading the way, Zhou killed many of the musical note sprites and had many crystals and companion eggs drop. Zhou realized that there were a total of 7 types of musical note sprites. Furthermore, each of them only had one essence energy skill, which were all different. Although they were different, the effects were similar. They were all sound blasts. They didn't seem too different to Zhou. In the beginning, Zhou didn't mind, but as he killed them, he found it interesting. These sound wave attacks formed a blast through the vibrations of the medium, and superimposed waves. The 7 different sound waves formed different shock waves. This intrigued Zhou as he hatched some musical note sprites. As he rode on 6 wings back and constantly advanced, he was studying the sound wave attacks of the musical note sprites. After killing countless musical note sprites, he finally arrived at the Musical Fountain Square. In the huge square, there were 7 fountains. The fountains did not continuously spray water pillars, but seemed to follow the music. They were rhythmic jets that shot to varying heights, not even shooting upwards at times. It looked very interesting. And in the Musical Fountain Square, there were musical note sprites floating everywhere. They were colorful, and had wings as they danced in the air. They were similar to the colorful paper used at Chinese weddings, but there were more of them. The 6-winged guardian dragon roared as demonic flames erupted from its body. Instantly, a large number of musical note sprites were killed. However, the Musical Fountain Square was quite large, and there were musical note sprites everywhere. Very quickly, new ones rushed over. As he got his companion beast to kill the musical note sprites, Zhou looked around to find the Sun Beast. However, after scanning the entire square, he didn't see the legendary Sun Beast that resembled a miniature sun. Instead, a strange dimensional creature attracted Zhou's attention. Ever since he entered Music Temple, the dimensional creatures he saw were all kinds of musical note sprites. There were probably 7 types. However, the dimensional creature he saw this time wasn't a musical note sprite. It was a golden harp, but it didn't look like metal. Instead, it was carved out of wood. There were gorgeous, exquisite patterns on it. The last time Zhou went to the Peninsula of Gods, he had learned about the various musical instruments. He had seen huge harps. However, the harp in front of him was very small. It was about the same size as a violin. Furthermore, it had a pair of wings like the other musical note sprites. It also had a pair of resplendent golden wings. Sensing Zhou's companion beasts wreaking havoc on the Musical Fountain Square, the strings on the harp moved automatically, producing melodious sounds. Although its music was beautiful, it sounded a little monotonous. Zhou didn't notice any offensive sound waves. In other words, it wasn't attacking him. However, in the next second, Zhou discovered a strange scene. With the sound of the harp, countless musical note sprites started to arrange themselves in a regular pattern on the square. They also produced sounds that seemed to respond to the playing harp. Hum! The countless musical note sprites in the music square seemed to form a resonance as they emitted a massive sound wave. The power of the sound wave was able to instantly kill a powerful epic creature like the Fire Furnace Queen and White Shadow of Poison.
Their bodies were instantly obliterated by the sound wave. Even the six-winged guardian dragon retreated a few steps back under the impact of the sound waves. The demonic flames on its body flickered continuously. Roar! The six-winged guardian dragon flew into a rage and let out a furious roar. The demonic flames on its back rose and turned into 4 wings, making it enter the six-winged state. It spat out poisonous breath that transformed into a terrifying tidal wave in a bid to eliminate all the musical note sprites. The strings of the harp kept sounding, and the entire musical fountain square's musical note sprites resonated with it, sending out terrifying sound waves to resist the six-winged guardian dragon's poison breath. The mighty six-winged guardian dragon was actually held back by the sound wave attack. Under the vibrations of the sound waves, poison breath was torn apart. The six-winged guardian dragon's body seemed to be moving in the opposite direction, unable to move forward. As for the blood-colored avatar, it had already retreated out of the musical fountain square under Zhou Wen's control and transformed into the demon dragon true body. Only then could he withstand the sound wave's attack. Zhou Wen wasn't alarmed but delighted because he saw a possibility. They were the most legendary dimensional creatures, so their companion eggs dropped the most. However, no matter how many legendary companion eggs there were, even if they could form an army, their actual combat strength wasn't high. This was because the suppression from absolute strength was redoubtable. Even if there were thousands of skeleton soldiers, they wouldn't be able to kill an epic human. Therefore, low-level companion beast legions were basically useless against powerful dimensional creatures. However, the golden harp and the musical note sprites were actually able to combine their powers to fight against the six-winged guardian dragon. This was rather impressive. There are so many musical note sprites in Music Temple. The chances of companion eggs dropping aren't low either. If I had the ability of the golden harp, would I be able to form an army of musical note sprites? Zhou Wen thought. Chapter 500 Golden Harp. The six-winged guardian dragon was actually unable to gain the upper hand despite clashing with sound waves head-on. It was forced back by the sound waves again and again, unable to charge forward. However, those sound waves were unable to harm the six-winged guardian dragon. They could only temporarily hold it back. Every time the six-winged guardian dragon launched an attack, a portion of the musical note sprites would be quaked to death. As the number of musical note sprites decreased, the sound wave also weakened. It was only a matter of time before the harp and the musical note sprites were defeated. Zhou Wen didn't think the golden harp was useless because of this. After all, the musical note sprites that it had gathered were only at the legendary stage. If a large number of epic-level musical note sprites could enter its ranks, the sound waves produced wouldn't be that simple. As long as sufficiently strong ones were included, it might be possible to defeat a mythical creature. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to wait for the six-winged guardian dragon to defeat it. He secretly summoned demonic neonate, and she found an opportunity to secretly release her flying sword. The flying sword flew through the air during the gap in the sound waves, slicing the golden harp in half. After all, it was only at the epic stage. Without the resonance power of the musical notes, it was unable to block demonic neonate's flying sword. Killed epic creature, golden harp. Discovered companion egg. Zhou Wen was delighted. He never expected his luck to be so good today. A companion egg dropped in his first try. After losing the conformity provided by the golden harp, the hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites were reduced to a leaderless mob. They were no longer able to fight the six-winged guardian dragon. The six-winged guardian dragon charged forward and killed large numbers of musical note sprites amid the raging demonic flames. Many crystals and companion eggs dropped. Due to the massive numbers killed, even if the drop rate wasn't high, many companion eggs would drop. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar and picked up the companion eggs of the golden harp and the ordinary musical note sprites, choosing to hatch them. In a short while, Zhou Wen hatched more than 100 musical note sprites. 7 tiny musical symbols appeared on his left arm. Each of the music symbols had a saturated color. The same companion beast would have a tattoo in the same spot. It would overlap, and the more there were, the more saturated the color of the tattoo. The stats of the musical note sprites were mostly the same. All of them only had sound wave techniques, so there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, Zhou Wen didn't look at them carefully and focused on the stats of the golden harp. Golden harp, epic. Life providence, symphony of fate. Life soul, spirit of music. Strength, 32. Speed, 39. Constitution, 31. Essence energy, 40. Talent skill, first movement of the symphony of fate. Companion form, none. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be delighted when he read the various information regarding the golden harp. Its ability wasn't as simple as just coordinating the musical note sprites. As long as it was a music-type power, it could add it to the fray. If Zhou Wen could obtain a large number of high-level music-type creatures, epic or even mythical creatures, in the future, and then combine them with the power of the golden harp, the amount of power he
he could unleash was unimaginable. From this point of view, although the golden harp was only at the epic stage, its value was probably higher than some mythical creatures. Of course, the premise was that Jowen had enough music-type companion beasts to work with the golden harp. Otherwise, its strength alone was considered at the bottom of the epic creatures. After all, the golden harp's attack wasn't strong. It could even be said to be very weak. After obtaining the golden harp, Jowen was in a good mood. He got the 6-winged guardian dragon to continue killing the musical note sprites. Now, he wasn't in a hurry to find the sun beast. Hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites on the square were wantonly killed by the 6-winged guardian dragon. Jowen followed behind to pick up the spoils. After the musical fountain square was cleared, Jowen obtained a total of more than 200 musical note sprites. The pitiful baby tiger had been killed when the golden harp unleashed its might. Otherwise, there would have been more. There's no hurry. There's plenty of time to grind in the future. Sooner or later, I'll be able to form an army. Without discovering the sun beast, Jowen led the 6-winged guardian dragon forward and entered the temple behind the square. The moment he entered the temple, he saw a blob of light appear in the innermost hall. When the 6-winged guardian dragon and the blood-colored avatar were seen, the blob of light that resembled a miniature sun immediately shot out a beam of light. The 6-winged guardian dragon didn't hesitate to spit out a mouthful of demonic flames. When the light met the demonic flames, it didn't shatter. Instead, it was reflected away by the demonic flames. Rays of light shone on the walls and pillars of the palace, causing green smoke to appear from the spot that was illuminated. The demonic flames parted the beam and burned the sun beast's body. Jowen didn't even see what the sun beast looked like before it was killed. Killed epic creature, sun beast. Discovered dimensional crystal. Jowen looked over and realized that it was only a 34 valued strength crystal. It was completely useless. There were no other sun beasts or dimensional creatures in the temple. Jowen circled around and left the temple before heading to the other buildings near Musical Fountain Square. On the other hand, he had found some other musical note sprites and an epic ranked musical frog. It was able to emit sound waves and was extremely fast, but it was still easily dispatched by the 6-winged guardian dragon. After circling the buildings, apart from the Music Holy Temple, which he hadn't dared enter, Jowen had nearly cleared the entire music temple. He didn't find the golden harp or sun beast again. Helpless, Jowen had no choice but to leave the music temple dungeon and head to the metalwork temple to grind. He was rather lucky to obtain a runic-heavy armored warrior companion egg, which he immediately hatched. Now, Jowen was still thinking of a way to obtain an armor-type companion beast. The runic-heavy armored warrior and the golden warrior had a compatibility score of more than 70. The success rate was very high, so Jowen wasn't that unlucky the second time he fused them. With the legendary golden warrior as the main pet and the runic-heavy armored warrior as supplementary, he combined it into an epic golden warrior. Golden warrior, epic. Life providence, golden evasion. Life soul, blessed combat runes. Jowen was overjoyed when he saw the life providence and life soul. It was perfect, exactly what he wanted. However, after looking at his stats, Jowen frowned again. The stats of the epic golden warrior were too low, 27, 32, 29, 34. Its skills weren't ideal either. It only had the golden bell and the fist of war. What should I use to fuse it again? Jowen thought. The best fusion solution was naturally to obtain the 3-eyed golden warrior's invulnerable golden body skill. This way, it could increase his stats and also possess a good skill. With the golden bell and invulnerable golden body, its defense could be improved. The only problem was that the drop rate of the 3-eyed golden warrior companion egg was similarly low. Jowen had been grinding dungeons recently. Every time he entered Music Temple, he would only encounter one sun beast. He also grinded the metalwork temple for 3-eyed golden warriors. As for the golden harp, he had not seen it since the first time.